Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the Mythic Dungeon International. Great push. I'm your host, Doe, here along with Ironic, Nagura, Titles, and Dratnos, as usual. And we had a very close day 1. And, who would not expect that? With the way the new format is, with the way that the teams are powered up this season, I think, compared to some of our other seasons as well. We've got a lot to look forward to today as well. But before we get into that, let's take a broad look at everything coming into this. Let's take a look at the roadmap. First, here is how the general structure of the tournament is structured. We had our proving grounds back on June 19th through 24th. This weekend we're going through Group A. Next weekend we're going through Group B. 3 teams from each group get to go to the Global Finals a little bit later this month. And so the pressure's on. We start with 6 teams. Only half of them make it through. Let's take a look at our tournament format. As you can see, I already talked about that a little bit. Each tournament day, though, importantly, features 5 hours of gameplay. Now, during those 5 hours, each team needs to take a 20-minute break. Of course, it's not good to sit in front of a PC for 5 hours nonstop, or 20 hours nonstop, but 5 hours for sure. So we want to make sure we're, getting a little bit of a stretching time in there. A little bit of a rules change this time around, though, too. Instead of 4-1-1 for the dungeon schedule, it is now 3-2-1, so a little bit different. Get to that hierarchy pushing a little bit earlier. I think group compositions are locked as well, and if you want to go watch some first-person perspective from some of these teams, there is one player at least from each team streaming their POV out there on the internet, so check that out. Here are the streams that we've got going on so far. I'm sure you can probably find a few more out there. But a lot to go. Look, we kind of established yesterday that Hopeful has the top tier starting soon graphic, handmade, handcrafted, artisanal starting soon graphic, if you will. But let's talk about the leaderboard so far. And I guess I gotta throw it to you first, Ironic. Do you feel like the rules changes had an impact going into this today?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. Without question. Look at the scores across the board here. This might have been the most competitive day 1 that we've ever had in a TGP ever. I mean, our bottom 5 teams all with 120 and 219s with exposed really only getting knocked out because they just went a little bit too slow in their keys. Really, any of those teams in the bottom 4 had the potential to get knocked out in their final run of the day yesterday after the 5 hours were already even up. So it was really impressive to watch, really fun to watch, and we're getting 2 more dungeons today. They're going to have to push those up, but then, I mean, I would assume that probably with 3.5, 4 hours left in the day, they'll get back to the point they were at the end of yesterday where they really have to push super high keys. But obviously the standout from yesterday was definitely mandatory, even with losing 25 minutes in a knockout offensive due to just misunderstanding their break timers. They still had 1 more point than everyone else and managed to go in and one-shot a 21 tyrannical AV. It was really impressive to watch them play.
Yeah, I mean, look at how close these scores are, too. Just a matter of about, like 7 seconds or so between 2nd place and 4th place in total time. Like, these teams are about as tight as it can be. But like you mentioned, Ironic, one team stood above the others. Mandatory, that 21 in vaults is certainly something to think about. And Tettles, let's talk a little bit about Mandatory. Yesterday, they put on a show, and we were kind of expecting that. Reigning MDI champions, did very well in the proving grounds, didn't miss a step yesterday in day 1. Oh, apparently, Tettles, we cannot hear you. So, as soon as you have unmuted yourself, and how about now? How about now? Either way. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Well, either way, go ahead. Go forth, Tettles, and speak about Mandatory.
Okay, so
apparently we still cannot hear Tettles. Somebody else talk about Mandatory.
Man, that's tough because he prepared this whole replay package. He had a plan for everything to say about all these things.
I feel bad. I feel bad for him.
I mean, it was a great day for them. You can just see on the scoreboard for them, right? They're sitting on 2 chests as well, so their score is even better than it looks because every other team only has 1 or even 0 2 chests available. So Mandatory kind of 2 points ahead of the field, not just 1 point. And that was, like we mentioned, with a 20-25 minute time loss due to having to hearth out of a dungeon to take their break before the time was up. As we can see in this no coup, that was what they were up to at this spot. So even with that, they were just really, really clean. There was a lot of stuff they accomplished that other teams were just not able to make happen as well. They were the only team to put up a 3 chest and a plus 17. So they kind of, they kind of made an extra hour appear out of nowhere yesterday with how well they were able to cut through these dungeons. It was really impressive to watch. It puts them, again, like they're I would say 2 points ahead of the field, kind of 3 points ahead of Perplexed even. Perplexed look like they're in second if you look at this leaderboard, but look at those stars next to these timers, right? Perplexed don't have any 2 chests that they can potentially get an extra point out of, whereas Mad, Shinra Tensei, and Pedro's all have a 2 chest in that 19 Azure Vault. So even though Perplexed are in second place here, they're actually kind of in last place if the 21 Azure Vaults get timed in quick order by Mad, Shinra Tensei, and Pedro's. Perplexed, it's second place right now, but it's not feeling safe up there by any stretch.
Yeah, it's not my much here. The thing I really want to point out here that I should have covered earlier when I was talking about the leaderboard is just how close the time tiebreakers were between the teams on 58 points as well. Look at that. Our third place team, Madge, 6 seconds behind Perplexed. Shinra Tensei only 1 second behind them on overall timers. So the margins are extremely slim here. And the team that really has to show up today and definitely capitalize on their 2 chests in the AV to get a good chance of going through to tomorrow is Pedro's, which is a team that almost all of us have in our top 3 predictions.
Yeah, I mean, Pedro's per hour, obviously a pretty strong group of gamers, too. So, but, honestly, the thing is everybody is, right? This whole group is filled with extremely good players, and somebody has to go. It just happens that Pedro's per hour right now is a team that's kind of on the bubble coming into today. But 5 hours of gameplay, a lot can happen, can't it, Nagura?
Of course, yeah. Within those 5 hours. And today, we're obviously going to get 2 more dungeons that are going to be revealed in just a moment. So that is something that we have to look forward to. If they need a lot of time to push those 2 dungeons, those 2 stars that we just talked about might not actually matter if they don't immediately realize them, right? If they don't go into Azure Vault and get that done on the first try, they might not have time to go in there again and get those 2 points. They might have to go and push the other dungeons to get more points on the board before the end of the day. So definitely going to be very interesting to see what the teams are cooking up today.
Yeah, exactly. And as we go into that, we do have to recap a little bit about what happened on day 1 as far as some pretty standout plays that we have. In fact, we have a whole top 5. That's right. We're jumping into the top 5 list hype, right? It's so big on the internet right now, Dratnos, right? These top 5 things out there. Lists are popular these days.
Yeah, they are indeed. And this poll in particular, we haven't seen the end of these dungeons from yesterday as well. We are very likely to see a lot of our teams returning to these dungeons. And so these polls that we've seen them execute and been incredibly impressive on plus 19s, plus 20s, we're going to see them try on 21s and 22s as well. We're going to see Kajin the Unyielding. Look at Roybin's HPS here, 750k to live this fight on a plus 20. Are we going to see teams accomplish this on a plus 21? Like that HPS requirement, that's going to go up to 850k. And then another thing that's going to matter, I mean, this was one of the spots where we see teams sort of gaining advantage, and that is, landing the 2 chests, landing those extra timers, the extra advantage from that. So we got to keep an eye on that. You can always see when we have our timer up over on the left-hand side of the screen, that line where the timer's approaching there, you can see right here, 32 minutes is the 2 chest timer in Noku Defensive, and Mandatory able to land one of their runs. One of the top moments from yesterday was landing exactly on that timer to be able to get a 2 chest instead of a 1 chest, saving potentially a bunch of time going forward. This snap onto Telash as well. This is a cool but extremely sketchy thing to be able to do, and I think not something they intended, but look at how they were able to recover it with this savior as well. This is a very cool piece of tech that has saved their run and is something that I think having that thing keybound, having that thing ready to go for if something happens, particularly in these 19-20 range keys where it's not just immediately over if one thing goes wrong like it will be on the 21s, the 22s, that's going to save teams a bunch of time if they're able to recover like that.
Yeah, that's right. So a lot to think about coming into day number 2. But another thing we have to think about is a certain player that Nagura would love to tell us about. So go ahead. Who did you want to highlight coming into day 2 here?
Yeah, the player to watch for today is Shelle. Shelle, of course, a player that I've been playing with for a long time, and he's been part of the high-end plus scene and the high-end PvE just raiding scene as well since forever. His most played class is, of course, Warlock. He's really known to be that Warlock player, but unfortunately not able to play that Warlock every time in the MDI or the TGP. He did switch to Augmentation Evoker, has also played Rogue and other classes before, and he's been part of so many different teams and managed to perform so well in all of these that it's just an incredible feat for Shelle. So if you guys want to go ahead and watch his stream and support him, then he's streaming today's tournament, and if you manage to get to tomorrow as well, then tomorrow as well, of course. So definitely go ahead and check out Shelle on Twitch.
Their team got rank 1 on live keys last season, didn't they? In Dragonflight Season 3?
Yeah.
Yep, last day.
It was close.
Yeah, getting it done either way, though. But let's look at our predictions here. And, I feel like I do see 2 of those that look correct. Do you see what I'm seeing, Nagura? 2 of these look like they're absolutely perfect right now? Okay.
Well, who would have thought? To be fair,
Yeah.
it is incredibly close and perplexed.
Calculated.
But, we are right so far.
I'll take this. If I can get even one day of correct predictions, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Tettles and Ironic,
If
though,
you-
Pedro's per hour in second place for you guys. How do you feel about that? Do you feel like they can pull through?
I feel a little better than Dratnos, who has him in first place.
Yeah, hey,
I didn't want to be that mean,
you guys would be watching the tortoise and the hare, and you'd have the tortoise predicted to lose and the hare predicted to win, and you're going to look so silly on Sunday. That's all I got to say.
Oh, I see. So Pedro's per hour is the proverbial tortoise that will,
Yeah.
slow and steady wins the race, right?
Exactly.
Oh, okay. I see. The other team's mandatory. They're just going to push too fast, too hard, and gonna fall at the last moment.
Exactly.
Got it. We're all learning a lot here.
Ooh,
right,
any
well.
moment now, we get those
There we go.
Dungeon
maps.
time.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Oh,
Okay.
right.
Frankenhide.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Tettles, what do you think?
I mean, just gut reaction. These are, I would say, pretty generous affixes. Algathar Academy on Fortified isn't too bad, especially with the affixes of Volcanic and Spiteful. I think that we're going to see some very interesting snaps in that dungeon. So, like, a lot of trash is probably going to be going into that mini boss. What's going to happen with, like, our team's going to be utilizing, like, Time Spiral, Wernstone snapping with an Evoker as well. I think that there's a lot that can actually go on in that AUG, especially with those pretty lenient affixes. For Brackenhide, these teams had to play a much harder version of Brackenhide Hollow during time trials, and so a 15 Fortified with Storming Bursting should be pretty easy for these teams. You're basically going to be running Bellerelos on all of your DPS or a Grief Torch on your tank, and then be able to rotate through the totems. And I think that the Brackenhide and the Algathar Academy should be able to go up to pretty high keys today.
I do want to say that Brackenhide is also a really long key, though, and we've had. Like yesterday, we already have a lot of long dungeons, so that might matter for today.
Okay.
Well, with only 5 hours to push, that does end up making a difference, doesn't it? Looks like the runs are about to begin, though. In fact, Shinra Tensei already going.
Ooh,
get this day started.
pre-planning the Azure Vault 21. I think this makes sense. I think that whenever you're looking to plan out your start of day, starting out with a key that you know that you're going to have to be able to do to not get eliminated, it just makes a lot of sense. And especially with like an Azure Vault, I think you can get in there and get out in 30 some odd minutes and then be good with that key for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, I think you're right, which is why it's so confusing to see Madge not go to the 21 Azure Vault right away and instead go straight to the Algathar Academy. Let's see if they are planning on doing one of those snap pulls that you're talking about. I think the typical thing that we're seeing teams do in this key, even on live keys nowadays, is try to get all 3 of these Vile Lashers up to that Guardian mini-boss, and then even in some situations, you can have your Aug Evoker run over to cross-platform and get the first set of birds over as well with some Warnstone and Hover Tech. Let's see if that is the play.
So the way that the evoker has to do it is they have to have double hover charge to be able to make it far enough across the gap, and then they time spiral to re-get into a hover charge to cross the gap back, and then Wernstone. But it looks like they're just doing a traditional Vile Lasher snap into the Sentry. These mobs can be a bit annoying to snap across. Sometimes they can like reset if you don't snap them perfectly, but it looks like Madge has all 3 of their large lashers into this pull. The only mob that's actually gating them from progressing further in the key is killing off that Sentry, so they're not even going to be trying to AoE that much. They are literally just trying to pump as much damage as possible into that single target mob.
This is actually interesting because this is the affix combo that we had last week on live, right? So I feel like, personally, I'm pretty intimately familiar with a lot of the mechanics here from playing this key a lot last week, and also having a lot of these lasher snaps go poorly. One of the things I noticed last week was that if you had a spiteful active after, like, while you were trying to snap the remainder of these Vile Lashers over to cross-platform, that could be something that interacted with the snap. They do have that Spiteful Shade on the ground from the Guardian Sentry, so let's see if they're actually able to get all 3 of the Vile Lashers over here. There's one. No, that's the Shade. Okay, that's good that came over, at least. Where are the flowers, though?
So Shelly ends up pulling this pack for Lamike, and Lamike ends up standing at the edge. Oh, wow. Did those lashers...
Their flowers didn't come. They reset.
Oh, they reset. That's pretty bad.
Yeah,
okay, so fortunately enough...
You need to kill off that Spiteful. That Spiteful cannot be alive when you take the platform over. I'm 100% certain that's what cost them that snap there.
I see. That's, okay, it's a 15, so we're still 3-chesting this, but that's not optimal.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate, but they still, I mean, the thing about Algothar Academy, it's a tight timer, right? 32 minutes, relatively short, and we were talking about this earlier today. I'm pretty sure this is like a pretty difficult 3-chest key, even for these teams on this 15, right? 15, notably quite a bit more difficult than the 14s we saw yesterday. You have to get a 19-12 in this key to get the 3-chest, and that means they're really only going to get 2 Bloodlusts in the dungeon, so they already used their first Bloodlust on that pull, some of it dealing damage to Lashers that are now reset and back in the in the tree boss room, so where's that second Bloodlust going to come out, and is it going to be good enough to secure them the 3-chest? Is that even possible?
I mean, okay, I think that they can 3-chest the 15 even without the snap. I do think that's a good question about where the second Lust comes out. I don't think you're getting it on the Vex stuff. Maybe you do like a really large pull before the final boss, before Dorgosa, and then you lust that. Probably the best value.
You could actually do most of the Echo Knight trash into Dorgosa, although it wouldn't surprise me to see them actually pull some of that trash down into the tree boss room as well, because that's a pretty typical strategy that we've seen on live keys and in the MDI when we had Algothar Academy back in Season 1.
All right, Algothar Academy aside, let's look around the horn here. We have Shinra Tensei in the top right. In this 21 Azure Vault, same with pages per hour in the bottom right. This first boss, we talk about it a lot whenever we're talking about AV. The first boss and the last boss are the big problem points. Making sure that you're rotating Zephyr, Mass Barrier, and then utilizing Wards of Faceless Ire onto DPS players is how you're going to be able to get through this big AoE damage that comes out fairly regularly on Laymore. Even still, it's a really challenging fight to live. Making sure that your tank is able to get threat on these slimes as quickly as possible is important. But if either or both of these teams are able to kill off this boss, they'll probably be able to see to the end of the dungeon within the timer.
And I want to point out something that's also interesting as well, is it's actually pretty easy to just straight up copy cooldown usage. I actually did this with my team last night. We went into a 21 Tyrannical Azure Vault and just looked at Mandatory's VOD from Laymore yesterday. Saw where they used their cooldowns, literally just copied it 1-to-1, had no issues, one-shot Laymore. So if my team can do that on live, I 100% guarantee you the teams that are in our competition that are way better than my team is on live will be able to just look at what Mandatory did and copy that and get Laymore down. Maybe not on the first attempt, but definitely consistently enough to where they should be able to get good attempts in this dungeon, like you're saying.
Chad, is he flexing? I think he is.
No, I'm not. I'm saying the teams are way better than typical live teams.
Oh, and also that you are just as good.
That's what I was doing too.
Yeah, we are not. We had
hearing,
to copy the best to get it done. I guarantee you, if we didn't look at their VOD, we would have wiped to the first slam.
Future MDI champion Zyronic, great push champion, I should specify, Zyronic. furiously typing.
Yeah, furiously typing. Yeah, he's chatting in our group chat about how mad he is. Okay. So I started looking at Mandatory's trinket usage. I was trying to figure out what they were going to be doing for the totems on the last boss, and interestingly enough, both Stove and Hopeful are playing double on-use trinket. So Hopeful and Stove are both playing Bellerelos and this Codex, which is... So the Codex is the trinket that was from Razageth from Season 1. It has a really strong on-use, and then whenever you press it, it goes on... I want to say it's like a 20-second cooldown, and it like stacks up over time. That plus Bellerelos is great for being able to kill off the totems, and so I think this is a sick gear adaptation for both of these, or for this team in this dungeon.
Yeah, 100%. Now, so I also want to see what the second pull here for Algathar Academy is. Notably skipping past... Wait, hold on. They're waiting for their tag. Okay, we'll go back to that in a second here. Mandatory is going to start showing off some of these interesting snap spots. Well, not snap spots necessarily, but spots to dodge all of the bleeds from the number of lashers that spawn in this section of the dungeon here. Of course, this pull, a nice little spot for the teams to get up and dodge those bleeds. Unfortunately, Frostmage really kind of does want to be on the ground to make sure that their frozen orbs do actually hit the pack, so you'll see Hopeful from time to time pop that altar, get down there, drop a frozen orb, and then get back up on the pull. But yeah, looks like they're all set and AoEing this pull down.
Yeah, these teams weren't actually able to use these safe spots during time trials because it was volcanic. I heard that you were basically in a bounce house every single time you would try to use them, so you were playing the trees and the lashers straight up. I wonder if that's actually going to change the routing in Brackenhide for any of these teams, or if they're just going to kind of play what they played during time trials.
Yeah, I wonder. I would imagine at this point they'll probably just play what they played during time trials, right? I mean, technically, this set of affixes is a lot easier than what they had in time trials. Sanguine, notably, is something that's going to cost a lot more time than the affix set that we have right here is. So it should be a lot faster for them, maybe even to the point where they could potentially go one key level higher than what they did in time trials. It remains to be seen if they actually are able to do that, but we'll see. It's definitely
going
a scenario...
down.
Oh yeah, Shinra Tensei one-shot it, Pedro's per hour one-shot it. No problem.
Yeah. So Shinra Tensei actually didn't even have to burn their battle res, where Pedro's per hour has 2 deaths. They killed that boss within 2 or 3 seconds of one another in real time, which is sick.
And apparently they actually lived the last stomp with a tree up as well on the side of Shinra Tensei. So it goes to show
Did they really? Oh my god.
Those cooldowns, that's actually a pretty significant damage increase too. I think the damage with the stomp goes from like 3.4 mil to over 4 mil. So one tree up really makes that hit that much more hard. So you really have to make sure your cooldowns are properly prepared. Though if it was the 6th stomp, like I think it would have been, that's the one where they have things like Ice Cold, Greater Invis, potentially Disperse on the Priest. So they should live pretty much anything with those cooldowns up.
Yeah, if your Shadow Priest turns into a cloud of smoke, they're unkillable.
Pretty typical pull after Laymore for both of the teams in that Azure Vault. Perplexed making their way into Algathar Academy as well, already in towards that Veximus portion of the room, of the dungeon here, going for that triple pull in the boss room. Looks like it's going well for them. Another Silent Sigil came up for Divine Field to get control on those mobs, and looks like it's going to be a clean pull from them here. Their timer looking significantly better than the one that we saw from Mandatory, although not for Mandatory, sorry. For
Madge, for Madge.
I appreciate it, thank you. We'll have to see. If Perplex was able to get the snap off as well, they should be on a good timer, and this will be a good representation of whether or not 3 chests in this dungeon on the 15 actually is possible.
Bottom right, I wonder if Pedro's per hour is going to play the same route that they were playing yesterday. Their route was a decent amount slower than other teams in the Azure Vault. A lot of it comes down to, I think, this area right here. They actually spend a lot of time just like running through the dungeon, and then they have to back pull all of that trash after the final boss dies, which sometimes back pulling the trash isn't bad, but I think just the trash that they're selecting to back pull is maybe the slow part of the thing that was slowing them down. I think that was something that Pedro's per hour actually could have improved their Azure Vault a decent amount coming from day 1 into day 2 because of that.
Well, a lot of it comes down to a couple of different things that they're looking for at this section of the dungeon. Oh my god, Yoda goes down to an ice cutter from those vault guards. That is going to be a reset. This
is the key still timeable?
Gone for them. The key, it's actually a tight timer. So I don't think so. I think they're going to go for a reset.
They're zoning out.
Yeah, this is definitely a reset. That's really unfortunate. The thing about that poll is if it actually gets to the point where Yoda has it grouped up and everything is together and then he dies, they can maybe kite it out and get a battle res off. But because the death occurred at the start of the poll before things were grouped up and in a position where it was kiteable, that's just a pure reset from them. That's really unfortunate.
How bad is that? Like over the course of the entire day, how bad is that?
I mean, it's hard to quantify this early on. We're so early into the day, and based off the level of competition that we've seen, I mean, Mandatory really has been heads and shoulders above the rest of the competition. Yeah, once they got past Laymore the first time, they one-shot the dungeon, right? But that remains to be seen whether or not any other teams are. I think a good notifier of whether or not that actually is a bad thing is to keep an eye on Shinra Tensei on the top right, who are now going for the exact same pull that Pedro's per hour did. Keep an eye on Nerf here. He's definitely in the most danger. Those Vault Guards, when they ice cutter the tank, he drops incredibly low, and you can see they even committed wards on their tank just to make sure he stayed alive at the start of the pull. Now, though, with the pull gathered up, everything should be okay. Even if Nerf did go down here, the Priest is going to have the aggro. He'll be able to kite the pull out. The only thing that he'll be in danger of dying to is a Spellfrost Breath, so they should be in a relatively safe spot right now.
It's one of those situations, people think that Vengeance Demon Hunter is completely immortal, and they are once they get the pull rolling. And this is one of the pulls that I feel like tanks die gathering this pull so often. That's why I think it's a great call out talking about the ward usage. Ironbark very frequently gets sent on your tank while they're trying to gather, and Nerf does a great job of making sure that he had enough cooldown suppressed. This Lieutenant, like once you get enough threat established on this pull, Nerf can kind of kite out these Vault Guards like he's doing on screen here, and making sure that he's just like not going to get completely owned. But it's like getting this pack pulled is by far the hardest part, and it looks like Shinra Tensei is going to be able to get this pull dealt with, and it's a pull that you said it wiped Pedro's per hour, and hey, this is huge for them.
This is great. Nice image of Nerf. Posing the victory pose there after getting through this pull. Now, one of the things I noticed in Mandatory's run yesterday is they were very specifically saving Bloodlust for this pull and then also having their 2s on the pull of Azure Blade. The 2s were committed on this pull, so they're not going to have that extra damage going into the boss of Azure Blade here, which means the boss might actually take a long time. Actually, no, they're just going to be pulling more trash anyways. Spoke too soon, so not going to be that big of an issue. You really want to make sure you get as much boss damage out as possible in this high tyrannical key, because getting extra intermissions on this boss, every single extra intermission you get is like, what, a 30 to 40 second time loss?
Yeah, 45 seconds probably. I think that like what you're calling out is kind of important, like taking this trash into the boss, but I don't think you're doing that on bolstering. I think that you have to deal with this trash solo, with unfortunately without the boss. Otherwise your tank is going to get owned.
I'm trying to figure out if Nerf is even playing as safe as Skylark did yesterday from Mandatory, but he's not showing up on our WoW companion here. If you guys want to check that out on your own, also in the top left-hand corner of the Warcraft stream, there should be a little arrow there that you can check out the gear that all of our players in the active dungeons are currently wearing right now. And you can see, even without not knowing what Nerf is wearing, there are 3 wards on the players of Shinra Tensei, and I would not be surprised if Nerf was also wearing one.
Wait, who's the third player wearing the ward?
Mage, healer, and...
Oh, Riley's wearing a ward? That's crazy to me.
In high keys, mages, you're wearing a ward. You need to keep your priest alive. 100%.
Yeah, it makes sense. So for those who don't know, defensive value on live is maybe a little bit higher than defensive value on the tournament realm. While you do have like gear presets and you get all options to have whatever gear you want, you don't get avoidance, and so that tertiary stat is very important, especially whenever you're pushing for cutting edge level keys. It just like just the DR that's provided from avoidance is huge, and so as a result, you're going to make some gear decisions. Sometimes it's wearing versatility, but sometimes it's like you're saying, wearing that Ward of Faceless Ire. And Mandatory is actually getting pretty close to finishing off this Brackenhide Hollow, pretty comfortably 3-chesting it.
Unfortunately, Hopeful died a couple of minutes ago while we were going over that gear discussion. Hasn't been rezzed and hasn't come back. Hopefully that's not a computer issue or an internet issue for them, but they're still playing the rest of the dungeon as efficiently as they can without him. They're going to be pushing up very close to the 3-chest timer. That 3-chest timer is 21 minutes. Maybe they can still do it without him, but I think they're going to have issues killing totems without their mage in the group. Like, that Frost Mage, it really carries the totems with their double glacial spikes.
His stream went offline. I pulled it up, and his stream is no longer online.
That is not good. Hopefully they can get that tech issue resolved and get back in.
If they could still 3-chest it without him, did it really matter? It's not great, but did it really matter? It would be a problem if he's then not back still after that.
We'll keep an eye on that. That's something that could be a major issue for them. Now, something to be said is they still have 5 minutes left on the 3-chest timer. That last boss on this key level on Fortified probably takes, 2.5, 3 minutes? So they've got a few minutes of leeway here to wait for him to get back if they really want to go for it. I don't think you can consistently kill totems without your mage. Can you consistently kill totems without your mage on this key level? I don't.
They're overkitted. They were playing this like they're practicing for like a 21 or a 22 with what they were wearing. Basically, everybody's wearing Bellarellos or Grief Torch, and then Maestein and Hopeful were both wearing Codex and Bellarellos. So they have a ton of on-use abilities for that. So it's not the end of the world.
Okay, well, I'm being informed that Hopeful's stream is back online, so we should get back in there quickly. Sigh of relief for mandatory fans and competitive integrity fans also. Really, really happy that he's back in the group, and they should be able to get that 3-chest off. We love that for them. In the meanwhile, Pedros per hour are back in the 21 Azure Vault, back onto Laymore, going for another attempt at this key. I mean, after seeing Shinra Tensei have essentially no major issues with the pull that took them out earlier on, Pedros per hour have to get a move on. Remember, they're in that 5th slot right now, looking the most vulnerable for being eliminated today.
Ooh, Perplex bottom left, finishing off that Algathar Academy, and immediately zoning out of that place, trying to get a move on to their next dungeon. They were able to 3-chest that 15. I actually don't see where Madge is. So Madge, like we were talking about, like at the very beginning of the day, they failed their snap. Okay, and because they failed their snap, they're a little bit slower than where Perplexed were in that Algathar Academy, but we're still under that 3-chest timer with a 0-death run. So, you know, it's not great that the snap failed, but they didn't get punished for it. So it's not really the end of the world.
Yeah, that's good. That's really good. You would hate to see a snap issue cause, a 3-chest to become a 2-chest. So glad to see that happen for Madge. Perplexed also showing off that they're still getting it done too. A slightly lower than usual performance from them yesterday is not going to hinder their performance today. And I assume that they're just going to go straight back into the 18 Algathar, although, at some point they're both going to have to go into that Brackenhide today as well to push that key up.
Of course.
Mandatory in the top left here. Hopeful back with the group. Onto Decatriarch, Wrath-Eye, and making good progress here. The boss now below half HP. Remember, it dies at 5%. So, yeah, they're killing off these Rotburst totems quickly. Let's see actually how much time is left on these totems on this key level for them. Okay, one Glacial Spike did half of its HP. That might have also been a Bellarellos. Bellarellos? How do you even say that?
I think it's Bellarellos, but I'm not that confident in it.
Tendril Trinket. That's what we'll call it. Tendril Trinket.
The Tendril
those totems are dying
stage
extremely quickly.
What key level do you think these teams are going to be playing Brackenhide 2 today? So Brackenhide, for those who don't know, was a tyrannical volcanic sanguine affix set during time trials, and the teams put in a ton of time to be able to get proficient at this dungeon. They were only able to do it on 21 on Tyran. Are they doing it on 22 today? Or do you think they're just going to get up to 21 and then get out of here?
The thing to remember is the totems aren't boss enemies, right? So the totems themselves their health and their damage don't scale with Tyrannical or Fortified. The big thing is going to just be how much longer the boss lasts, which means how much more totems you have to kill. If they can kill the totems on a 22, and they can get through, the huge chunks of trash in this dungeon on the 22, I see no reason why they wouldn't be able to time that with a much easier affix set than they had in time trials. We'll have to see. It's really hard to actually go for a comparison when they're on that lower key level, but the 3-chest still was done for them, even with the DC. So, I don't know. Maybe once we see 18 and see how that looks, get a better
I think
idea
maybe 22 is I think 22 is maybe a tomorrow thing, though. Now I'm thinking about it a bit more. Okay, Pedros per hour going to be able to get down Laymore for the second time today. Raid boss down. This is very good. They need to really, again, make sure that they don't die to ice cutters in the Azure Blade room. But I think that this is probably one of, if not the hardest part of this dungeon, is just getting through this first boss. So them being able to get through it successfully is awesome.
Oh yeah. I mean, like we were talking about yesterday, the Laymore is the wall on this key. If you can get through a Laymore kill, you're on for a good run for the rest of the key. Obviously, there are other markers that make this key extremely difficult. The Vault Guard Ice Cutters, potentially one-shot in your tank, is one of them. Bolstering the Breakers is also another one of them. When we're seeing Shinra Tensei take on that pull right now in the top right-hand corner here, is this the double breaker pull? Yes, it is. And you're going to see there's not really going to be a lot of AoE coming out from the group. Also, even committing the Bloodlust here, not something we saw from our runs yesterday. Teams were just saving this Bloodlust, Mandatory was rather, saving this Bloodlust just for the last boss. But here we go. No AoE can really be done here. You just have to focus the two breakers down, because if you accidentally AoE these frogs down,
is that Afflicted going off?
The breakers and die. Is the Afflicted
that off? Afflicted... Ooh! Okay, so Dak wasn't able to actually get that dispelled in time. He came out of the spot, and that Afflicted did go off. It's actually kind of dangerous for nerf here with all of these mobs. That's the person that you normally are really worried about whenever the Afflicted goes off, but they're fine. It's unfortunate that they just nullified their lust with the Afflicted, though.
Yeah, little unfortunate, but, you know, at the end of the day, there's not a whole lot of extra damage going out in this room right now. It's just the roars coming out from the breakers, and as long as those aren't bolstered, you should be okay here. And you can see the priest didn't even really start to AoE here until right about now here. Both the mage and the priest were below the tank in terms of overall damage done, because they were just spending their time purely focusing down the breakers, making sure bolstering wasn't going to be an issue, because like we were talking about all yesterday, 1 or 2 bolsters on those breakers and that Vestal Roar is going to one-shot everyone in the group.
So going back to their lust, I think it makes sense just looking at the timer. They pressed it at like 32 minutes, or 22 minutes, holy moly. They pressed it at 22 minutes, so it will be back up at 32 minutes, which, you know, they're going to get it on Umbral Skull. You know, Taylash and Umbral Skull combined are probably in the 9 to 10 minute range, especially in like a 21 Tyrannical. So I think that they're going to have that lust available for them.
Well, they're going to be able to get that done. And they actually have plenty of time left on the key here. You really want to have about, on this key level, I would say 11 and a half minutes to make sure you have just enough time to get through the last 2 bosses together.
Yeah.
Talash Greywing is a really rough boss to get through on this key level. Every single one of the Frost Bombs is potential one-shot territory if you don't have a little bit of extra defensive active for it. I don't think the Absolute Zero should be an issue. They have things like Rescue, Mass Barrier, Zephyr will be up for every single one of those. It's really just a time issue, right? Can you get the boss down in between those immunity phases? Pedros per hour, though, back to the pull that took them out of the attempt last time around, this time going a lot better. The group is pulled together here. They've got it together. Yoda has aggro on everything, and he's off to the races here. He doesn't want to get touched by another one of those ice cutters for the rest of this pull if he can get away with it.
Yeah, but after that, basically all you're looking to see the team do is making sure that they're getting the keeper kicks. There are 2 keepers in this pack, and basically what's going to happen is Sang is going to control one, and then they're going to rotate between Fired Up and Krems on the other one. And they should be able to get that kick dealt with, mostly because Yoda is piecing out here. Like, he's got nothing to do with these Vault Guards. Oh, they actually even throw a Fear to cancel the Keeper's Condensed Frost casts to even lower the amount of damage that Yoda's taking. I think this is very good from Pages per hour.
Yeah, this is a good change on the pull they did last time around. It is taking them notably a lot longer to get the pull down, because Yoda is essentially doing 0 damage this pull, right? He's only doing the damage he did at the start of the pull, and then whatever residual damage you can do to the Lieutenant as it follows him around.
Yeah.
But as we've seen, the 21 timer here for the teams with doing that double breaker pull, it shouldn't be too big of an issue as long as they can just get through it cleanly.
What's your read on Fire versus Frost in this dungeon?
I think Fire is stronger in terms of the damage profile it does overall in the key. I think it's a little scarier on the breaker pulls because they don't get to turn off Ignite, right? They're going to be doing AoE to the frogs, which means your priest literally can't multi-dot, so of course, you know, your priest isn't going to be happy. That's your main damage dealer. Something to consider. But as long as you can kill the breakers off before the frogs die, I think it's okay. The control that Frost brings is actually really nice for the tanks, though, right? Being able to slow these Vault Guards lets your tank kite a little bit more, maybe do a little bit of damage, be able to dart in and out of the pack like we were seeing. from Shenra Tensei, like we were seeing from Mandatory. Unfortunately, on that pull we saw from Pedro's per hour, Yoda really didn't get to interact with the pull that much, right? He got in at the start, did his initial AoE.
That's
Once
true.
he had aggro on everything, he just completely dipped. So, I don't know. I think Frost might be a little bit better overall, but it is I'm fired up, right? And I'm fired up playing Fire. It's really hard to question that choice.
Well, what are your thoughts on Fire versus Frost for the last boss? Because that's, I think the big, that's like the big difference between the two specs, isn't it? Is just like the damage profile of like what they're hitting on the last boss.
Well, it's a little interesting, right? So Fire is going to do more consistent damage to all of the crystals, whereas
Yeah.
Frost is going to be extremely good at just bursting down the shield on the hardened crystal. If you need that extra burst on the hardened crystal, I think Frost is a good choice. Of course, Fire also does have the option to just, throw an SKB into the hardened crystal as well, which is going to be as, about the same as one Glacial Spike. It then becomes an issue if that shield is even harder for your team to break. And, for these guys at this level, I don't think it should be too big of an issue. Your Priest is probably going to be pulling a bunch of Insanity for it. You're going to have cooldowns rolling for each set of crystals. If you don't have cooldowns, you have the Bloodlust. We just looked away from Pedro's per hour, though, as Drogo died. We need to get back to that POV, and hopefully that's not an issue for them. How are they going to get the battle res off? They really only have the Arclight Correctors. They're able to get them off. Drogo's back up with the group. A little bit of a scary moment for them. This is right before they go into the transition too, so Drogo has to stabilize, and I think they're going to be okay. They have the Bloodlust active. They just want to finish off that Vault Guard before getting into the intermission. That was a scary moment for them there, but I think they're able to get through it.
Resto Druid with this comp is honestly kind of chill. You basically just rip all of your defensive cooldowns at the very beginning of this intermission, and then once the Resto Druid is able to get everybody hotted, and you like plant inside of their Efflo with a full ranged comp, you're basically not going to be able to die. It's kind of like the first like 10 seconds of this intermission is like the dangerous part, anyways. And so, while Drogo was maybe a little bit behind coming into the intermission, this team they pressed Zephyr, they pressed all of their defenses. They could have even pressed health pot if they absolutely needed to, but now their health is like super stable, so I think this is fine. Yeah. It's unfortunate that they had to use a battle res, but I think that Sang is probably going to be wearing those Arclight Vital Correctors on that Augmentation Evoker, so you're going to have that secondary battle res.
Yeah. I mean, the scary moment on that fight comes from really being able to sit there and channel that, right? You have the Void Zones on the ground after killing off an ad, you have the Frontal Arcane Orb. If any of those things potentially canceled a res, or God forbid Drogo took a res and instantly got hit by one of those abilities, then have to commit another res, that could have caused all sorts of issues. Fortunately for them, not an issue whatsoever. They're going to be moving ahead on Azure Blade, and we'll have to check in on how many intermissions they're going to be getting. I'm assuming 3 is kind of the safe spot of where you want to be. They already did that first. The second one's coming up for them. We'll have to check if they're able to actually beat that third later on.
I think everybody got a third, or everybody being mandatory got a third on the 21 earlier, and then Shinra Tensei earlier also got a third. So I don't think it's beatable, but nobody's lusted it either, so tough to tell.
Yeah, definitely tough to tell. Shinra Tensei, like you mentioned, though, in the top right corner. One final absolute zero for them here in the top right corner there. They have Talash Grey Wing at 17%. Their going
timer's
to have,
good.
it seems, probably about 6.5 to 7 minutes to deal with the last boss, which means the timer, like you said, the timer is good. It's just a matter of executing on the final boss. And everyone likes to talk about the crystals on that fight being a major player in the fight. It is what you kind of save your cooldowns for. But on 21 Tyrannical, the real thing you're looking out for is the tank, right? The tank takes so much burst damage on this fight. And Vengeance,
Yeah.
I mean, you have buttons for it, but sometimes you can just go down to it. It's a ton of damage to deal with. It's very scary for the tank.
All right, so what Zyro is actually saying is that you should be inviting a Prot Warrior that can spell Reflect the Dragon Strike. That's that's the key takeaway, is that please invite Prot Warriors. They deserve this.
They actually are insane for that fight, unfortunately.
Oh,
Vengeance
mandatory
is so
wiped
good at
in the bottom
rest of
left in the
dungeon.
Brackenhide.
Oh, man, and that was a while into the dungeon, too. They were on the second
They're not
of their
resetting.
pulls
They're just continuing.
after the warband. Yeah, I think the idea is they look like they're kind of...
I mean,
they're
do you
trying to stay out of
just take the
combat, I think.
+1, or like do you zone out? Wait, did the... Oh my god, the Withered Oak snapped to them.
And the pack is trash. The trash is snapping back to them. That's really annoying when that happens here.
So if some dot class, particularly Shadow Priest, releases too fast, their Auspicious Spirits can like global combat you from like across the world.
They get frontaled here. That's the only thing I can think that could happen.
It looks like oh no, they missed the frontal.
No,
Oh,
Skylark just died. Okay, that's what.
oh, Skylar died to melees. Oh yeah, well that's the other thing that could happen.
All right. Well, they're still going for it. I think
you time the key. I'm pretty sure you just one
Well-
chest the key and you like figure out what you're gonna do next, anyways.
I think the idea is okay. Well, actually, I wouldn't be surprised if they still are able to 2-chest it. Believe it or not, I mean the timer is pretty lenient. The affixes are not that bad. They already dealt with the first of the big pulls here. They can go into the second big pull, do the exact same thing once again. They have their cooldowns available for it.
All right,
We'll see. I think they might actually
we'll
still be able to
go with
2-chest
a
it.
maybe. I'm not a believer of the 2-chest here, but it's possible.
All right, we'll have to check back in. I mean,
The bigger issue is they just lost like what 3 or 4 minutes on the
easily,
dungeon.
Yeah. Easily.
Okay,
But, I mean-
Shinra Tensei top right, I think, is the big thing to be looking at right here. They have these crystals spawned in a perfect clump. Nerf is doing a good job of tanking this boss on the wall. And the further up the wall you actually tank the boss, the more stacked the crystals can get because they don't have a bunch of eligible spawn locations. The big thing is like if you can get the mobs stacked enough for Blizzard Cleave, Frozen Orb Cleave, and like Shadow Crash, those are like the key abilities to get just a bunch of really solid damage into those crystals. Now they have Bloodlust. Typically, you burn 2-minute CDs from the Shadow Priest on the first set of crystals and the third set of crystals, and then you lust the 50% burn. That's fairly standard. I'm kind of interested in seeing what this team does here, though.
Yeah, I think they're just going for that, and also the thing about it as well, the cooldown timing that you can do with those 2 minutes. You can also commit every other 2 minute on the first and third set, right? You throw your Zephyr there, you throw your Mass Barrier there, you throw your Vampiric Embrace there. You pretty much throw everything at the board at the first and third, and then it's up to your healer with Bloodlust to heal the second, and that's what worked for Mandatory yesterday. It's what people have been doing on live since the change to this boss as well, and it's worked out pretty well here. Here comes the second set of crystals here. Unfortunately,
AoE
getting the
there
Unleash
is-
Destruction right beforehand. Pop the Bloodlust. Let your healer top yourselves off here. DXM in tree form, doing as much as he can to keep his team alive here. Once those crystals go down, we're going to see those health bars start to move all
yeah, dark.
over the place and yo-yo everywhere. That darkness is going to be insane from Nerf as well here. The health bar is still dropping heavily for them, but they're through the shield on the Hardened Crystal, and they're home free. Just one final set of crystals that they'll have once again. All the cooldowns they used on the first set of crystals to burn through. You really just got to look at Nerf DH, really. He's the one that's in danger for the rest of the fight here. Those Dragon Strikes going to be chunking him.
Look, they're deathless right now, man. We are cooking this Azure Vault. This is really good for Shinra Tensei. What do you kind of expect them to do next? Go to one of the new dungeons? I don't expect them to run Nokud 21 yet.
It depends. I mean, it's really hard to say. I feel like for Shinra Tensei specifically, everything that we'd assumed they would do, they kind of did the opposite. Yesterday, when we were like, they should be going to this 21 Azure Vault, they said, nah, 21 not good offensive. And they had a good run, too, right? They actually could have gotten it done.
It's timeable, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely timeable. They ended up having to just go for the 20 afterwards just to make sure they got to that 58 score just to secure their spot for today, but they can definitely do the 21. I really wouldn't be too surprised if they went back into the 21 not good offensive or the Halls of Infusion. Those are the dungeons that they would have workshopped overnight, looked at what other teams were doing, get strats together for. But, of course, everyone has to go into the 2 new dungeons at some point and put significant time into those to get those up to a reasonable level. Otherwise, you're just going to get knocked out of the competition based on score.
Ooh. Fu, on the side of Shinra Tensei, actually channeling his Void Torrent into one of those crystals that was on the wall that wasn't caught in the stack. I actually think that's such a smart and good heads-up play by him. Those are the crystals that are most likely to go off, especially if they're not like caught in the Shadow Crash incidental cleave and they're not getting completely owned from the beginning. And Fu noticing that and getting that crystal dealt with after the Harden's shield was broken, that was a good play.
Oh, yeah. And with that, Shinra Tensei are easily going
Their
to
timer's
be able to
kinda
clear the
tight.
21. Like the timer's tight. This is a tough key. It's a 21 Tyrannical. They might not be able to do 22 with this exact strat, the exact way they're playing it. They might have been playing a little bit safe just to get the timer down. But getting the 21 on the board is very, very strong for them. At this point, I mean, still, only Mandatory is a team that has a 21 on the board. So Shinra Tensei joining them is going to be good. And, that really secures a lot of tiebreakers, remember, because tiebreakers are highest dungeon. It's highest dungeon, then highest 2 dungeons, then highest 3 dungeons, and then once all of the dungeons are done, that's when you go to time tiebreakers. The only reason we had such close tiebreakers yesterday is because everybody except for Mandatory was on 2019-19.
Mm-hmm. Okay, looking around the horn here, we have Perplex in the top right, pulling Overgrown Ancient. During the TGP, so on live, typically you do this boss first, but during the TGP, a lot of teams are actually looking to do this boss third, and so you can actually see that Overgrown Ancient is going to be going down around that 18 some odd minute mark. I think, man, I don't think that Perplexed is two chesting this key. Let me look at the timer on the two chest here. It's 25:36. That's doable. It kind of depends on what trash you're taking into the boss, right?
All.
Yeah, I mean,
without Lust, I don't think so. I mean, I think you have time with a 25:36 timer on 18 Fortified to do one big pull, and then the remainder of the trash you need with the boss. Probably with the Lust, although the Lust isn't coming up for Madge for another 4 minutes, 6 minutes for Perplex. Their Lust timing must have been really weird. They're just not going to get another Lust off before the two chest timer. So
I think
Perplex
they
is
do,
definitely
but
more in danger than Madge is, right?
I think that Perplex gets it, but I think it's the last minute of the boss. Whenever you would, like, in theory, you'd rather have it for doing this large trash pull. I think that both Perplexed and Madge, if you're looking at the right side of the board, they're kind of in the same spot, where they killed Overgrown Ancient within about 15 seconds of one another, and it's like, if Madge can two-chest this dungeon where Perplexed can't, then it's actually a pretty big deal. If both of them two-chest it, it's not that big of a deal. If neither of them two-chest it, it's also not a huge deal. But it seems like the timer is maybe such that another team could in the future two-chest it, which could be problematic.
Madge going for the everything pull, like I said during the boss, like we talked about, all. Next pull is all. Every single mob that we need for our count being pulled together, and the cooldowns are there for it too. Line of sighting everything inside of this room. There's still a couple of Echo Knights outside casting those whirlwinds, but once they're in, they're good to go with their AoE CCs. And with this comp, like we were talking about yesterday, you have so many stops that you can cycle through all of them and come back later on to just have those sigils of silence, those sigils of fears, those miseries, those grip sigils back up, but they are just burning through this trash back.
Yeah, okay, so look at this absorbed shield that's on Soda right now. It kind of looks like, like a mass barrier from a mage, but it's actually not. It's the Restorer. Whenever you dominate and mine the Restorer, you actually get an ability that puts haste onto players, and it's a large portion of haste. And you'll see Soda occasionally having to recast Dominate Mine to re-mind control that Restorer, and it actually allows the group to have a large portion of haste. And then once that shield is broken, it goes on cooldown for you for a minute or so. So Soda's debuff, if you see next to his on his frame, like, he can't get that reapplied to him. So then he'll get that absorbed shield with the haste buff to Dr. J or something like that. I think that Madge is looking a bit closer to two-chesting this than Perplexed, but Perplexed is going into the boss with the remainder of their trash right here.
They're going into the boss with over 5 minutes left, right, on the two-chest timer, so as long as they can just stay alive with this trash on the boss, they should...
Yeah, both of them are about to pull it.
It's scary, right? It's the Invoker. You really need to watch out for people getting hit by missiles at the same time as the other mechanics on the boss. If you can get away with not dying to that, you should be okay.
Cool. I think that both Madge and Perplexed on the right side of the screen are going to be able to get that two-chest dealt with, which is sick for them. Okay, Shinra Tensei, bottom left. They actually ended up going into that Algothar Academy. It makes sense that they're trying to get some points on the board for both the Algothar Academy and the Brackenhide Hollow.
But they have not teched this dungeon out like the other teams have, though. Zasevi goes down here. They have 3 battle reses, but it's going to be really annoying to get in there and get a battle res on him. Actually, fortunately enough for them, he's not exactly on the boss, so Sharn should be able to get those vital correctors on him. The res has gone off here. He's waiting for an opportune moment to actually take the res. The boss casting Astral Breath is a great time to do that because he's not going to randomly missile one of the players. They even pop a ward on him just to make sure he doesn't accidentally go down to one of the potential one-shots there. Good heads-up play from whoever popped that on him, even giving him the Restorer shield as well.
I was looking at that too.
Bit of extra safety. Wow, they really don't want him to die again. And I think with the rate that the boss is dying, they still should be okay to two-chest this. Once the trash goes down, there's really not going to be a whole lot else that can really kill them off on this key level on Fortified. I even think an Astral Bomb plus the missile, one random missile that the boss does, shouldn't really kill any players in this key level. So Perplex look like they're going to be good. Madge as well in the bottom right as well, looking strong. They only have that Restorer left alive for their trash count. Going to be cleaving it down slowly at the end here. And both of them are going to be able to pretty easily get the two-chest in their 18s.
Oh no, man, I'm a noob and I didn't write down Shinra Tensei's Azure Vault time. Do you know how much time they have left going into Umbral Skull?
Going into Umbral Skull, it was about 7-ish
Okay,
minutes.
so okay, it looks like they killed Talash at 30:39. Okay, so Pedros per hour in the top left should be fine to time this key. They have to do one trash pack that Shinra Tensei didn't, but they're gonna have enough time to be able to deal with that, so it's okay.
Yeah, and normally you kind of want to have your cooldowns on cooldown from Talash Greywing heading into the boss here. You can see Pedros per hour having to be a little more conservative with their 2-minute usage. They were available on the pull here, but they have enough time left in the dungeon to just wait for the first set of crystals to pop those 2 minutes, make sure they're completely safe and don't have any issues living through them and killing them off. Yoda dropping incredibly low to that Dragon Strike. That's what we've been talking about in this key, but able to stay alive, able to hold on to his chi death as well, which is actually really important here. You don't want to use that early on this boss. You always want to have that crush to fall back on just in case something goes horribly wrong. First set of crystals coming up here for them shortly. They shouldn't have any major issues dealing with it. But like we were mentioning, for Perplex, the 2 chest and the 18, easily done for them. At the same time, Madge in the bottom right able to get the 2 chest off in their Algathar as well. Mandatory in the bottom left also closing out on the 2 chest in Brackenhide, but we'll check in off after this first set of crystals from Pedros per hour here, focusing down that hardened crystal, fired up on the Fire Mage, even swapping to it just to help them kill it off a little bit
These
faster.
detonatings are not stacked well.
That means his Ignite is also not going to spread to those big detonating crystals, barely able to finish it off with a last-second burst of damage, probably coming from those Shadow or Deaths from the Shadow Priest.
Gosh.
Just executing them off quickly. Close moment from them there for sure. Yeah, it was just a bad spread there. That's about as bad as it gets. Yoda really... he needs to tank up higher. He needs to get higher up on that wall.
That's what
potentially
you see. That's what I was saying about Shinra Tensei earlier. Is like Nerf was on the wall. Like Nerf was like up on how Yoda has it right now. Nerf was like tanking it like that the entire time, and so that had their spread be better to where they got hit with the Shadow Crash. I think those mobs weren't getting hit with the Shadow Crash. That's why they were just alive.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, you're going to Shadow Crash them and then dot anything you miss anyways. I think the main thing is the Ignite spread, right? If you don't get the initial Ignite spread from the boss on them,
that's also a good point,
yeah. Be an issue, because Fired Up then also went to swap straight to the Hardened Crystal as well, which meant he wasn't going to get any further Ignites on those crystals. We'll see if that's going to be an issue for the second set of crystals as well, and you can see, again, Yoda not on the wall here, so
they
really have to get good spreads on the crystal, and like you mentioned, no Lust here. What do they even have active for the set of crystals? Fired Up has been in Combust for the last 20 seconds or so. So his spread Ignite is going to be relatively strong here, but again, not good crystal spawns, and we have to look at the overall HP on these crystals. Drogo in tree form, he's going to be able to heal the group up, but it's going to come down to whether or not they're actually able to kill off these crystals before the fractures go off. The detonating crystals are looking pretty solid. Hardened Crystal has gone down, and it looks like they're going to just be able to get through those crystals. Bit of a scary moment there from Pedros per hour, but I think that's going to be the worst of this set for them. They're going to have their 2 minutes all back up for the next set of crystals, but man, things are just desynced for them, right? They committed the Breath of Eons for that set of crystals. 2 minutes are coming up for the next set. Things are just kind of all over the place for them here. It's really interesting to see. They're kind of just throwing things at the board, and it's working for them, but it's not looking as clean and concise as some of our other runs.
They'll be able to pre-bust the boss, I think. Oh, actually, Fired Up just like ripped it here. Ooh. So typically how you actually want to press your combustion on this fight is like right before the boss is going to be phasing, you want to like build up that Ignite on him, so you're going to be like completely combusting on him, and then you're going to spread that Ignite to all of the crystals. But he actually just rips that combustion for damage. I guess this is just like intimate knowledge of how much damage Crims can do to all of these crystals, right?
Well, it was also a question of where his SKBs were. He was able to get 2 SKBs.
He just got the SKB too.
Bust, so
yeah.
He was able to get a good Ignite spread on these as well. And with the 2 minutes from Crims, and actually a relatively good stack on the crystals, this shouldn't be too much of an issue for them. They have that one detonating crystal off on the left, but that's going to be dotted by the Priest. It's going to die to the Shadowy Apparitions, and they are through the final set of crystals here. Just on Yoda here to not go down to the Dragon Strikes. They do have 3 battle reses, though, just in case that does happen. And I think... Nope, he doesn't have his Prophetic Scales either. So the cheetah's gone for Yoda here. Now, of course, they're not done with the dungeon yet. Once this boss goes down, they're still on a relatively tight timer. They're going to go back to the ring also, by the way, for their final trash count. So it's not necessarily as easy or as quick as a pull as what we saw from Mandatory. So this could come down to the last minute or so for them as well. Gonna have to do one last gather here, and we've seen how difficult those gathers can be.
I think they're fine. I think they're fine timer-wise. Ooh, mandatory top right actually able to pull off that 2 chests, which is good because at 10 deaths we didn't know if it was even going to be possible.
Whew. 2 chests there.
Yeah, as it looks like as Umberskull goes down for Pedros, they're going to be able to put up a 21 here after a little bit more trash. So in good shape there. Mandatory sticking with as well. And you know what? It's been a good 45 minutes or so, but it's time to bring Nagura in. It's time to give Tettles a little bit of a break. And Nagura, what do you think of the first 45 minutes so far? I mean, right now people just kind of collecting numbers on our 2 new dungeons, a little bit of 21 pushing in AV, but anything jump out at you?
Well, first I wanted to mention that I think it's great that we're switching out one Moonkin for another, because I do think there should always be one Moonkin on the desk at all times. But yeah,
we want to try to maintain that. Yeah, that's the idea.
But yeah, I do think the first hour went really well for most teams. We see Pedro's Power in the top left now on that last pull to be able to finish off that 21. They do have 2 minutes left, so they definitely have enough time to finish this off. But they've had issues on this pull before. Last is actually about to come up too, so they can use one last as well. There we go. It has been pressed, so it will make it a little bit easier for them to deal with this trash bag too. Can be a lot of damage on the tank here on Yoda if he feels like he has to stay in to actually DPS, looking at the timer. But otherwise, he can just start kiting once the mobs start bolstering at the end.
Yeah, it should be totally fine here. And of course, we've talked about this a little bit in the first 45 minutes. Fired Up not playing Frost here helps. It makes this pull a little bit more dangerous for Yoda, but as long as he's able to just sit there and tank it before the bolstering stacks go off, he's going to be fine. And if he really needs to get out when they start bolstering, you can see him instantly leap away once mobs start to die. They'll be okay. They even had the Bloodlust available for this, right? So we were kind of scared on the second set of crystals. They didn't have the Bloodlust for it, but they were able to pull it out with just the Breath of Eons plus the Tree Form from Drogo. So looks like it's going to be okay for Pedros per hour, and this is massive for them. Same thing it was for Shinra Tensei, right? Getting the 21 on the board, it sets you up for the rest of the day, because the first tiebreakers are always highest keys done, right? Highest single key done, then highest top 2 keys done, then 3, then 4, then 5, etc., and then you go to time tiebreakers. So you really want to get those highest keys done if you possibly can. And of course, score is king, but we're assuming that these teams are so close together that score is going to be very, very close across the board. But after getting the 21 done, the question is, where does Pedros per hour go next? We've seen Shinra Tensei go straight into the Alcathar Academy, but they don't quite have the same strategy we've seen from other teams, right? We saw our other 2 teams in the Alcathar Academy, Madge and Perplexed, go for the Vile Lasher snap onto the Guardian Sentry for the first pull of the dungeon, whereas Shinra Tensei just went for the very large Overgrown Ancient pull, where you pull every single Skitterfly, every single Lasher, and then just do that boss first. So we'll have to see if the 3 chest for Shinra Tensei is going to be even possible for them here, because that 1912 timer without doing some of those snaps seems like it might be quite difficult.
Yeah, I think so as well. It might be a little bit close for Shinra. We're going to have to keep an eye on that as they go through that academy. But I did want to point out something about Perplexed and Match here. So both Perplexed and Match did go to Academy, did manage to 3 chest that 15 to get the 18 key, and then proceeded to 2 chest the 18 to have that 20 available for them. But Perplexed decided to not go into the 20 right away. They actually switched the dungeon, went to Brackenhide instead, doing a 15 there, which is a change from yesterday, because Perplexed was the team that actually stuck in a dungeon for a really long time trying to get that 20 done. And then they, at the end of the day, they actually had to rush into a no-code offensive, making sure they get the points on the board there, and actually caused some issues for them. So they're changing their strategy now, making sure they're getting those early points on the board, and then probably going back to the other dungeons later. Because again, Perplexed actually is a little bit behind compared to the other teams if you look at what keys they have available to them, because they don't have a 2 chest left from yesterday, while most of the other teams do. In fact, all of the other teams do. So Perplexed does have to catch up somehow. While Match, on the other hand, they did go straight into the 20 after 2 chesting the 18.
Well, let's close in on Madge here, because this is the first time we're seeing what one of the major breakpoints in this Alcathar Academy is going to be, right? This Croth boss, you really want to try to extend those debuffs as long as possible. Get to a 5 stack on the Deafening Screech, so you can pop your 2 minutes on the pole, and then also pop them on the first damage amp as well when you throw those fire orbs in here. Looks like the cooldown timings for them are coming up now, so they're probably going to be throwing that third and final fire orb in at the last seconds here. You can see Shell Evoker on the right-hand side getting prepared to throw that in. Once he does throw it in, it'll reset their Deafening Screech debuffs, and then they will start to blast the boss here. That Screech, even if it did go off, was going to be a 1 stack, so they weren't in any danger here. And let's see just how much burst damage they can do with the 2-minute cooldowns in this damage amp on the boss here. Remember, the Breath of Eons is currently active on the boss, so we're going to see a massive pop from that last second here. Let's see just how much that pop can do. Is it going to go off? Okay, I'm waiting for like a 2% pop, but it's not happening. Okay, I'm a little disappointed now. Maybe it already went off. But they did get the boss to below 25% HP, which means you really don't have to milk this last set of Deafening Screech debuffs. You can kind of just throw this orb in whenever, get your team that haste buff, get that active, and kill the boss off as quickly as possible. On 20 Fortified, these Screeches aren't going to necessarily be that difficult for the teams to live through, even with the low amounts of avoidance they have on the tournament realm. But, you know, I'm assuming they can probably end up living through a 21 or a 22 Croth pretty easily. The question is, on Fortified, do they have the time in this key to actually finish it off? I don't know. We'll have to see. I think this is definitely one of the keys that's doable on the higher levels, though.
Yeah, I do think so as well, that this is probably one of those keys that we see the teams do on higher levels, maybe even at the end of today, depending on what the score is going to look like. But yeah, comparing this Croth split to the 18 that Match was doing once they, of course, finished the boss. They did finish off Croth on the 18 at 8 minutes and 29 seconds, so they're already 1 minute over that, which is fine for, of course, a 2-level difference. So obviously their timer is still going to be more than fine, as they did 2-chest the 18, so that means they totally have they have a lot of time left in comparison to their 18 splits.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's going to be an easy time for them. I just wonder, is it actually possible with a perfect run to potentially 2-chest the 20? What do you think? I mean, as the key gets higher, the timing of these Bloodlusts gets nicer and nicer. They do go for a relatively large pull here. The Bloodlust will be available for the triple pull on Veximus. So,
well,
I
the
mean,
question is, does a 2-chest matter? Like, do you want to do the 22?
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. I think 22 might be possible.
I think so, but I feel like it would be really risky to attempt the 22 rather than going to do the 21, unless they're really confident in their 22. Because 22 is definitely a key level that might be like the break point in like a TGP setting. If we see a 22 at all, like I do think certainly tomorrow we're probably going to see 22s attempted, but yeah, I definitely think 22 is like the upper limit that we're probably going to see. So attempting that on a second day would be really risky unless you feel like you're really far ahead and you have the luxury to, potentially deplete it a few times.
Yeah, I agree. Well, let's see how close this 20 looks on the timer here. Of course, there's plenty of key left for them to get through. They still have to deal with 3 more bosses left in the key. Remember, they're doing the strategy where they go to Croth first after snapping the Vile Lashers up to the Guardian Sentry, which is a different strategy than what we're seeing from Pedro's Per Hour, who did the same thing as Shinra Tensei, pulled all the trash in the Overgrown Ancient room and then killed off Overgrown Ancient first. And then I believe they actually went and had their Aug Evoker go and pull the first set of birds into the Guardian Sentry, which is something else that we were talking about potentially doing. Now, you can actually do both of those things at the same time. It's relatively difficult to pull off, but it is something that the teams can hold in their back pocket as a potential strategy if they really need to eke out extra time for the 21 or the 22.
Yeah, definitely something we are going to be looking out for, as we do see Mandatory on the bottom left. They are now attempting their +20 Brackenhide. Of course, they did +2 to 18 earlier, where they had Hopeful disconnect for a little while. They also had a full wipe, which actually had nothing to do with Hopeful's DC. It was just Skylark dying and the rest of the team just following straight after. So they ended up having 10 deaths in that key, still continued, and ended up getting the 2-chest still. So definitely means that the timer for this 20 is going to be pretty easy for Mandatory with the route that they're running. It just depends on if they can execute it well. Potentially also plus 2ing, which again might or might not matter if you don't want to attempt the 22, right? Because if you just want to play it safe and do the 21 afterwards, then the plus 2 and 20 is not really going to matter.
Now, something I think that's important to cover in the Brackenhide Hollow, which we haven't really talked about just yet, is that the teams are kind of having to play their Decatriarch totem killing specs for the entire key. The typical strategy on live is that after you kill off Treemouth, people will zone out of the key, swap their specs, swap their trinkets, get ready for that final push in the dungeon. On the tournament realm, on TGP and also in MDI, the rule set specifically states you're not allowed to leave an active key. If you leave an active key, you're not allowed to complete it. So there's no zoning out of the key and respecking here. So if you need to have a spec for a specific boss, which in this case is the final boss, you have to run that for the entire dungeon. So they're running Belorolos trinkets, Dr. J or Wolf Disco for Perplexed. They're going to be running Ray of Frost for the entire key, which is not necessarily the best thing to run. So they're running somewhat suboptimal specs and trinket setups for the rest of the key, and that might actually cause the rest of the key to go a little bit slower.
Yeah, that is definitely true. But I think playing it as safe as possible for the last boss, especially for a TGP setting, makes a lot of sense considering that it's at the end of the dungeon, right? So if you risk playing a setup or specs or talents or trinkets that are going to be better for the rest of the key, and you just kind of risk still being able to do Wrath Eye without super optimizing for it, that would be a tragedy if you end up depleting the key at the very end because you end up wiping there. So I do think that, of course, optimizing for Wrath Eye, making sure that that is not going to be a problem for them, is the way to go. But yes, you said, it's definitely going to slow them down a little bit. This trash area, though, we can see Manator in the bottom left dealing with the lasher jumps really well here, avoiding the jumps completely, not getting those bleeds, which makes this area a lot easier because, of course, the bleeds can ramp up very quickly and just do so much damage onto a group. So, yeah, making sure they rescue people up and grip people up here, really helping them out.
Now, there is a scenario where this pull can go south here. There's really two ways that this pull can go poorly for Mandatory. Number one, something that we've seen happen to them already. Skylark can die. If he goes down, it's pretty much game over. There's too many mobs here to really kite this out and try to get a battle res off. He's going to have a massive headache trying to regather all of the trash after dying. Number two, if that Wilted Oak accidentally gets its frontal pointed at the group on top of that pillar when it's this close to them, it will hit them and one-shot them. And you can see they all have to scatter there as it happens just to make sure they don't go down to it. Oh, that's actually kind of funny that happened as I called it out. But the team had the wherewithal and the knowledge to make sure they didn't just get mowed over by it. And with the remainder of the trash almost dead, it's not going to be too much of an issue for them. They don't need to get back up on top of the pole. And they will finish off that oak and move on to the next pole. Good execution from Mandatory. Plenty of time in this 20 here. They have the Bloodlust active for the next pull too here. They usually on live keys we see teams use the Bloodlust on that particular pull, so they're going at a very fast pace in this dungeon.
Yeah, they're actually looking very strong. Match on the top left side. Actually, we do have a death here on Perplex, but they're in a 15, so they actually have more than enough time to recover from this one, so no problem there. But yeah, Match on the top left, they are currently fighting a plus 20 Veximus, which can cause some issues. Veximus, of course, one of those bosses that does quite a bit of damage with those mana bombs and the AoE that comes through once in a while, especially whenever there's a little bit of an overlap that happens. So can be difficult, but Match dealing with it really nicely. It's at the end of the boss, so you can see they were lacking some defensives there as that AoE damage just dropped everyone incredibly low. But Vexen was about to go down. And looking at the timer, so they still have to do Overgrown Ancient, of course, and Echo of Duragosa. Not that many trash pulls left if they're going to play the dungeon the same as they did on that 18. So okay, as at this point, I don't think there's like a 2-chest. Well, if they're incredibly fast, I think they can 2-chest still. But yeah, the timer, I mean, it's obviously looking very good for timing the key generally, but 2-chesting is going to be a little bit difficult here.
They have 7.5 minutes left.
Yeah.
with 2 bosses and a giant chunk of trash left. Nah, it's not really feasible. Overgrown Ancient on this key level, 20 fortified, is probably going to take, if you're really quick and double 2 minutes on this, I'd say probably 3 to 3.5 minutes if I had to actually hazard a guess. But if you double pop 2 minutes on this boss, that means your 2 minutes aren't going to be up for the big pull, or it won't be up at least until halfway into it. So that's not necessarily ideal. But we've been proven wrong by these teams over and over and over again. They are just that good. We'll see just how quickly this boss is going to take them. Of course, the Shadow Priest kind of takes a little bit of a backseat to the Fire Mage on this fight. The Fire Mage easily spreading their Ignite to all of the Hungry Lashers, where Shadow Priests really don't want to spend time single dotting these Hungry Lashers, right? You just want to throw a Shadow Crash out, dot 8 of them, and then go back to bursting the boss down as quickly as possible. We are actually seeing, if I'm not mistaken, Madge use an interesting strategy here. If we can see the other side of the boss here, I think they still do have that add up. Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
They have it landslid in the corner there. And what they're actually doing is they're changing the spell queuing. Well, they're taking advantage of the spell queuing on the boss. Never mind, a little bit of an issue. Dr. J does die to aggro from the Hungry Lasher as the Burst Force comes out there. But the idea here is that you leave this Ancient Branch up, you start DPSing it down now, and you kill it off as the next bleed comes out. So you really don't have to worry about the bleed for that much time here. And you're going to see they're going to start to burn that branch down. They're going to start to cleave it down as quickly as possible. And the idea is to kill it right about now as the next set of bleeds comes out. And then they can get rid of those bleeds almost instantly. Yes, you do have to use dwarves. Yes, you do have to use your cauterize to get rid of the bleeds early on. But once you get this kind of spell queuing of the boss in order, it takes a lot of the pressure off your healer and lets them kind of just do as much damage as they want for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, and it's also, it's on high keys, especially if we see at 22. I do think that this is even a strategy. I don't want to say it's necessary, but obviously it's going to be so much easier to deal with this boss fight if you don't have to deal with that bleed, because it does so much damage to your group whenever that one is up. They do have dwarves, cauterizes, they like that to deal with it once in a while, but not for every bleed. So being able to get rid of the bleed immediately with the previous branch is a very, very nice strategy, and we'll see if the other teams are also using that whenever they're going to their higher key levels on their side. Not really a necessary strat to do on like 18 or below. They're on a 20 and higher. I do think that is something that most teams are probably going to do if they're aware of it.
Here we go. That third bleed is out. They did end up popping their second set of 2 minutes on the boss here, which is going to make the kill time relatively quick. And you can see they're at 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the boss here. It is going to go down at about the 3 minute mark. They have less than 5 minutes left on the 2 chest timer. So like we were talking about, I just don't think that's really something that's going to be in the cards for them. In order for them to even actually go for it, they're just going to have to go for every single bit of trash into the final boss. Maybe they actually are thinking about doing that. Again, the question is whether or not the +2 chest is actually something you really need to go for, because it still remains to be seen whether or not the 22 is even possible. But, I feel like if you're at this point of the dungeon, you may as well try. They have the Bloodlust available. 2 minutes aren't up for 45 seconds, but they're only going to get 2 more presses anyways. Okay, it looks like they're not going to be going for it, which is also reasonable.
All right, wow. Not even for the content, for the viewers. I can't believe Match is not considering that. But mandatory on the bottom right, I did want to give a quick shout out on the splits here. So very interestingly, mandatory has a faster tree mouth split in their +20 than in their 18 before. Their 18 was a 15 minutes 18 tree mouth, and now they're 14:40. So they're actually 38 seconds quicker in their 20 than they were in the 18. Now, of course, they also had a full wipe before tree mouth, and that is what is causing that difference. But that also means that a 2 chest is still very possible for mandatory here in this dungeon.
Yeah, definitely. And remember, it was actually pretty catastrophic, right? It was a full wipe on that second pull that we were talking about, where they were up on top of the pole and Skylark went down. Not only that, but because the Shadow Priest released too quickly, the trash started to snap back to the start of the dungeon, and they kept chain feeding deaths to it. Yeah, going so much faster in this 20 than they were in the 18. The thing with this Brackenhide Hollow, and this goes back to Season 2 also when we saw it in the TGP as well, is the first 90% of the key really isn't that difficult, right? As long as you have the kicks figured out in the first section of the dungeon, the rescue spots figured out in the second section of the dungeon, the major barrier on this in this dungeon is going to be killing off totems on the final boss. If you can get there and do that consistently, you can do this key on a quite high level. So we'll see. This should be a 2-chest for mandatory if they have the cooldowns and the trinkets perfectly mathed out. And the way they've been playing this weekend, they've probably got totems mathed out to like probably about 20 of them if they, because they really can kill that many of them if they have their Balorloses figured out, if they have their cooldown usages figured out. And I kind of want to go check. Let's see, is Skylark wearing a Grief Torch? Yes, he is. He's actually playing double damage trick. He's playing Grief Torch and Signet Brand, so going for as much damage as possible just to try to kill off those totems as efficiently as possible. They're playing full damage in this key. I mean, you kind of have to kill off those totems.
I like it. Yeah, we'll see how they deal with Wrath Eye once they get there. But first they have to finish off Gutshot here and get the rest of the enemy forces. But looking very, very strong, of course, with that 0-death run for mandatory. Match, on the other hand, top left now did engage Echo of Duragosa on their +20. On the bottom left, Pedros are now also on Duragos on their 15. Obviously going to be a lot quicker on their side with those 5 levels difference. But yeah, Match, looking at the timer, I don't think we're going to see a +2. It's at 25 minutes 36 is what they have to beat to get a 2-chest. So that means they have to finish this boss in 1.5 minutes, which is very unlikely in a +20. But they still have some trash to deal with as well. They did pull some trash on top, just not all of it. So playing pretty clean. They do have 2 battle rushes available as well, in case something does go wrong. But yeah, this boss can still cause some issues here and there with some bad overlaps or like orb spawning, you getting pulled into them if you're not careful and so on.
Something I learned about this key this season, which I don't think we knew back in Season 1, is that the missiles from the Invokers here, they're actually frontals. If you're standing behind the Invokers, you'll never get targeted by the missiles. So there's something you can do, especially when there's only one Invoker active. You can make sure that goes on, like, a tank or a healer that can easily deal with that. Of course, they have so many stops that it really doesn't become too much of an issue, especially on the large AoE pulls. But, again, like we're talking about overall here, Madge not going to be hitting the 2-chest in the 20 here. Not too surprising, it's a tough key. However, in the bottom left-hand corner, Pedros per hour are up right against the 3-chest timer. Remember, they need a 1912 in order to secure the 3-chest here. They've got most of the trash dead, and on cue, unfortunately, Drogo goes down to the power vacuum from the boss, unable to get out of there. They're going to have to try to get a battle res off here, but they have to get as much of the damage as they possibly can. Actually, there's just no res. You're right, Nagura, and they have very little time left here. They do, fortunately, have all of the count they need, so Crims is able to make maximum usage of that Restorer here, but with only less than 30 seconds left, in no 2 minutes coming up, are they going to have the damage to eke it out here? It's going to be close, but I just don't think they're going to have enough damage.
I don't think so either. It's 1912 is what the 3-chest timer is here, so 12 seconds left. It's not looking too good for Pedros here. I don't think they're going to be making it. Yeah. 4 seconds left. This is not going to happen. They are going to be able to finish off the boss, though. I don't think they need Drogo here to finish off Echo of Duragosa, so they're going to be fine. But yeah, losing out on the 3-chest, this might or might not be a bigger problem later on. Now, if they can... So they're going to get a 17 now. Can 2-chest a 17 to a 19? If they can 2-chest a 19, then they're good again, right? Well, the other teams can only 1-chest a 20.
2-chest the 17, 2-chest the 19. If they can pull that off, they will be okay, yes. Still, that's, a little bit of an unfortunate scenario. I don't want to say it's a tilter, because they still got the 2-chest down. They didn't wipe spectacularly or anything, but definitely should have been able to secure the 3-chest there. They're not out of the running just yet, but not the way you really want to start the day after. Not the way you want to continue the day after having a relatively good 2-shot in the 21 Azure Vault. Still a lot of day left for them to work through, though, and in the grand scheme of things, that shouldn't be too big of a deal as long as they're able to get the double 2-chest, like you mentioned.
Yeah, one thing to note, though, is like why were they slow? Because I did see they had 2 deaths, but 2 deaths shouldn't cause them to lose that much time. So maybe their route's a bit slower. That is something we're gonna have to keep an eye on later on as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, the routing also was a little bit questionable too. Shinra Tensei did the same thing, by the way, where instead of doing the massive Guardian Sentry snap pull. They just did the Overcarnation pull. They did the same thing in this 18 that they're in right now as well. Shinra Tensei was able to get the 3 chests and the 15, but it was at a slower pace than what we saw from either Perplexed or Madge. Perplexed had a low 17s time in their 3 chest 15. Madge had like a 1750. But remember, Madge's 1750 was with their Violasher snap going wrong, right? Their Violasher snapped back to the boss room afterwards. So yeah, the slower routing definitely seems to be just dealing with everything in the Overcarnation room first. Maybe that's something that, after dealing with the 17 and the 18 here for Shinra Tensei, maybe these two teams need to take a look during one of their break timers, perhaps, and see what the other teams are doing to go that much faster, because that time is going to come into account when you get into the higher keys.
Yeah, especially if they now need to 2-chest the 19 to catch up to the other teams, to not have to do the dungeon one additional time in comparison to the others, then they need a fast route to get the 19 plus 2, right? I do think we have the deaths from Pedro's queued up, so we can take a look at what happened to the team to see if there's one bigger mistake that costs more time loss. Oh, Sang actually going down to the frontal here. The very start of the pull. Crim's also dying to frontal. Yeah, this is something that can easily happen at the very start when you have all of this trash gathered up. So it all happened on the last boss, which definitely means that unless there's something we didn't see that where they messed up a routing thing, the deaths here, they didn't lose that much time, right? It's just the death and the Belras, unless they maybe lost like Bloodlust and cooldowns. It's not that major of a time loss.
Well, when I was looking at those deaths, I actually didn't see what the middle death was. I know the first death was saying it was 10 seconds before his Breath of Eons came up. The timing of the priest death, if that was after his cooldowns, that would have been really bad and could have easily been the reason they didn't get the 3 chest off. Durgo's death, while unfortunate and it shouldn't have happened, I don't think his damage as a healer was going to be the thing that prevented them from getting the 3 chests there. Maybe the 5 seconds plus the damage to the healer would have caused it, but really just, unfortunate mistakes happening all over the place there. And, Pages per hour, for a team that looked really, really strong in time trials, they've been kind of struggling this weekend, right? They were in the 5th place slot yesterday. They've kind of been a little bit slower in the keys today. I don't know. We'll have to see. They have plenty of time left in the day to clean it up and get some good runs in. And really, again, they have that 21 on the board right now that only them, Shinra Tensei, and Mandatory have. So unless other teams do eventually go get that 21 later on today, they're going to hold that in the tiebreakers. So they have that in the back pocket, helping them out with their confidence here a little bit.
Yeah, so we do see Match on the top right actually going into Asher Vault, trying to do that 21 before they go into Brackenhide. Very interesting by Match, making sure they get that out of the way before they do that last dungeon. And Mandatory in the bottom right, they're now on Wrath Eye, on the last boss in their plus 20 Brackenhide. And it's definitely looking like they can plus 2 this key. Their Gutshot split is also faster compared to their 18, and they're just incredibly fast here. They're doing such a good job. The Brackenhide 2 chest timer is 28 minutes, so they do have 2.5 minutes left approximately, which means that they should be fine, boss being at 36%, if they manage to finish off all the totems.
Yeah, and then the question is here, I mean, look at this. Glacial Spike, plus I believe there was a trinket there being used to burst it down. They killed it off before Hopeful Eddic has a second Glacial Spike. That just goes to show you how easy these totems are for this team to kill, even on a 20, right? This is a difficult key. Like, make no mistake. Now, obviously, there's a little bit of help here in the fact that they probably already spent a ton of time in this key doing it for time trials. So they've got all of this mathed out to the point where they know what they need to kill all these totems anyways, but still, being able to execute it on the first try in a competition on limited time is impressive. And, with a boss of 25% and still about a minute and a half on the 2 chest timer, this should be an easy 2 chest. Disaster in the top right-hand corner here for Madge, though, as they die on the second pull of the 21 Azure Vault. I guess disaster might be a little bit of an overstatement. It's only a 3-minute time loss. If that were later on in the key, it might be a disaster. But still a wipe, still got a mental reset, still got to go back in.
And Mandatory now, 28 minutes is the timer that they need to beat. So they have a little bit over a minute left Definitely going slowly, right? Because finishing off those totems, saving all of their offensive cooldowns for the totems, playing it as safe as possible, means that there's obviously going to be a little bit less damage on the boss. But 1 minute is certainly enough, because at some point they're able to just fully switch to the boss and just ignore the totems as soon as they know they have enough damage, which might even happen now already as the boss is down to 6%. There we go. They can finish it off. And that's it. 27 minutes, 19 seconds, clear for mandatory, plus 2ing a 20.
It is important to mention this is an interesting scenario. It's something we've been talking about all weekend and all the time in the history of the TGP. Do you go for the 22? Remember, in time trials, 21 was the highest key of Brackenhide that anyone was able to do. Now, was that due to Sanguine being a factor? Or was it just the point where they were able to efficiently kill off all the totems on the Matriarch? So we'll see. What does Mandatory do next? Do they go into the 22? My guess would be no, for a couple of different reasons. Number one, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be something they're probably going to have to put multiple attempts into. But number two, if they go in and do it, that's more information for other teams to go and figure out what it is they need to do a 22 Brackenhide. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Mandatory just go into Algathar next.
I think so as well. I think going to Algathar, not only is it helping them with not giving information away, as you were stating, but I think it's also just like for their mental, making sure they just get it out of the way, get the score on the board, making sure they're done with those. Unfortunately, we did see another wipe for a match here in that 21 Asher Vault on the second pull. Again, not too big of a time loss, but, they do want to get it done eventually, right? Having to reset a dungeon numerous times at some point does accumulate time. And of course, having only 5 hours with one whole dungeon left, they haven't done it all with the Brackenhide, is not going to be too nice on their mental. So definitely want to make sure they get this pull done as soon as possible. But yeah, Mandatory, bottom left, they did actually decide to go to that academy.
There it is. Smart team play from them, right? They've been on the ball this weekend. They're making the best plays. They're making the best meta plays as well. And you can see Hopeful now in combat with all of those Vile Lashes here. We're probably going to see him stay on the edge here. We're going to see Skylark probably meld off aggro. We'll see those Lashers start to snap to Hopeful here in just a moment. Off to the right-hand side. There they are. He's going to ice block just to make sure he doesn't actually go down while these Lashers are snapping up. And there it is, textbook execution on how to get those Lashers up to the Guardian Sentry platform. And now once they're all active and no longer evading out, Hopeful could just blink out, let his tank get the aggro. And they are off to the races, bursting down that Guardian Sentry with the Bloodlust here. Now, of course, remember, you do want to burn down that Spiteful Shade after the Guardian Sentry goes down so you don't accidentally get any issues with the snapping onto cross-platform. But we've seen that first pull plenty of times on the 15. That's not something we're super interested. Let's see what's going on for Shinra Tensei in that 18. And look at this timer. They have plenty of time left on the 2 chest here. Over 4 minutes. Should be no issues for them whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely looking good for Shinra, as they also have those 2 battle rests available in case something does happen. We did see some deaths earlier for Padros, especially at the start of this pull. Can be super dangerous when you have all of this trash that you're focusing on, that you need to interrupt, that you need to worry about. You have all of these orbs coming out while you get the vacuum where you get gripped into the boss, and then on top of that you have that breath that can be difficult to dodge if you're far away from the boss, which as a ranged DPS, once you dodge the vacuum, you kind of want to stay out there to just to do damage whenever your cooldowns are up, right? You don't want to just like keep walking closer to the boss, which would make it easier to dodge the breath. But yeah, during your cooldowns, don't want to do that. And a lot of the classes also do have abilities like Blink or Hover to just get out of the breath anyway, which we've seen most of these teams do. But yeah, Shinra down with the trash now, finishing off that last Invoker there. And they're going to be easily 2-chesting this. Do you think they go into the 20 straight away like matched it, or do you think they're switching it up, going to Brackenhide?
I no longer want to predict what Shinra Tensei is going to do because they tend to do the opposite of whatever I think they should do. We'll just let them run their own strategy, and it's worked out for them well so far. They got their not good done yesterday, even if they didn't get another 21 like they wanted to. They got through today with a little bit of a cushion. This 18's going well for them. They've got 2.5 minutes left on the 2 chest timer. I wouldn't be surprised to see them do either one. You could go for the 20 Algathar, you can go back into the Brackenhide, get your score ramped up there. Either one works just fine. Let's highlight this Gutshot pull, though. We haven't really talked about this particular pull in the Brackenhide. Every single pull in Brackenhide is pretty massive, right? You got 2 big pulls in the first section, you got 3 big pulls in the tree and Lasher section, and then once you deal with Treemouth, you're kind of skipping a bunch of trash and then pulling 2 birds plus a bear plus the hyenas from that pack, which are mass rooted and moved away from their champion into this Gutshot pull here, and you just blast the AoE down with your Shadow Priest PI plus Breath of Eons combo. It looks like it should be difficult, but as long as you get the Screech interrupts, it's relatively safe.
Yeah, it is relatively safe. You do also want to make sure you're worrying about the hyenas and also the placement of the traps, right? Because sometimes doing that early pull, you do completely run out of traps or put them in bad positions, and then all of a sudden these hyenas are everywhere. And they're outlaw rogues that can kind of hit you from really far away sometimes. So that is something that you do want to watch out for a little bit. They're also pulling in those biters as well from the bridge, which is something they don't have to deal with later, and for funneling as well, which is really nice.
Oh yeah, we love funnel. You know, funnily enough, the funnel is not that massive for the group. I mean, obviously, Frostmage does get lowered cooldown on their Frozen Orb, which is kind of nice. You get more Ice Lances, but really Glacial Spike is the major contributor for the single target here. Shadow Priest doesn't actually gain a ton of funnel. Obviously, your Shadow Priest in your group is going to say they gain funnel because they like doing massive AoE, but I think it's something tiny like 1.5 to 2% per target. So it's really not that huge, but of course, they're never going to tell you that.
No, it's worth it for sure. We do see a match on the bottom left. They did manage to get through those first few trash pulls. We saw them depleting the key or resetting the key twice because they ended up wiping on the trash. They did manage to get it done now with 0 deaths. So now they just have to get through Laymore, which is one of those bosses that can be super scary on those high tyrannical keys with the AoE stomp and then also the AoE debuff right before that. And of course also tank damage. That is something that you have to watch out for on super high tyrannical keys as well. So let's see if Match can finish this while the other teams are mainly on lower key levels and they're just trying to play up the Brackenhide and the Academy, which are the 2 dungeons that were announced for the first time today.
Yeah, and remember, we still have that one secret key for tomorrow, which could throw a wrench in the plans for these teams. Could be something very mean. You know, we never know, you never know. But they can't worry about that right now. We still do have plenty of time left today. And, you know, a lot of the teams have spent most of their time pushing up these keys. And with 3.5 hours left, you really don't have that many easy options left. You know, for instance, Perplexed, once they get this 18 down, their options are 21 Halls, 20 Azure Vaults, 20 Nockhood, 20 Algathar, 20 Brackenhide. It's all 20s. And you know, while 20s have been made to look relatively easy this weekend by all the teams, it's still something you need to have a very solid game plan before just heading into. So my idea for a team like Perplexed is they're probably going to go back to one of the original Day 1 dungeons because they probably have things planned out and mathed out for them. Notably the Azure Vault, they need to get the 20 and 21 done there. And then once they're done with that, they're probably going to take like a break and then potentially look at what other teams are doing in Algathar and Brackenhide and then head back into those 2 dungeons.
Yeah, and we do see a Cauterize proc here for Dr. J on one of those AoE stumps from Laymore. But of course, having the cheat death means that they can save their battle rest for something later on in case something else happens. But yeah, notably breaks, as we're talking about that, we are now in the 2nd hour of today, of the tournament. That means that these teams can now start taking their mandatory 20-minute breaks. They can take, divide the breaks, or they can take a full 20 minutes all at once, as long as they take that break within, or not within the first hour, not within the last hour of the tournament, which is something we talked about a lot because of the incident with mandatory yesterday. I do think they probably remember that now, and they're not going to be going into a key right before that happens.
Yeah, 5 points for not getting your break timer is something you really don't want to have happen to you, and you know, sometimes these rules go under the radar because teams just, you know, understand them and haven't had an issue, you know, making sure it wasn't a problem for them. But yeah, mandatory having to skip that Nockhood 26 minutes in yesterday because they didn't realize they had to start their last break before the last hour could have been an issue. but they've just been playing so well this weekend. It hasn't mattered. They are just the one team that is the standout of the weekend so far. Every single key that they've been able to finish, they've almost always done on their first try, and they're continuing that clip today here. They got their 20 Brackenhide done with a 2 chest, and they're on to the Alcathar Academy now, finishing off that last key before they go for the push. And I mean, they're playing just as strong today as they did yesterday. And, you know, like Dratnos was saying in the pre-show today, even though the scoreboard shows they were only 1 point ahead of everyone else, they really should have been 2 points ahead because of that break thing, right? So we'll see.
Yeah.
They're going to get to difficult push territory very, very quickly here. These 3 Alcathar runs probably going to take them about an hour, and then we're going to see them, again, their choices for keys at this point are 21 Halls, 22 Vault, 21 Knock Hood, 22 Brackenhide, and then I'm going to guess it's either going to be 21 or 22 Alcathar as well. They're gonna be at a wall at that point.
I love it though. That means we're going to see some high keys done today as well, or attempted at least. We are at the end of Lamo here for a match. Dr. J did go down, unfortunately. Looks like they might even be saving the battle rest because Lamo is so low. They know they can finish off the boss here, not having to commit the battle rest, saving it for later on in case something goes wrong later. But yeah, really good job by match. 8 minutes 44 is their split, which is actually pretty good. We did have some 9:04 splits from Pedro. We did have 9:04 for Shindra as well, 9:08 for Exposed on the 20. So yeah, definitely looking really good on the split here on Laymore. If the rest of the run goes according to plan for a match, they're fine.
Indeed, so a lot more yet to see today. As we bring Dratnos in, and as we give Zyronic a little bit of a break, I wanted to ask Dratnos about your opinion on the go wide versus go tall strategies, right? And when I say that, I mean go wide as in, like, get times done in every dungeon, just get maybe, a feel for it, do the first, do the 15 or something today and some of the new ones, versus, like, going in and, like, pushing up one key as high as you can, then going to the next one, pushing that one. What do you feel? Do you feel like it makes a difference? Does it feel like a preference thing? Like, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's interesting. There's arguments to be made for both. The thing that I like about going to one of the yesterday dungeons first is that you can plan for it, right? Like, the start of the day, here's what we're going to do, right? We're going to go to that Azure Vault 21. We know exactly what that dungeon looks like. We know what our plan is in there. We're thinking about it for 5 hours, in the lead up. And then we go in, we blast that keystone. There's no uncertainty, right? You're not waiting for the dungeons to get revealed. And then while you're doing that key, you then you get to take your break afterwards. You get to look at the new dungeons. You get to come into them with a plan as well. The downside to that is that at the end of the day, if you fail to put up the easy points in the 2 new dungeons, right? If you're pressured to go in there and you just have to rush in there at the end of the day and you can't get all of the easy points in those dungeons, doing a 21 Azure Vault is only 2 points better than doing the 19 Azure Vault, right? But like, if that means that you're then on an 18 Algathar instead of a 20 or a 21, you lose those points right back. So the easier points are definitely available in the newest dungeons at the start of the day, and then you don't have any uncertainty, right? If you always pursue the easiest points first and then the harder points, you're not going to have this kind of randomness of, if we mess something up, are we going to lose 30 minutes and then not have enough time to get the easy points later, right? Like, if you sequence it so you're always working on the easiest points left on your scorecard, you can't really get owned as hard as if you do it the other way around and something goes wrong.
Yeah, fair enough. You agree with that, Nagura? What do you think?
100%. Everything Daniel says is always correct.
That's right.
Oh, you heard it here first.
I wish more people would say that. It's so brave, but so such a underheld opinion, I think.
Clip it.
That's right.
We did just see Perplexed finish off their 18 Brackenhide. They did manage to 2-chest it as well, so that means they have the 20 available, which is really good sign for Perplexed, because yesterday they were struggling a little bit at the getting those higher keys done, and also some of the 2 chests that they didn't manage to get on the board while other teams did. So looking a lot stronger today, getting everything done first try for Perplex. Let's see if they go into the 20 straight away or if they go into another key first, because they did abandon the 18 as well, or the the academy, even though they could have done the 20, like the other teams did. They did go with a different dungeon. But yeah, Lemac going down for a match there on one of their pools on the 21.
Okay, it's all right. We're stabilized. The res came out. The pull was almost done anyways. They didn't experience any more deaths there, so that's only going to cost them like 20 seconds or something, maybe even a little bit less. So it's all good. Everything's okay. There's still a battle res as well available for them. It's okay. It's scary, but it is definitely okay for Madge. And the timer, even in the 21 in Azure Vault, mandatory timed this key with about 3 minutes to spare, so there is definitely still some flexibility on the timer, particularly in Azure Vault, even at that 21 key level. So Madge their run is still fine, if not perfect anymore. Yeah, that's a team that was under some pressure at the end of yesterday. One of the teams that could have gone home, depending on how their last dungeon run went, so it's such a scary group that all these teams are in. Ooh, we have an Augmentation Evoker down for Shinra Tensei. That's going to be a battle res committed by them as well on this plus 20 Algathar. Now the timer in plus 20 Algathar is also, I would say there's, flexible. We saw Madge time this with almost 5 minutes to spare, but another death coming out there. Okay, actually no, they've just held the res. I like it. Okay. Nice move. Yeah, they cancel the res. Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it as well, knowing that they can finish off the boss here, just saving the battle res in case something goes wrong later. We did see the 20 actually almost two-chested. So that is a possibility that they might want to do. But we talked about this earlier. Maybe they don't immediately want to attempt the 22 even, so maybe two-chesting the 20 isn't as important to some of these teams, unless they want to risk going into the 22 straight away. So we'll see what Shinra does. They're split 9:51. Definitely good. Match was on a 9:41 on their 20. So a little bit faster than Match. But Shinra, of course, having a little bit of a different strategy as well on their side. Now, Match on the bottom right, they are in their 21 Asher Vault, and they now engage Asher Blade. This is something that, one of the pools that can be pretty dangerous, especially on a tank as well. We've seen some tanks go down, some kiting going on with the bolstering affix here, especially pretty dangerous. So let's see if Match can deal with this. They do have Bloodlust available, not using it just yet though, maybe waiting for that first intermission. Oh, they actually restarted the boss?
Yeah, it looks
so
like
they
they
probably
weren't...
pulled it on accident, yeah.
They weren't quite ready to be fighting. Yeah, they had some of those images kind of CC'd in the middle of the room, but those were going to maybe be a problem. So a little bit sketchy. We do see Pedro's with the 17 two-chested Algathar. Nearly at that 3-chest marker, actually, as well. Not super far off. Another Augmentation Evoker death for Shinra Tensei. They are able to now commit their battle res. So still just the one available for them. Again, the 20 Algathar, sloppiness is acceptable. Full wipes are not, basically, at that key level. So, and even a full wipe, maybe one full wipe can be recovered from. Mandatory up in the top left are looking to be another team to put that 3-chest stamp on Algathar Academy. Definitely well on pace for that. That's going to be nice. That was pretty bad for Pedro's that they weren't able to put that 3-chest up, right? That's potentially going to end up costing them unless they can do something like 2-chest to 19.
Yeah, I do think that 2-chest to 19 is definitely doable. If you look at the timers for the 20 that we've seen from Match, for example. The problem is that Pedro's route, in our opinion, at least the one route they were playing on the previous keys, wasn't as fast as the other team's routes. So not sure if Pedro's is going to be able to get the 2-chest on a 19. But yeah, as you said, it's very important for them to get it done if they don't want to be losing out on the compared to the other teams. Because they lost out on the 3-chest on the 15, it would only mean, it wouldn't cost them anything to lose out on a 3-chest if they get the 2-chest in a 19, right? Because the other teams are going to be able, they're not able to get the 2-chest on the 20. But we'll see what happens and see if Pedro's does manage to do that. In the meantime, Match now does want to engage Asher Blade this time. They're not resetting that boss. And we'll
That was
see how many
a
intermission
painful
phases they need.
void torrent. As soon as you start
Yeah.
pressing it, of course, immediately the frontal aimed at you. I'm sure Shadow Priest can relate to that experience. Soda getting every second of that void torrent before eventually canceling it to move, but it does not feel good. Even losing one tick of that is feels bad. And you can see on the damage meters, poor Soda only doing 1.2 million DPS. Very, very
Yeah.
sad Shadow Priest noises for sure.
For Shadow Priest, indeed, I do feel bad for Soda. There we go. Petros per hour, the top right. They're in their 19 now, and they did snap the lashes here. So there we go. I do think that Petros actually did maybe just played like the safer route on the previous levels, and now they know they have to two-chest this, and they're gonna go with a little bit of a riskier snap here at the start of the dungeon. Let's see if they can execute it.
Sometimes we see these flowers as well. They don't always cooperate when you try and snap them too. So sometimes you aren't able to actually get that to work. It's a very fiddly and inconsistent strategy that may end up costing you some time. I only see 2 Vile Lashes here, for instance. Uh-oh. And actually, it looks like we are going to see them wipe intentionally and zone out of the 19. So I suspect that I only saw 2 Vile Lashers there. I suspect that the third failed to join that pull through some combination of mistakes or just RNG. Sometimes it just doesn't do that. So I think what they're feeling is, yes, we need to two-chest this 19. It's going to be worth it for us to reset the start of the dungeon a couple times, because say we have to reset it 3 times, right? Say that costs us 10 minutes, but then we two-chest instead of one-chest the 19, that saves us an extra 30 minutes of running the dungeon again later. So you do, net some time, as long as it doesn't cost you too many resets to get that 19 two-chest.
Yeah, I personally very much like this decision by Petros, because of course not snapping one of the lashers is a really big time loss if this is the strategy that you're playing with Croth first, because otherwise you're obviously not spawning the boss. You have to go back, you have to do another trash pull. It is very inefficient. So getting the reset here by Petros does make a lot of sense. Let's hope they can pull it off this time around. We're going to keep an eye on that, as Match on the top left side is about to finish up Azure Blade. They might get another intermission as the mana is getting lower and lower for Azure Blade, of course. Once the mana is empty, they'll walk into the middle of the room and start the intermission phase. And 10% probably not going to be happening, so we do see one more intermission phase probably going through.
Okay, so it's going to cast this Ancient Orb. It's going to walk for like 2 seconds outside, and now it's going to run towards the mid. 5%. No, you're right. There's you have a couple more seconds to do damage here, but this is going to be like a 2%er. Oh,
it's very close,
brutal. Though. Always seems like it's going to be doable, and then 2%.
Yeah, it's just this 21 tyrannical. Like the HP of the boss just not moving. There's just so much health on that boss. But yeah, one more intermission phase shouldn't be too big of a deal for Match. Let's take a look at the splits in Azure Vault for the other 21s that we've seen. So we have a 1744 Azure Blade split for Mandatory. Now, we do have to note that Mandatory played trash at the end of the dungeon. So that means that the splits are not going to be as good to compare. Petros Power 1919 on their 21. So yeah, they're a little bit slower than the other teams, but I think Petros also plays trash at the end, right? So I guess all of the 21 splits we have so far is trash at the end, so it's going to be very hard to compare to Match.
Yeah, exactly. We can see that Maj are slower on this split, although you can see Shinra Tensei's split, right? Ends up being, I guess Shinra Tensei doesn't do trash at the end, right? So that's a kind of a comparable strategy.
True.
So we can see that Maj are on pace for maybe a 36-minute Azure Vault, which... So there's not a huge difference between, say, a 36 and a 35-minute 21, except for the fact that the 35-minute has a much higher chance of meaning the 22 is doable, right? Like, Mandatory's timer in there is so close to already fast enough to do the 22, right? Like, if you can live everything, you only need to be a little bit cleaner to get the 22 on the board. Whereas if you're, say, doing a 36-minute 21... the 22 is going to require you to be substantially faster or cleaner to actually get that keystone timed. So it's one of those things where in order for it to matter, Mandatory are going to have to spike the 22, and if they can do that, the other teams are going to have maybe a very hard time doing it.
Yeah, definitely. We do see Perplex now back from their break. Perplex was the first team to take their 10-minute break. They're now back and immediately going into that +20 Bracken height. I think I like this decision. So they could have done a number of things here because they're the team that already have quite a few points in the new dungeon. Actually, immediately as I say that, it's just, you know,
well, the running into the trap there was
after the
definitely
break.
intentional. Yeah, that was for some reason they wanted to go again. But yeah, I mean, I like the Bracken as well.
Yeah, I wanted to say it's fresh in their minds and they're gonna play well, but yeah, that point is moot now. As Match does have a death on Soda on their Shadow Priest, on that frog pool here.
Dr. J
also
down as
going
well.
down.
One B-res available. Are we going to commit it here? These Hornswogs are pretty nasty. At least there aren't any breakers left, so the Hornswog damage is primarily avoidable. The looters, with some Bullstring Sacks, can also end up destroying your tank, but those Sigil of Chains comes out, gets everything into that Shadow Crash. Beautiful lineup for Madge. Looks like they're going to preserve their Battle Res as well. Feeling like they don't need the extra time of sending the Battle Res, and they would rather have the extra safety. I think they probably are right about that. Ooh, Roybin. So do you see what Roybin was up to there? She ran over to the side and melded to try and get an out-of-combat res started, but I think then immediately got ticked back into combat by a, Hornswog looking in that direction or something. So, great idea. Didn't quite work out that time, unfortunately.
Yeah, now they are out of combat and the rest is being channeled by Soda here. So they're gonna get Dr. J back up, rebuffed, and everything can continue. Their timer's still looking very good. They're gonna be able to get this done if they don't have any major mistakes. Of course, both Grey Wing and Umble Skull are difficult bosses to deal with on a 21 Tyrannical. So still some stuff left to do for them. But yeah, Perplex on the bottom left now reset that 20 Bracken height, and now they're attempting this pull again. This can be a very difficult pull. A Shine going down while the Breath of Eons has been deployed on that pull. Wow.
That is nasty. Looks like they're going to keep this pull going. I don't know exactly what gets removed when you die as a augmentation evoker. I don't know if the Breath of Eons goes off of the pack. It looks like there were still Ebon Mites out, so maybe not the end of the world, but certainly not a... This pull has to be going slower than if they didn't have that happen. I wonder if they will just say, you know what, let's go again. It's 1 minute into this dungeon. Doesn't look like that call's being made, though. Looks like they're going to keep this thing going, so...
It's interesting as well because we did see Mandatory 2-chested their 20, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if that is something that Perplex wants to do as well, I would say resetting after death like this does make sense. It's only 1 minute into the dungeon, they wouldn't be losing out that much. But we don't know if Perplex is confident or even wants to 2-chest at 20. So looking at their splits, their 18 was a minute quicker than Mandatory's 18, but Mandatory also had like an insane amount of issues. They had 10 deaths, they had a player DC, so not really comparable. I don't know. We'll see what happens. So the 2 chests for Mandatory 7:19. And the timers that you have to beat is 28 minutes. So there was like 40 seconds leeway that they had left over for Mandatory. And I think a death like that might be around that. So maybe they can still 2-chest if they have a route that is as quick as Mandatory's.
Yeah, that's the thing, though, is I feel like this weekend, Mandatory are kind of taking that echo spot where you sort of compare the runs that other teams are doing to them, and it's like, okay, well, they just lost 30 seconds. Echo or Mandatory had 30 seconds to spare. But then that also requires you playing every other moment of the dungeon as well as Mandatory did, right? And that is something that is happening very rarely. Mandatory have just been playing a cut above the rest this weekend, so... It would be impressive if Perplexed were able to stay on that pace for the next, 30 minutes of this dungeon. I think it's unlikely. I think it's unlikely for any team other than Mandatory. I think Mandatory have established themselves here as clearly dominant in this group, and it's kind of a fight between the remaining 4 teams for the other 2 slots out of this group. That being said, it's definitely still close enough where if Mandatory, grief for an hour or something, all of that advantage is going to disappear.
Yeah, definitely. We do see Pedros per hour on the top right in that 19 Academy. They are fighting Croth currently, trying to survive those screeches as they're stacking up the debuffs on the group. Now, one more thing, or repeating what we talked about earlier about Pedros, they did failed their 3 chests on the 15 compared to all of the other teams that managed to get the 3 chests on the board. And that means that Pedros needs to 2 chest the 19 to still be equal with the rest of the teams, to not be losing out 1 extra run that they would have to be doing in the academy. So we'll see if they can pull that off, as a Croth is dropping lower and lower for them. They only have 1 death on the board, so still looking really good, but they had to commit a battle rest. So that means if something else goes wrong within the next 2 minutes, then they don't have that rest available.
Yeah, Pedros are in a unenviable position here because which is hard, right? They kind of get back to where the other teams were, and it's kind of taken them a little bit of time, right? They've had to do some dungeon resetting, so the team that is in the most danger of elimination today. Now, it's not by a whole lot. It's definitely still very close at the bottom of the leaderboard. But Pedros are the team that, you know, if things go badly for them, they're already at the bottom of the leaderboard. This 19-2 chest is absolutely vital for them, because if they fail to secure that, that's going to be another 30 minutes gone out of their day, and there's only 3 hours left of the day pretty much at this point, so you don't have a lot of 30 minutes to spare.
And definitely won't have anything to spare here for Pedros as they finish off Croth with 9:05.
That's a good time at least. Yeah.
Yeah, that is definitely good. Looking good for that 2 chest timer as well. But yeah, still a lot of the dungeon left to do for them, as Perplex on the bottom left is now on that first boss. Managed to get that first pull done. We did have that death earlier on a Shine on that Aug Evoker that we talked about. And yeah, I think I agree with you that the 2 chests for Perplex is probably going to be very difficult, especially with that death, and especially considering how good Mandatory has been playing, but we'll see later on. Match on the top left is now in that on the Grey Wing on their 21. This is very important for a match here, because they had to reset this 21 Asher Vault a few times early on the first trash pulls, and if something goes wrong at the very end of the dungeon, they would just be losing out on so much time here. They're already 30 minutes almost into that key, so they definitely don't want to have anything go wrong here.
Yeah, absolutely vital that they do not wipe at this point. There's not enough time left on the clock, really, for them to wipe. Basically, unless they wipe on pull on Umbral Skull, they are going to be out of time if they have any kind of wipe in this dungeon. So, absolutely pivotal dungeon we are watching from Madge in the top left. This is the opportunity as well for Pedros per hour, right? Like, if Madge time this key, then Pedros per hour are definitely at the disadvantage. Oh, but if they wipe to it, then Pedros per hour get back in there. That's going to be a battle res. So Madge will have 1 more battle res for the remainder of this dungeon, but they need to not have anything else like that happen. Soda dropping extremely low. Vampiric Embrace comes out. Icy Devastator looks like not going on Soda. That's nice. That's the person we were hoping to not see it on. It goes on Roybin, and she's able to use the ward, use the bear form, survive quite easily. Gonna get 1 more intermission, it looks like, on Telash here, so that's gonna be a little bit dangerous. Hopefully they still have some cooldowns available. Looks like Zephyr was used against the Frost Bomb damage event there. Mass Barrier not available. Not a whole lot available here, actually, at all for this this upcoming one, if Telash goes to the mid. No, we're chilling. All right, cool.
Oof.
Enough damage. Yeah, that was close. That boss was right about to go into the middle, but all good. Nothing to worry about as they drop down and start the last boss here. 7 minutes on the clock, more than enough time. It's just a question of not dying, which means most important is just killing that hardened crystal, getting that shield off of it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that is something that they have to look out for. We, of course, do know when the crystals are spawning, since they are percentage based. So they can even stop damage if they have bad timing, right? That is something that is really nice on Umbral Skull. Whenever there is percentage-based intermissions like that, you can say, you know what, we want to play this safe. We do have enough time left in the key to be able to time this, so let's just wait for our combust to come back up, for our PI to come back up, for our potion to be ready, whatever it is they want to be waiting for. So that is something that those teams are going to be doing if they feel like they're not going to be able to nuke through that shield fast enough.
Yeah, exactly. Setting up the right cooldowns to be available for it as well. We do have a Bloodlust available, Breath of Eon's coming up soon, although that's probably going to be delayed a little bit to line up with the power infusion as well. So that fight is, I think they are going to use their Bloodlust for one of the sets for sure. As we do have a little bit of a survey of what else is going on across our tournament. Perplexed on that rock, fighting that big trash pull after the first boss in their Bracken 20. Shinra Tensei advancing to the end of the dungeon. Ooh, what do we think of this timer for Shinra Tensei? Is this okay? There's only 4 minutes left in the dungeon. Okay, yeah, it is okay. It's okay because they've done the boss already. Exactly. As I was saying, yes, it's all good. No worries.
But that is interesting. I don't think they did this the last time around. So I think something went wrong. Oh?
Shelly is down for Madge. Actually looks like dying to the crackling vortex as well, which is those orb spawns. They do at least break through the shield. If anybody dies in your group, you want it to be the Ogavoker, right? Like, that is the best person to die, because if it's one of your other DPS, that's kind of catastrophic, because now your Ogavoker is buffing fewer people as well. But looks like they were able to get through that first spawn of crystals, but now they don't have any battle reses, so any further deaths are probably it for Madge, and that's going to be minus 35 minutes.
That would be horrible for them, so they do have to focus up here. They have the last available, they have some cooldowns available as well. And again, they want to be making sure they have everything, or as much as they need, available for those crystal spawns, especially now without that battle res available. So we'll see what they have for the next crystal spawn here. They also need to make sure they have the defenses available. Not just the offensive cooldowns are relevant for the crystals to be able to be nuked down quickly. They also need to make sure they have those defensives used. We do see the mass barrier coming out for Dr. J here as the crystals are about to spawn in just a moment. And we do have PI ready, we have combustion ready, no PI, no breath. So maybe they're waiting on it. Let's take
Here
a look.
comes
Never
that
mind, they have
lust. Yeah, so we've got lust, we've got a combustion rolling. A big ignite building up on the boss that'll spread to these. Lamike not tanking the boss in one of those spots that clumps the crystal spawns. So a little bit more spread, but it does look like that ignite is doing more than enough to kill off all the detonating crystals, the hardened crystal broken through as well. No trouble whatsoever. And for the last set, we are going to have Breath of Eon's power infusion, void form. We're going to have all of those for the 25% spawn. I suspect they will hold those cooldowns just to make sure they get through that. This is going to be, it's going to be a 36-30 or something in this Azure Vault, but that's okay. That's not a problem.
I mean, it could potentially be a problem if we're talking about tiebreakers at the end of the day, right? That is something that we've seen be really relevant yesterday already. So that is something I do want to consider, but obviously at this point they just want to time the key, right? So that is something that they worry about later in case that does happen. But Ambroscal about to spawn that last set of crystals. As Gretos mentioned, we do have PI, breath, and combustion available for that. We do not have a mage barrier right now, but we do have Sapphire, we do have some other cooldowns as well. All of the cooldowns are being popped already, and there they are, the last set of crystals. Let's see if they can survive that one.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous there. Still got the shield pulsing, but it looks like they weren't in much danger of dying at all. The combination of that Zephyr, Mass Barrier, plus the Resto Druid Flourish, more than enough to get them through the HPS check before they could eventually break that shield. And now with all those crystals dead, it's just a matter of not having a surprise death to, say, one of those orbs, a tank death as well. Something that you got to make sure you watch out for on this fight. Is very easy for the tank to go down on the dragon strikes there.
Yeah, definitely gonna be fine from here out, in my opinion. They do have 1 minute 30 left as well, so gonna be easy for them to finish up this boss. Just want to make sure they're playing it as safe as possible to not have any of those mistakes, as you talked about, like any tank deaths or something like that. But yeah, looking strong. So what does Match do after they're done with this one? Oh, they still have to do the Brackenhide, right? Yeah. So Match is probably gonna go into their Brackenhide since they haven't done the 15 there at all yet.
I suspect that's that feels like the only play you could justify given the scorecard, right? Like you want to go into a 20 no coot or something? No way, right? You got to put the Brackenhide on the board. So maybe it's break time first, though. We'll see. That could also be a good time for it. But yeah, Madge cementing themselves at 80 points here. They actually are ever so slightly faster than Shinra Tensei as well. They are 12 seconds ahead of Shinra Tensei overall, both at the 80-point threshold. We can see those Azure Vault splits. They're 10 seconds slower in the vault, but 12 seconds faster with all the dungeons added together than Shinra Tensei. Two very evenly matched teams, with Pedros per hour also maybe looking even slightly weaker than those two teams early in the day here. I think that the fight between those teams at the bottom of the leaderboard at the end of the day is going to be intense. And actually Perplexed, they're in second right now. But if you look at their scorecard, look at the Azure Vault, right? The Azure Vault that Perplexed are sitting on is a 19-1 chest. So for them to match Mad, Shinra Tensei, and Pedros in that dungeon and put a 21 on the board, they are going to need to spend an hour at least in Azure Vault doing that dungeon on 20 and then 21. That is a serious time commitment. So Perplexed look strong, right? They look like they're tied with Mandatory, but compare the 2 chest and 3 chest stars, compare the key level in that Azure Vault with Mandatory and Perplexed, and you can see Perplexed is actually like sleeper 5 key levels below Mandatory and pretty much tied with Mad, Shinra Tensei, and Pedros. Those teams are all very, very close right now, effectively.
Yeah, definitely true. And we'll see if Perplexed does manage to get the 2 chests on the 20 bracken height, as we've seen Mandatory do, but as we talked about earlier, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them. It's going to be easier for us to take a look at that split once they finish off Tree Mouth, and then we can compare it to what Mandatory did in their plus 20 earlier. But yeah, Mandatory in the bottom right, they are on Echo of the Ragosa now, did a really big trash pull onto the boss, and still has a lot of trash left to do even. So let's see if they can execute that one, but their time are looking very, very good. They're also going to get like we've seen most other teams.
This top left run for Pedro is very important here, right? Whether they can land this 2 chest or not. That's honestly okay. Even if Pedro's lands the 2 chest here, they'll be on. I guess if they land the 2 chest, they're kind of tied with Maj and Shinra. As long as they can then eventually do that 21, right? But like they're tied, but maybe 15 minutes slower in real time to get to that threshold. Definitely still the team that's in the most danger of elimination, I would say, is Pedro's, especially because they're going to be the last team to head to that Brackenhide, right? They will need to commit that time working on that 15, working on hopefully that 18, hopefully not another 15 2-chest incident for Pedro's. I think one more of those would be pretty catastrophic.
Yeah, so Pedro's has, so the 2-chest timer in Academy's 25 minutes and 36 seconds. So they have a little bit over 5 minutes left to finish off the rest of the trash they need to do and Echo of Duragosa. It is 45, so I do think that it is doable unless they... Oh, a shine going down for Perplexed.
Yeah, no battle res available for them either. This is... I suspect this is the nail in the coffin for the 2 chest, yeah.
Yeah, this might be a little bit of a problem.
It's not the end of the world, because we don't even know if you can do a 22,
mechanic.
Right?
Yeah, but wait, so Tree Mouth, the way they deal with this boss mechanic, like the grip in, the entangling where somebody needs to get eaten by the boss for the boss to not enrage, they usually deal with this mechanic by wernstoning. So either the tank goes in, wernstones out, or the evoker goes in and wernstones out. But with the evoker they're not going to be able to do that. So if they get one more ability, they either have to just let it go through because the boss is really low and they might be able to survive the enrage anyway. But yeah, there we go. The Grasping Vines is coming out. So we'll see if Divine Field maybe just tanks it, or
I think you just let it through. Yeah. It just increases the boss's damage. Oh, okay. It looks like they're just gonna let it eat Divine. The problem with letting it eat Divine here is you just put a huge shield on the boss, so it's gonna slow you down. But if you don't have anybody get eaten, the boss does get a nasty haste and damage buff that maybe they were worried would kill on a plus 20 key level. I mean, it is scary. I think it's doable, but sketchy to have nobody get eaten. I think at 5% you could maybe do it, but I think they probably feel like the 2 chest is already out of reach, so it's just a question of avoiding any wipes and minimizing the chances of depletion. So here goes Pedros per hour, like you said, that 25:36, the timer to beat here. So they have 3 minutes and 30 seconds to eliminate Duragosa and all of this trash. It is a fortified keystone, so it is possible, but it is going to require very high DPS, as Sanghelios nearly goes down. But it's all good. Everything's all right. Not to worry. The Bloodlust popped, all of these CDs active as well. Power Infusion coming out as well, lining up with that Void Form. Big damage coming out on Echo of Dorgo, so just gotta do primary damage to that, right? Don't worry too much about those ads. They'll die when they die. Try not to die to them or anything like that. Try and keep them under control. But actually, Spiteful on this fight as well. Very sketchy because you get gripped under the boss, and that's where the Spitefuls are. So it could be one of the harder Spiteful encounters. Is definitely this fight if you pull trash onto it.
Yeah, we did just see Crims actually getting hit by one
I
of
wonder if
those
that was
orbs.
intentional. Get a little damage buff,
I was thinking, I was thinking as well, but he had a shield from the Invoker, so he loses the buff, right? So maybe.
Not good, yeah. No, you're right. That would basically never be worth it. Because so on this fight, you can take the orbs and you get a stacking damage buff, but there's some unavoidable damage that will then potentially just remove that buff from you, so you actually will lose damage if that happens to you at the wrong time. So Crim's now, for instance, back down at 0 stacks. And has spawned an extra Void Zone over there that's going to be making extra orbs to dodge. I don't know, I mean, it's not the end of the world, particularly if you're at like 0 stacks and the boss is at 40% health. I think taking 1 can make sense, taking 2, but it seems like they're just not going to risk it. I don't think they need to either. Look how fast this boss is melting. They still have 2 minutes to do the last 30% here. There's no danger of that being hard. They do need a little bit of count, but I suspect that the ad that they have, that Restorer, will probably be all that they need there. They're going to keep it MC'd for a little while longer just to get the absolute maximum amount of value.
Yeah, Pedro's definitely going to be fine to get the 2 chests, which, again, really important for them to make up for that mistake they did earlier under 15. So looking very good for Pedro's. Perplex on the top right are now on Gut Shot. But yeah, as we talked about, with the mistake, or with the double death on a Shine and some more issues they had earlier, they're not going to be able to 2-chest this plus 20 Breckenhide like we've seen Mandatory do. They're definitely quite a bit slower in comparison. 1440 was the tree mouth split for Mandatory in their 20, 1736 in comparison for Perplex here. And Shinra is now back from their break. They actually took their part of their break. They took 10 minutes and they're now back, and they're straight into that Breckenhide as well, making sure they get that last dungeon that they still have to do on the board, and played up to 20 as well on their side.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a here's our Algathar splits you can see down in the bottom left. So that is Pedro's putting up an impressive 2-chest showing here. And actually, if you scaled up that time, right, you increase that time by like 10% to account for it going up a key level, they would still be as fast or faster than the competition here. So looking really nice for Pedro's in that dungeon. Of course, it did cost them a reset, but they are at least still in this thing, right? They're close to tied with Maj and Shinra Tensei. It's just, in order to realize that tie, they need to do a 21 Algathar Academy that they've unlocked with that 2-chest. So that, I suspect, is a very volatile key to attempt. I think that's a problem for the future as well. I think you want to go into the Brackenhide, although honestly, maybe you're warmed up on Algathar Academy and you know you need the 21 by the end of today no matter what anyways, so maybe you just go back in there. I actually think that's a pretty defensible decision as well.
I think I like that decision. Yesterday, I would have said just move on if it was the first dungeon of your day, because you had to do the 3 dungeons overall. But today, it's really just the 2 dungeons that you have to start from 0. All of the other dungeons, you're mainly like doing push keys. So I do think it would be a good decision to stay in the 21 if they think it's fresh in their minds. But
Yeah,
every team is a little bit
absolutely.
different when it comes to those kind of decisions, right? Some teams are like, you know what, I can't see Academy anymore. Like, get me out of here. Let me do something else. Refresh my mind. Do something else. So yeah, let's see what Predators are doing.
Yeah, may well be a good opportunity for a break time as well.
That is so.
You know, kind of look at what's going on across the rest of the field. Speaking of the rest of the field, you can see that leaderboard in the bottom left. We have Shinra Tensei and Maj, 12 seconds separating these two teams at that 80-point threshold. Now, if Pedros aren't able to get that 21 Algathar up, Maj and Shinra Tensei are fine, right? But if Pedros do put that 21 on the board, that actually will get them tiebreak over Maj and Shinra Tensei as it stands right now. So those two teams need to be extremely concerned with working on those with, you know, whatever the highest Brackenhide they do today, it's very important that that run is clean and fast so that they can have a good overall tiebreaker. Still plenty of time left in the day as well, right? Like, there's time to go and, say, get that 20 no-Kud for Madge, get that 20 Halls of Infusion for Shinra Tensei, 21 Algathar available for both teams as well. But Bracken at least up to 20 is vital for really all of our teams in the competition today.
Yeah, and still, even though Perplex is looking really strong today so far, they are the team that, in my opinion, is like in the last spot, right? We talked about this before because they don't have any of that, mainly because of the Asher Vault, because all of the other teams are able to get their 21 done, while Perplex has to do the 20 first and then do the 21 to be at the same spot as the other teams. So Perplex, even though they're looking good and they are closing out their plus 20 Bracken height here, they still have to go back to do the 20 Academy, and then they only have one chest left to do on their side. So Perplex definitely has to play very, very clean from here on out, has to make sure that they're one-shotting a lot of these keys, even on the higher levels, because as soon as we get into this 21, 22 range even, we're obviously going to see a lot more resets than what we've seen on these 15, 18, 17 keys. So if Perplex manages to one-shot a lot of the keys on the higher levels, they do, of course, have a chance to get back and to do well at the end of the day. But yeah, they are definitely in danger to get eliminated today if that is not true for them, if they don't play clean, and if the other teams also play clean on their side.
Yeah, I think that is a very good point. You know, when we look at that leaderboard, it's tempting to look at the bottom. But like you said, Perplexed at the top of the leaderboard, actually Sleeper in the most danger. Divine going down on this pull as well does get rezzed, but whenever a tank gets rezzed in the middle of a pull, there's a big threat problem, and you can see Sevi going down as well there now. Decay Surge coming out. You lose control of these mobs. They start getting spread out. Casts start going through. It is a very, very dangerous situation. You only have one taunt every 8 seconds as well to try and wrangle back control of this pull. Looks like Divine is going to try and make this happen. Another Decay Surge comes out before that Silent Sigil is able to stop any further casts. They've just got to make sure they get these mobs taken care of. Looking at the timer, still 9 minutes on the clock. You don't need more than 5 for the last boss on a 20 with Fortified active, right? So as long as they can get this trash taken care of and avoid full wiping here, the timer is still fine. But yeah, that 2 chest is well out of reach for them.
Yeah, Swag also going down to a DK Surge here. Yeah, the DK Surge is just causing some issues as these Rot Colors are just spread out everywhere. Did manage to finish it off now, so they only have this War Scourge left at this point, which is going to be easy for them to finish off. And yeah, as we talked about, enough time left for them to do Wrath Eye as well. So
Wolf Disco is not attacking this War Scourge. Are they taking this thing into the Decatriarch?
Yeah, I think so. I've seen them do this before as well.
So
I'm not sure I understood because... Okay, you explain.
Basically the way it works is that these War Scourges have an aura that gives cooldown reduction, among other things, to other nearby enemies, right?
It doesn't work anymore though, right?
It used to have that, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That aura got removed after last. We saw it being used very cleverly in previous ones. So I wonder what they're getting out of keeping this thing alive and taking it into boss here.
Yeah, because I saw them do this the last time too, and I was confused because I was told that this does not work anymore. But clearly Perplexed, like...
Maybe they just didn't want to drop combat for some reason? You know, maybe there's a...
Like, it definitely feels like they're onto something here. Like, there must be some mechanic that they're using with this Wrath Eye. Like, maybe they figured out how to use the cooldown reduction anyway. Because, just to explain how this worked in the past, like the last TGP, is that these, because of the aura of the mobs, they speed up or they change the inner cooldown of the boss's cast. So this bulk queuing is different, which made it a little bit easier to deal with the totems. You basically just had more time between totems to deal with them easier. And this is something that we've seen during the last TGP, and most teams have adapted to this strategy. But apparently since, it has been changed, and that's why we've seen most teams not do this, where they pull the Breath Eyes in. But Perplex definitely onto something here.
So it's actually for the Desperate Invokers Codex. They can't.
Okay.
They don't want to drop combat for that. They want to maintain the stacks on the codex, and so like dropping
makes
combat, they lose all the
That's worth a
stacks.
battle res?
Did somebody not meld res? I mean,
No,
I don't know.
they did commit a battle res to make it happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably worth a battle res, right? not 100% sure. It's a lot of damage, right? And so I'm looking at Wolf Disco's wearing the codex. A Shine's wearing the codex. This. I mean, it could. I don't know. It's one of those situations where it's really good. So, okay,
Very
Stephanie's also
interesting.
wearing it. So a lot of their players are wearing it. So dropping combat is really bad for their whole entire group, I think.
Wow, Tettles from the top rope, 5 minutes before his scheduled entrance. But that's okay. That's fine. We can just do
That's
it.
good. I was
just sitting here, man.
for next 5
I was
minutes.
just hanging out. Yeah,
chill.
they were talking about it. I was just hanging out.
It's good timing. That's how you do it.
All right, so Perplexed with this, as long as they can make all these totems disappear, which the thing is, I think every team has got so much practice on these totems at this point because this was one of our time trial dungeons, and it was tyrannical in the time trials, right? So, and all these teams put up a 21 in here. So 20 fortified has got to feel a little bit, I don't want to say easy, but it's not as brutally difficult as they have all proven they can do, right? Yeah, it looks like they are in good shape to make these totems. Just, I mean, they've got a couple seconds left even on them. I like this Breath of Eon's timing from a Shine as well. Just, I see a lot of Augavokers sending it on totems. I think that's like the worst time you can do it because the totem has to die before your breath can pop anyways, and so you just have a breath on the boss that isn't actually accumulating much damage.
I think the breath is more for the shield than it's going to be for like popping damage, right? You're just going to want the
It's
shield
nice to get
for the
chrono
AoE.
wards on the explosion for sure.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about it a little bit earlier, and I think is Nigger is still here or no? She just left. I don't really know.
Hi,
She
I'm
says,
here, I'm here.
"Okay, I'm out, bye." But then
Oh,
she's still here. So
I was just about to leave, but yeah, what is it?
Okay, what do you actually think about Perplex's position? Because they have a 19 one chest Azure Vault, and they're only one chesting this Brackenhide. And I think that Brackenhide 22 is doable.
Yeah, so I definitely think the Perplexed is in the biggest danger of getting eliminated today. But because we're going to get into a higher key range very early on, because there's a lot of time left in the tournament. Of course, Perplexed, after this 20, they have to go back into the 20 Academy. But then they only have the one chest left, right? So Perplexed has to be super clean, get their high keys done like in one shots. We've seen some other teams wipe a few times in the 21 Asher Vault on the first few pulls. I think Perplex has to go in, get this 20 Brackenhide, go get the 20 Academy, then get the 20 into the 21 Asher Vault done really fast, and then they still have a chance compared to the rest of the teams. But if the rest of the teams play really clean, then it doesn't really matter, right? Because they are just basically one dungeon behind to everyone else.
All right, you're free to go now.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Thanks for sticking around
So
a little
long,
bit, Nagura.
Nagura.
See ya.
all right,
'Cause right
there it is,
now-
the 20 does go on the board. Yeah, and that does. I agree with you, Tettles. Right, like it looks like Perplexed are strong. They're in second place overall, but looking at their scorecard, there's only 1-2 chest left for them to capitalize on here, so they can get to 98 points with that 20 Algathar. But then there's not easy ways for them to get much more points, right? We're talking about spending 30 minutes in Azure Vault to get to 99, another 30 minutes to get to 100. Both of those key levels would be pretty volatile as well. Might well take them more than 1 or 2 attempts. So that might be most of their day just to get to 100 points. And every other team that is well below Perplexed has a much easier path to getting more points more quickly.
I think that Pedro's is also in a pretty bad spot currently.
Yeah, so Pedros need to secure this 21 Algathar that they've just started in the bottom left. If they can do that, right, they'll advance to 81 points with nothing in Bracken. And then if they can get the Bracken up to 20, that's 101 points, right? That's like we were just talking about, you know, Perplexed have a long path to 100 points. Pedros have a fairly easy path to 101, conditional on winning this 21 Algathar Academy, which is a very hard thing to do.
Yeah, I will say that the main difference between day 2 and day 1, though, is that we only have 2 dungeons to deal with today. So you're actually going to see a bit more key pushing than you actually saw on day one, which could be an advantage for either Pedro's or Perplex, depending on how comfortable they were during their practice. Because, these teams are going to be doing a lot of practice at the very beginning. And Pedro's per hour in the bottom left, even wiping and resetting that first pull of Aug Academy because they didn't get the...
One of the lashes didn't come, so go again.
That's how it
All
is.
good. -1 minute. Not to worry.
This mob's really finicky to snap.
Yep.
And if they don't snap instantly, then there's like issues where the Guardian Sentry can like reset and clock somebody. It's not a great situation.
Yeah, it's a sketchy start of the dungeon. At least it's at the very start of the dungeon, right? So you only have to spend a couple of minutes for each of those attempts. But yeah, hopefully for Pedro's, they're able to get that working quickly, sooner rather than later, because we talked about Perplex being in some danger, but it's definitely Perplexed and Pedro's that I think are in the most danger, and then Maj and Shinra Tensei are maybe 20 minutes better than those two teams, something like that, right? Like, they're not far ahead.
I think Shinra's had a really good day. Shinra also has that 20 Noku defensive, which it seems possible that they're able to do a 21. I don't think that 21's necessarily in the cards for today, but I do think that Shinra Tensei has had an awesome day too. It was one of those. I think that they were kind of a team that we were maybe a little bit worried about coming into today, but I think that they've proven that they're not going to get eliminated today.
I mean, I wouldn't be confident in any of the teams except for Mandatory getting through today.
Mandatory could probably AFK, but yeah.
Well, not a 97. 97 points isn't going to be enough to escape the day, but soon they'll be able to.
You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. Mandatory they've built a lead, and as long as they continue to play at this level, that lead is only going to grow, right? Shinra and Maj have been, things have been going well for them so far today, but they're still only maybe a point ahead of the field, right? Again, it's a little bit misleading to actually look at the score because you have to look at those two chests versus one chest, for instance, right? Like Shinra, Maj, and Pedro's all are sitting on effectively the same score if you count that two chests as an extra point for Pedro's, which, in order for that to happen, they do have to win this key that they're currently in. But if they do that, they actually have tiebreaker advantage, right? Because they'll have 221s. So... yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think Shinra and Maj, you can't be feeling too comfortable on those. Like you said, we're going to get to keep pushing at the end of the day. It's not just all going to be, these keys that are very high success rates. So it's very easy to imagine a world where that just doesn't work out for either Shinra or Maj, and that team will be the one going home today.
Pedro's just lost 2 minutes because Yoda got bounced back on the Wind Gust platform, and so then they failed their snap.
Oh, no. That's one of those things you hate to see, yeah?
Oh my gosh.
Again, at least it's all front-loaded. At least they've got a strategy in Algathar that puts all of that volatility right on the first pull, so they can just try it again, and it'll eventually work out. And it feels bad while you're resetting it, but it does only end up costing you a few minutes at the end of the day, right? And other teams still have that in their future, right? Pedro's are working on this right now, but once they put this 21 up, that's going to be really nice for them because it's going to be done, and other teams will still have to do it.
I don't want to cut you off, but look at Maj in the bottom right. Look at Maj in the bottom right. So Roybin rooted some of the hyenas from this patrol, so none of those mobs are actually linked. So you can actually get the hyenas out of that pack and get them for bonus count into the boss. It's actually a very interesting strat. Look at Roybin here, mass rooting them.
Nice, yeah.
Not getting that hunter. That hunter is a menace. Stay as far away from that guy as possible.
Well, Fade, really nice for getting through there and not pulling any of that, everybody else having to wait. And it does look like, they are going to be able to get this pack. Like you said, bonus hyenas, bonus count. Count in Bracken is interesting, because obviously there's a lot of trash you can pull, but there's also a lot that you do not want to pull. There's a lot of mobs in here that are quite sketchy, especially, the Rot Hexers up over on the right-hand side, right, making those totems, putting that nasty disease on everybody. You kind of want to never pull any of those, and then any of the hunters, any of the mobs with crossbows, all pretty scary as well. So once you eliminate all those options, you don't want to pull Stink Breath either. You don't pull much at the start of the dungeon either, so you kind of want to just get as much trash as humanly possible from the rest of the dungeon. Stuff like those 4 hyenas, a very clever way to get that little bit more count.
What if we pulled Fish Face?
Yeah, Fish Face, a commonly requested pull. Not one I expect we'll see this weekend, but it is worth a lot of count.
Okay, Pages per hour finally getting the first pull done. How many
Excellent.
times
Okay,
did they? How many times they tried that? Like 3?
I think
4?
this is the third or fourth try, yeah, and that's okay. Honestly, you know, I think that poll has about that much volatility. The important thing is that they don't mess up now that they've had the stuff out of their control work. They need to make sure the stuff in their control also works on this attempt. It's going to be so demoralizing if they, you know, set up this poll properly, it all works out, and then you just wipe to Croth or something. You wipe to Veximus or something like that. That's because now you know, okay, we have to go back and roll the dice on this first poll again. Yoda actually going to go down. They do have a battle res available, but it looks like there's not going to be any hope of recovering this poll, as I unfortunately just foretold. This is going to be a very demoralizing spot for Pedro's per hour because they are now right back in the trenches, having to reset that pull up.
That is very, very unfortunate.
Yeah, tragedy.
I will say though, even if they give it like two more attempts on that first pull, and then they are able to then time that 21, they're probably fine. So yesterday was a day that you only had 30 to 45 minutes worth of buffer time to, you know, do some high key pushing, whereas today you probably have like an hour and a half, just with the fact that you only have to do 2 dungeons today. And so I think that, you know, if you're able to get this done on a 21 pretty quickly, even if you do have a couple of mistakes, it's not like the end of the world.
Yeah, so let's map this out, right? We have another 2.5 hours here. Pedros are going to have to head into Brackenhide, as we do have Mandatory working on their big pull. This is a lot of count that they're going to get here. This is like almost all the count they need for the rest of the dungeon all at once here. They've used Sleepwalk to help secure this big pull. All the mobs grouped together. This gets pretty sketchy, though. This is one of those pulls that as the key level gets higher, you start running out of uptime on things like Sigil of Silence. Melee danger zone.
Something I learned on break, did you know that these invokers only cast the missiles at targets that are in front there? I had to do some research because I didn't know that. Apparently that's just like no other TGP team was doing it either.
Yeah, so I mean that turns that pull into dangerous because it's randomly going to arcane missile somebody into doable. One of those things that Mandatory just have, you know, they have the strat, they have the knowledge.
Well, it lets you pull that entire area. It lets you pull that entire area in one pull, and that, you know, saves you a ton of time.
Yeah, because your tank is in very little danger from those missiles. Anybody else you can see,
look at
Shine, for instance, here, getting shot by that missile because he's in that frontal arc of them.
Dude, look at Shine. I don't think we've seen this yet from any of the TGP teams where Shine's going over the gap with double hover, and he's talented into Time Spiral. Now he's going to tag this pack of birds and press Time Spiral to get another hover charge, and that gives you just enough room to get further enough across the gap to be able to press your Warnstone at the last possible second. But you have to have Time Spiral, and look at that. The Warnstone gets pressed and he gets those birds.
That is a cool way to get those birds in. Because, yeah, those birds, you know, they're not hard, but you're waiting for them, right? Not only are you waiting to kill the birds as well, you then have to wait for the next pack of birds to spawn. But if you can kill them right now, you are starting that timer as well. Unfortunately, Wolf Disco is going to go down to a seed detonation. And looks like that's probably... Looks like, no, they're going to keep this poll alive. There's a battle res available. Lust is expired. Are we going to try and land the battle res? Could go for a meld res as well, but on Volcanic, that's not an easy thing. It looks like they're just going to reset it. All good.
Yeah. So the first snap with all the lashes is like a massive time save, minutes of time save. Mm-hmm. The snap with the birds is probably somewhere in the order of like 30 to 45 seconds, which it's not a ton, but whenever you're like really battling at the absolute highest key level, that 30 seconds that you're saving by snapping those birds in that pull is pretty good value.
Yeah, that's it's a nice thing as well. In the 20, it's probably not super important, right? But like that saves you a bunch of extra time, a bunch of extra wiggle room if you're working on, say, the 21, which Perplexed are probably hoping to be going there soon, right? Like if you look at Perplexed scorecard, I guess the Azure Vault is the gaping wound on the scorecard after they get this.
Well, they don't have a 20 no-coot either.
Yeah, that's something a few teams don't have that. Pedros also don't have that, for instance.
Pedro's wiping again,
once
man.
again.
Okay.
Yeah, first pull, very difficult.
They gotta figure it out. They gotta get on the road with this one soon.
It's hard to tell whether, you know, they're dying to mistakes on that pull or whether just they're resetting it because it's not working properly.
Well, Yoda died.
They're not getting all the mobs they want. Yeah, Yoda died, but you know, maybe it was a case of like, we don't have enough mobs. Okay, I'll let my demons play.
Didn't press brand on the Didn't press brand on the sentry and just let him kill him. Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, it's tough to be sure. Ooh, Stove down in an uncharacteristic death for mandatory. Doesn't end up
Did they
taking the
two-chest
res.
this? It's
All good.
25-30 on the two-chest?
It's 25, yeah, 36, right? For
Yeah,
the
30 something, yeah.
Yeah, for the two-chest timer here. So 18% on Echo of Dorgosa. But there's also a Restorer that needs to go down, but that Restorer is very low already. Nice full Void Torrent coming. Oh, not a full Void Torrent. Canceled to dodge. That's okay, though. That's all right. I think there's still enough damage. They have another 1 minute to do 12% of a fortified boss's health. I think that's in range. Yeah, mandatory going to be putting up a two-chested plus 20 here. No other team has made that happen.
Is 22 timeable?
That's the question, right? Is the 22 possible? Because if the answer is no, then it doesn't matter if you two-chest the 20. But I wouldn't be confident that the answer is no with how mandatory have been playing. I think there's a very good chance that the answer is yes. Maybe yes only for mandatory.
So, okay, if the answer is no, then they probably go and do what? 21 Halls of Infusion now?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, they have a lot of good options. They're sitting on 4 two-chests at 99 points.
Dude, they are rinsing the rest of the competition, honestly.
Yeah, they are just destroying the field right now. They are going to take a 10-minute break as well, which, honestly, that's good. If I was mandatory, I would just take my breaks as soon as I'm allowed to, just to make sure that... I feel like that's the only way you're not qualifying at this point, is if there's a break incident, like they almost had yesterday. So we are going to see a shine for Perplex.
Bye, shine.
As you said, setting up this this hover Wernstone stratagem to get these eagles in.
Doing this at home, again, you have to have time spiral, so make sure you write that down.
Yeah, there's the time spiral. Jump, hover, Wernstone.
Yep. Ward yourself to not... okay, don't do that. Don't do it like that.
That's not how that's supposed to look.
He warded himself.
And he still got... Yeah, he must have gotten crit or something by those birds as they snapped and hit him.
Well, no, I think he died to fall damage. Or, like, I think he fell and hit the death plane.
Oh, he hit the death plane? Okay.
I think he hit the death plane before he got the Wernstone off.
I see. Yeah,
that's what it looked like. I mean, I'm not positive on it.
Yeah, either way, not good. Not good for Perplexed.
Okay, so don't do it like that. Do it slightly faster.
It's okay. So Perplexed and Pedro's both kind of in Algathar prison, not academy anymore. It's a detention facility at this point. This first pull of the dungeon that both teams are trying to work their way through. Pedro's looks like maybe are going to be making it happen on this one. We do have a death and a battle res that's been committed by them on this attempt, but they are still keeping it going. Honestly, I'm fine with it. I would pay a battle res to just have this pull work out and keep the dungeon going at this point. I am not seeking a perfect start to this dungeon. I just want it to be good, right? Like I want the pull to work. I'm fine using a battle res to make that happen.
Yeah. I mean, they need to get this 21 on the board pretty quickly. I don't think that we can afford to reset the key 3 or 4 more times.
Yeah, like that is a I mean, it doesn't feel like it, but like you said, the end of the day is likely to be full of attempting pretty low success rate keys. So, that is going to be full of... You're going to be spending some of today resetting the start of a hard dungeon.
So in theory, you're probably only spending
right now.
You're only spending like an hour and a half per dungeon pushing them up, right? From the dungeons today. Then you're going to have... So that's an hour and a half per dungeon. So you're going to have like 2 hours-ish to kind of do your push keys or rerun some of the dungeons from yesterday.
I mean, we can look at Pedro's, right? Like, they don't have a Brackenhide yet, so they will need to go there and do 15, 18, 20. So yeah, that's going to take an hour and a half. But they only have 2.5 hours left in the day. Yeah, so there only is like an hour to spare for other stuff.
Yeah. It's just weird because then mandatory, you see them just completely owning everybody, and then they're ready to go do all of their pushing, and we're halfway through the day.
Game that the good news for every other team is that you don't have to beat mandatory, right? That can be a problem for the global finals. We've got time to sort that out, right? We just need to. You need to be able to beat. The other 4 teams, you need to be able to beat 2 of them by the end of the weekend, and that is also very hard. But at least it's feasible. Beating mandatory at this point this weekend, if mandatory keep playing the way they're doing, that is starting to feel impossible.
I saw Hopeful earlier was playing Ward of Faceless Ire in the Algathar Academy 20 before mandatory went to break. It's actually kind of interesting to see like the difference in decision making for gear whenever you start to get up to these really high key levels, where the mages are playing similar to the Aug Evokers and just like trying to support the rest of the group and playing those wards of Faceless Ire to make sure that everybody's able to live.
Yeah, I mean, it is more costly, right, than putting it on, say, obviously your healer, your Aug Evoker, that kind of stuff. But
I mean, they're both wearing it too.
Right, exactly. You already have those, so you're talking about just like any trade-off you can make for survivability feeling worthwhile at a certain point. It's very few keystones that we are seeing today are going to be ones where it's like, oh, we barely don't have enough time, right? Like you're almost never seeing we depleted by 10 seconds in a clean run, right? We're almost always seeing, we wiped because we wiped, right? Like somebody died, and that's why we didn't finish this keystone. Is it possible that on Sunday we're going to get to a key level where survivability and damage are both, stretched to the absolute maximum of their potential? Yes, absolutely. That might happen. Dungeons like, say, a 22 Algathar Academy, I think, are a good candidate for a dungeon feeling like that. But even then, the ward might be the part that is more painful, is surviving things that a ward helps you save, rather than, say, doing a little bit more damage that a damage trinket lets you do.
Okay, top right-hand corner of the screen, pages per hour are in this Algathar Academy 21. They really want to be done with Croth about the 10-minute time, about at 10 minutes on the clock. That's about the time we're looking at. This is a really long fight, even on 21 Fortified. But the way that you have it set up is your Shadow Priest sends their 2s on cooldown, and they press it at the very beginning of the fight, and then you dunk the Fire Orb after the 5th Sonic Screech goes off, and that way it stuns the boss as the Shadow Priest is getting their next set of 2-minute CDs. And so then you just kind of make sure that you press Zephyr and Mass Barrier on 3 and 4 to make sure that people are living, and then you're dispersing and ice blocking 5, and your Aug Evoker's probably going to be line of sighting it. And that's how this fight is set up, but they probably need to be out of here by minute 10 to be looking to time this key timer-wise.
I think we're okay for that as well. We, obviously no Bloodlust available, but 3 more minutes to deal with the fortified encounter here. It's gonna be kind of right on that timer.
Maybe even 10:30 is fine, but I think that anything past 11 minutes and we're looking at all right, this is going to be really close at the end of the dungeon.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for sure here, because the rest of the key as well. The other thing as well is I can't see how they could have saved a bunch of time at the start of this dungeon, right? Obviously they had a death. There, you are going to see people line of sighting there. So there's the Drogo and Sang heading off down to the side. If you line of sight this boss, you do avoid the Screech. So
yes,
that is a powerful option available for your squishier members once those Screeches start really ramping up. That lets you delay, as you said, throwing that goal until you're ready. You really want to line up 2-minute CDs if possible with that goal of the Searing Blaze.
Getting your second lust of the dungeon at the correct time is also the big thing. So that's why you want to be off this boss at 10 minutes, because you don't press your first lust until you're, I don't know, probably 45 seconds, maybe in a minute into this dungeon. So mashing it on CD is kind of important in that aspect.
Right. I mean, when we're talking about a 32-minute dungeon, that is, in theory, enough time to get 4 Bloodlust, right? But yes, it requires you to press them with, a minute and 20 seconds total throughout the dungeon with Bloodlust off CD, right? That is the maximum amount of time that you get. Now you have to spend a minute at the start of the dungeon running to get the first pull set up, which basically means there is no time in the rest of the dungeon. You have to just press Bloodlust when it becomes available, on cooldown, exactly, or else you are going to lose out on one of those uses. A lot of teams, sometimes you'll have a dungeon like that. You're just like, you know what? It's not worth it. We're not going to just press this thing on cooldown because we can't line that up with it being on the good pull with our CDs, anything like that. So we're just going to get 3 good lusts instead of 4 mediocre ones. But this might be a key level where you actually just need to make it work and find a way to get 4 good lusts.
Well, that's also kind of one of the reasons that teams are looking to snap those small birds into that first pull is because you're saving that 30 seconds on the front end of not having to kill off those birds like that, it lets you have a bit more buffer time to get that lust back available. Oh, it looks like, dude, pages per hour didn't even press... Did they not press the lust on the Guardian Sentry?
What's the timer on that? I can't quite see.
I can't tell.
2 minutes
It
left?
says 2 minutes. It just ticked to 2 minutes.
Yeah, so we're gonna have it. It's gonna be up at what? 11. Yeah, they have to just press it exactly on CD, because that's the thing, is that pull takes some setup time. So you can press it. You can press it early. You can press it like as you're running, but then you're losing value at the start of the dungeon instead of the end of the dungeon. So it all evens out.
They're gonna press on the double worm pull.
Yeah, I mean,
Probably.
you literally are going to press it right when it comes off CD, because you just have to. There's no other way here. But that 10-minute marker that you were saying for Croth, they are going to be a little bit slower than that, but ahead of that 10:30 mark that you set. So
I think that's like the worst case scenario is like 10:30, right?
Yeah, I think it's all right. I think this dungeon is definitely still in range for Pedro's. Honestly, more important, I would say, than the exact timer on Croth is just making sure that when Lust comes off CD,
they have
in
the
combat.
pack pulled. Yeah,
exactly. You don't want to have Lust come off CD while you are mounted. So 57 seconds until that happens. Yeah, I mean, it's going to come off right at like 11:20, so they have to press it basically exactly then.
Yeah.
That is.
I mean, do you just like
sketchy.
lose the Lust? I guess the question is like, are you just going to lose the Lust?
No,
then
no,
you
press
lust the. Well, you would then like what? Lust the Vex platform and then lust a massive trash pull that's in front of the Dorgosa door.
Yeah, I mean, you're pressing it on CD and you just get it for the last 40 seconds of the dungeon, right? And then you get it for whatever you're in combat with at 22 minutes as well, which I'm not sure exactly where that's going to line up, but if
it's
you end
overgrown
up
ancient,
being close,
probably.
If you end up being close on the timer, you're going to want all 4 of those lusts. And if you end up not being close on the timer and therefore not getting value from your third lust, that's okay too, because that means you've timed the key, right? Like that.
Yeah.
If you don't need the last 40 seconds of the dungeon, that's a good problem to have. That you're happy with that outcome too.
Yoda, right, it got pressed immediately, here. Like you were talking about. Yeah, perfectly on CD.
Has to be on CD. Every second that Lust sits on or off CD is a second of Lust lost in this dungeon now for Pedros per hour as they set up this huge pull. Sang having to get off of this safe spot here. If you're hanging out back here, the little mobs, but in particular the big mob, aren't going to be able to jump to you. You need to be on the back half of this area. So the front half, you're still in some danger, but as long as you're on the back half over here, you can avoid getting jumped on by the Ravager, which is really important because there's 2 Ravagers and it's 21 fortified. So if you're trying to actually survive that initial hit, you're going to need to use something like Dispersion. Much easier to just avoid it going off. I think here for a lot of these specs, that is particularly in keys. It's so good because it's good on AoE and good on single target. Very, very nice option. Although some of these dungeons, maybe you'd actually need the single target for some, something like Brackenhide might be a place where that's a consideration for totems for some specs. Of course, Blue Silicon Lighting for a lot of specs is just good on single target too, so that makes that decision nice and easy. As we do see in the top right, Perplexed also working on that same pull basically as Pedros per hour. They are a little bit faster at getting to this point in their dungeon. You can see Lust still not off CD for them yet. They are also in a position where they're going to press it when it does come off CD. But they are working on this dungeon at level 20, right? Not 21, so they have inbuilt flexibility that Pedros per hour do not have.
Yeah, and I think also too, it's the a shine snap with those birds, like that's part of it. Also, I mean, the key level I think is probably the biggest piece of it, but a shine snapping those birds also does factor into it a little bit. Pages per hour get probably one of the hardest pulls the dungeon dealt with. That double Ravager pull is no joke. It's an extreme amount of tank damage too, and now they go into the Vengeance Demon Hunter special, the entire Veximus platform.
This pull is indeed extremely powerful to have access to all those sigils. You're going to see an oppressive roar come out from Sang, which is going to make then that deep breath stun last longer. And then right at the end of that oppressive roar, it's going to be another silent sigil. That's going to last longer as well. We've got still another silent sigil available when this one expires. Wait for some casts to start and then throw that one out after a Chaos Nova as well. And then there's a Fear. And then here, perhaps, an Incapacitating Roar. Indeed. That's going to stop that next set into another Silent Sigil, and the mobs just cannot do anything.
We still have a Misery and a Chains and a Typhoon and a Blast Wave and a DB.
Yep.
And double Evoker Stop.
Double Evoker Stop, Evoker Racials. By the time all those have expired, we're probably back to Chaos Nova.
It's almost as if we have enough stops.
These mobs are getting bullied, that's for sure. Now, Spitefuls are starting to spawn. There's going to be a Resto Druid Mass Grip coming out there. Drogo combining Ursul's Vortex and Typhoon to get all those mobs grouped together. We've got another Dragon's Breath coming out as well as mobs starting to die. So this is actually the sketchy part on Spiteful, right? Is running in and trying to get an AoE stop while the Spitefuls have spawned, which it's good news then that Yoda has saved some of his CDs
We get upheaval again.
so that he can use those while everybody else is fleeing these shades.
Nice. That was a good pull from pages per hour.
So how are we doing on the timer here? We're 15 minutes in, so a little bit less than halfway through the dungeon. We've only dealt with one of the 4 bosses, but we've dealt with most of the trash, right?
I'm not positive, but I think you want Overgrown Ancient pulled by like 21 minutes.
Okay.
I think that's generally what you're looking to do.
I think they're on track for that, right? Like,
I think they're on
obviously
track. Yeah, which I think they're on track for that.
Okay, yeah. And then we're going to be able to press our lust just... Yeah, I mean, we do get 2 more lusts in theory as well. So you'll get one on Overgrown Ancient, and then one at the very, very end of the dungeon. Mm-hmm. I think it's going to be close, but I think that Pedro's probably have something like 30 seconds of wiggle room right now. This is a very hard fight, though, even on Fortified. At plus 21 Keystone level, you can see Crim's having to flash heal, powered shield, fade just to survive this one. There's our Algathar splits you can see from the plus 20s that other teams have run down in the bottom left. So 9 plus 17, or 9 plus 7 is 16.
Yeah, it
so
is
16 minutes. 16 minutes, 17 seconds was the timer that Mandatory had when they killed Veximus. So Pedros are certainly going to be slower than that, but not by a huge amount. But unfortunately, Drogo goes down. Instant world marker comes down to alert the team as to where he died, because of course it's going to require those Arclight Vital Correctors to bring him back up. Sang landing that battle res, having those engineering bracers. Drogo now trying to restore confidence here, get back in, get everybody topped before this next damage comes
good
out.
Rescue.
Yeah, excellent rescue. That's going to help keep Crims and Sang both alive. Sang definitely needed that.
Okay, so I think that after this next AoE, you want to feed the boss an orb. I think this is the time that we're going to be looking to feed a boss an orb to make sure that we don't get a bad overlap, because the boss's spell queuing is a little bit inconsistent. It doesn't always happen, but feeding the boss an orb will make sure that you don't get the mana bombs with the explosion at the exact same time. If you do get the mana bombs with the explosion at the exact same time, nothing short of pressing Ice Block or Dispersion is going to really realistically save you. So like Drogo and Sang can pretty reasonably die, and so you're going to see them feeding an orb to the boss to make sure his energy is going to be a little bit higher in a sec.
Yeah, it's like the kind of a rule of thumb is if you're going to kill the boss faster than 3 minutes, you probably don't have to worry about this at all, because that's around when the overlap happens, like 3:30 on the clock, right?
They didn't feed the boss, and they actually kind of got lucky that the mana bombs came out early enough to where it wasn't a bad overlap.
Yeah, this one can be a bad overlap. There's a really nasty one at around 3:30, right? That if you feed the boss an orb, it will. You can't do it too early as well. If you feed a boss an orb at the start of the fight, it's too early for it to help, because whenever the boss gets an orb, it basically gets some energy, and some of its casts are based on energy, and some are based on timer, right? So you've got it. You're basically somebody has looked at the spell queuing, looked at all that stuff, and kind of figured out you want to feed the boss exactly one orb, sometime between like the 1 and 2 minute marks, and that will help you reduce the chances of catastrophe with the spell queue.
Which, funnily enough, they actually just committed to pressing block and dispersion on that set, and just were like, you know what, if we get a bad overlap, it is what it is. You have block and dispersion, and then Drogo and Sam will keep themselves alive. There we saw it wasn't the absolute worst case overlap, but that one was definitely pretty nasty that Pedro's just lived through there. Yeah, that's like one of the ones that requires defensives press from almost everybody and a Zephyr, and they all stacked up in an Efflo at the start of it as well to help keep everybody alive and hotted up as they went into it. Drogo activating that tree form here as well to just keep everybody rolling. They don't have any battle reses right now, so it's vitally important. Actually, another disaster as well. Every single death they have is minus 5 seconds of lust that they get in this dungeon at this point too. That is true. That's pretty bad. But I think that their timer coming out of Veximus here is mostly okay. I think that they actually picked up a bit of pace by doing that double Ravager pull over where they had to absolutely be. So I think that they're probably going to be like a minute under on the timer. They might not even get that lust. Here comes Bridge Pull. These things are getting that double misery. Yoda getting in combat with it first. Everybody else staying out of combat. And then Yoda's going to hit that Shadow Meld. Drop combat with all those mobs. Very important to do because that Bridge Pull does not mess around. Yeah. And so Okay, so I guess that's something that people don't necessarily know unless they're doing a lot of live keys, is whenever you're doing that first snap of the dungeon, these skitterflies actually can't snap at all, so you have to play a very specific route through this room to make sure that you're not accidentally body pulling the skitterflies, otherwise you'd be left in combat for the remainder of the dungeon. And so now these skitterflies are, again, just like menacingly patrolling around the room. And so there are two separate spots where you can tank this boss to make sure that you don't accidentally body pull them. This is one of them. The other one is like that front right corner. Both work realistically to not pull the skitterflies. But now pages per hour need to make sure that they don't accidentally body pull them, because body pulling them would probably wipe their entire key.
Yeah, 21 fortified skitterflies, you know. The combination of them jumping on somebody, which already is probably enough to one-shot a lot of this group once they start getting agitation stacks, is...
Oh my god.
I mean, if you combine that with the dot from the boss after that branch out cast, it is very sketchy.
Did they landslide? Hold on. Did they landslide the Attaway, triple dwarf, or double dwarf cauterize, and now Drogo just has the bleed on him?
Yeah, Drogo's just going to live it, and
well, the
Yoda
branch
is
is
also
off to
just
the
going
side
to live it.
For what reason?
Well, because now they don't have to kill it, right? You just leave it over there. And
No, they're just gonna do that every single time. They're gonna leave the branch off to the side, and they're gonna immediately clear the bleed right here, like right as the next branch.
On the next spawn.
Yeah.
Right on the next branch outcast, they're gonna kill the old branch.
That's cool.
And they're gonna spend no time with the debuff. Yeah, this is a cool strat. That's a nice way to make this, you know.
I saw him
safer,
landslide. I was like,
right?
what is he doing?
Yeah, now they just have to make sure they time its death with that next branch out. So there's that branch out. Everybody
Drogo
now
got
has that
potted
debuff
here too, so it doesn't have 2 stacks even.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yoda is going to live with 2 stacks for a while, but he's a tank. It doesn't do too much damage to tanks. They're going to stand in, clear that debuff, get full healed. That does heal the enemies as well a little bit, but that's okay. Not the end of the world.
So here's a big part of it too, is now you're able to just hit the boss the entire time. You actually don't have to allocate any of your Shadow Priests or Fire Mages damage to that branch, and instead you're able to just pump as much damage into the boss. Now with Bloodlust being popped here, you know, fired up Prox's Cauterize. I think he got attacked a little bit by the Lashers, but I mean the Cauterize, you know, it's made to be used. That's why we talent it.
Yeah, that's what it's for. It's all good. We're just getting value out of our talent choices. If you never proc Cauterize, you're not getting good value. You know, you should talent it.
It's like the Shadow Priest.
Right.
It's like Shadow Priest kick. I mean, why would you even talent it if you're not going to use it?
So we can look at this Bloodlust expiration here, and we can see just how much of the lust they're going to lose. 26 seconds of lust at the end of the dungeon is going to be lost. So they only actually get 14 seconds of lust at the end of the dungeon. That's going to be...
I think they're too fast.
Hard to get. I think it's okay though. Yeah, because I think they might not even get to that point.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm projecting. I'm projecting them to be like a couple of minutes under at this point. Coming off of Overgrown Ancient, I think you want to be out of here by like 24 minutes. So coming off at like 22:45, you're like fine.
Good run so far for pages per hour. Most of the danger of this dungeon is now in the past, but let's not underestimate the end of the dungeon here as well, as we do see Shinra Tensei putting up an 18 2-chest in that Brackenhide with flying colors as well. Very fast 2-chest out of Shinra Tensei, almost on pace to turn that into a 22 chest like Mandatory did too. So a strong performance from Shinra Tensei. Pages per hour definitely under a lot of pressure here. Shinra Tensei actually advancing to 2nd overall on the strength of that 18 2-chested Brackenhide as well. Pedro's in a lot of danger here if they can't get this 21
They got to time this, yes.
They've got to time this key. This is make or break.
If they deplete this at any point from here until the end of this dungeon, I think that they're going home. Like that would be an awful wipe.
Yeah, this is vital. There's no alternative to
Mandatory
winning
went to
this key
Noku
at this point. Okay. Yeah, I think this makes sense. I mean, look at Mandatory's scorecard, right? Like, your options are 21 Halls of Infusion, 21 Nokud, 22 Algathar, 22 Brackenhide. All of those sound doable. Of course, you could go and just do 1 key level lower and still get a point in any of those, but why on earth would you do that if you're Mandatory? Why would you, like, you don't need those points, right? You're pretty safe as long as you make something happen in the next 2 hours, as long as
they're doing it on
put
21
one of these
as
on
well.
the board.
They're not even...
Yeah, exactly.
Which is sick. I'm down.
Well, Mandatory are not under pressure, right? The reason you would do the 20, say Shinra Tensei yesterday, they had this decision where they did the 20 instead of the 21. because they were in danger of being eliminated if they failed to put a timer on the board, right? They were like, oh, we need a point so we don't get eliminated. Mandatory aren't in that position at all, right? Mandatory are in a spot where it's like, okay, yeah, maybe if we spend the next hour and a half wiping, maybe we need to do something to go to 100 instead of 99. But realistically, we have the time to do attempts rather than to, get an instant success in these keys. So why would we ever waste time doing a 20 that we're going to end up eventually trying to upgrade to 21 anyways? Let's just start there. We don't need the points now. We need them on Sunday.
I think pages per hour in the top left has one more pull that they need to do before being able to go into the boss. How long is the boss on this level? Well, 5.5?
I would guess 5. Yeah, I think possibly under. I would take under 5 rather than over 5. Yeah. Although without less, call it.
Look at that!
Call it
5,
they're
killing off this restorer because they don't need to count from it. Or maybe it's an invoker that they're killing off.
They've dropped it. So what they did there was they dropped the mind control on it once it got to like 20% health.
Oh, it's an invoker.
It is an invoker.
That's
now,
sick.
It is going to fixate on Crims a little bit here. It's going to, aggro onto him and then aggro onto him again after a couple of seconds of being taunted, but they are able to kill it off. And yeah, basically the way it works is that if you mind control something and then run it into a pack, it will get killed by that pack, but you haven't tagged it, so you don't get count. However, if you drop it at like 10% health, then you can tag it and get count and get the, you can have your cake and eat it too, which is exactly what Pages per hour have just done there.
Well, so here's the thing as well. Like, the only thing that's limiting you from pulling this boss is kind of the invokers. Like, once the invokers die, you're more or less fine to just, like, go straight into the boss. And so by killing off that first invoker, you're probably going to have enough kicks and stops to be able to get the other one dealt with without anybody getting missiled, which is fine. So then you're just, throwing all of your interrupts into that one invoker. You don't have 2 or 3 of them there, so it's, like, it's fine. And so now pages per hour, with what we calculate to be enough time. I don't even think that they're going to get this lust, but even still, they're going to have lust for the final 30 seconds of this dungeon as well.
Final 14 seconds, I think, is is the bad news based on when they pressed it the most recent time. But
that's less good, but
Unless maybe that was an artifact of a mage lust. Maybe there was a mage lust we saw that tricked the counter. That does happen sometimes.
Maybe the mage didn't have lust on cooldown, and the evoker didn't realize that they needed to press it.
Yeah, or maybe they just realized, hey, we're far enough ahead. We're not getting that 4th lust anyways, so let's just make sure we send the 3rd one at a good time.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, definitely Pages per hour looking good, right? They have still 4 minutes and 30 seconds here to deal with the remaining 3/4 of this boss fight. Almost all the trash is dying at this point. All right, you can see it under the boss right now. Spitefuls on this next grip are going to be a little bit dangerous. You can see, but a beautiful stun. Look at that. They land the stun on those Spitefuls. Uh-oh. Perplexed in some danger here. They do have 3 battle reses, but they don't have a good way to cast it. Ashine is going to have to find that corpse and land those vital correctors if he's using them. Maybe they... Oh, yeah, there it is. Arclight vital correctors coming out from Ashine. You do usually see the Aug Evokers being the most common choice for carrying that backup healer battle res. Zesebi going to come up and immediately press... Is that Fire Axe Rage Heart being used by Zesebi?
Oh, yeah, it is. Wow. What is it? What is his trinket choice? I'm pulling it up right now.
At least it looked like that. That was what the debuff looked like to me.
Yeah, he's wearing Rage Heart and Ward. That's crazy.
Okay, yeah, when you don't want to die, you don't want to die. Does make it unfortunate he did just die there, I guess. That's really don't want that to happen, but it's okay. That's why there are battle reses. Perplexed are certainly, they're in great shape to get this key done. But again, note that it's only a 20, right, compared to the 21 that Pages per hour are working on. So Pages per hour, if they put up this 21. They probably never have to come back to Algathar Academy, whereas Perplexed are actually in this unenviable position of having 0 21s on their board still. So their tiebreaker situation is cursed right now. They will lose to anybody else, any of these other teams that get to the same point threshold as them. So they will need to go and probably start working on Azure Vault after this. Crim's down.
I think you rip your break. I think you rip your break after this for Perplexed.
Yeah. That makes sense. So Pages per hour have just lost Crims there. 3 minutes left on the board, though. They're hard chilling here. They're going to finish with more than a minute to spare. It is looking great for the Pedros here. That's going to advance. So they're still going to look sketchy at 81 points, right? But if they then get that Brackenhide up to a 20 key, that's 101 points. That'd be enough to put them in first place right now. So they're, obviously it's going to take them some time to do that. In that time, other teams will be able to earn points as well. But Pedros actually are not doing bad at all. They've been able, getting this 21 on the board is really important for them.
Yes.
And it looks like they are able to make it happen, which very, very nice work. Perplexed, really starting to see that kind of that weakness across their board right now of not having those 2 chest options available. Because look at their options right now. Where do you go? Like 20 Azure Vault, I guess, but I don't know.
Pedro's
rough.
end of day is pretty scripted, right? So they finish up this 21 Algothar Academy. They go push Brackenhide at least up until a 20. I think that they should do it until a 20. And then they either do the no-coup defensive on a 20 or they do the Brackenhide on a 21. Both are pretty reasonable. I don't see an issue for pages per hour doing either of those. But I think that their end of day is pretty scripted.
Yeah, I mean, at least the next hour and a half probably is Bracken's, right? And then you maybe have 30 minutes at the end of the day to deploy wherever you want. Maybe the 20 no-coup, for instance. That would be a good end-of-day key because the no-coup defensive is the longest timer, right? And at the end of the day, you get to start a key and then keep it going for as long as the key is still alive, right? So no-coup is, in theory, the most efficient one to have your end-of-day dungeon be. It is the longest timer.
Mandatory's had to reset this first pull of no-coup defensive twice.
Did you see what Shinra Tensei just did there?
What
That
did they
was
do?
sick.
What happened? I'm sorry.
Riley was being targeted by the charge from the boss, and he just blinked out of it. They didn't have anybody soak it. He just blinked to dodge it over on the side, completely removing that from the fight. That was extremely cool.
Wait, you can... Really?
Yeah, I don't know if we have like replay tech or anything like that, but 30 seconds ago for Shinra Tensei was extremely cool maneuver.
Can we get a replay of that? What?
I don't know. I don't know if production has that capability.
Oh my gosh.
Here it is. Look at this. So Savage Charge coming out on Riley. Wow. And then just, here it goes. Bang.
It's a projectile?
What? I guess it's just dodgeable, yeah.
He's young like that?
That's incredible. I mean, that's so cool. I
thought that guy was old.
Doesn't look like it. Looks vibrant, powerful, like reflexes on point. Incredible work there. I didn't know that was possible.
That was sick. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was a projectile until today. That guy's the greatest.
Very cool. I mean, that let them set up that pull and just ignore that mob. So extremely cool maneuver.
Yeah. Perplexed in the bottom right. We were kind of talking about their end of day. I mean, look at this. This was that kind of tragic key that we've been discussing, how they had that 19 one chest of Azure Vault and now has to go do a 20 and then do a 21 after that. It makes sense that they're finally starting to get started on this Azure Vault.
Yeah, I mean, the Azure Vault it's a feels bad dungeon to head to for Perplexed because you've kind of been dreading it, right? It's that homework you've been procrastinating, right? You know you have to do it eventually, but like, what if we do some Algothars first, right? But now they're out of other stuff they can be doing, so they have to head to this 20 Azure Vault, and then probably the 21 Azure Vault. Like, that's probably the second key that they'll head to after this if they can win it. So, very important that they win this key quickly. The good news is that most of the danger in Azure Vault, as we were saying for yesterday largely, is front-loaded, right? Like, Laymore is the hard part of this dungeon, is the hardest part of this dungeon on a tyrannical affix, right? So, if they do have problems, it's likely to be at the start rather than the end of the run, which is a much less costly investment in a TGP rule set.
When do you think that teams are going to start MDI pulling this first area on a 22?
Is that a
Sunday thing?
That's a Sunday special.
Okay.
Yeah, there's, who would even do that right now? Mandatory have that 22 unlocked.
Mandatory, yeah.
But every single other dungeon that Mandatory could go to, they have +2 points available in. So I think that is a last order of business.
Yeah. Cool. I think that this end of day is actually going to be pretty close between Pedros and Perplexed. I kind of expect Madge and Shinra Tensei to both be fine.
Yeah, Madge and Shinra Tensei are in a position where if they do okay or like fine, then they'll be fine. Like they don't need to play great. They just need to keep playing good, right? They don't need a flash of brilliance. They don't need to send a Hail Mary and make something incredible happen. They just need to keep making upgrades, putting in the work. And it's Pedros per hour and Perplexed that are definitely under the gun right now.
Shinra's had an excellent day. I think that... Yes. I don't know who's had a better day between Mandatory and Shinra, but it's one of the two of them. I think that both of them have had basically a perfect day.
I mean, Shinra are going to advance to first place on the scoreboard if they can get this 20 completed. Now, they're going to be in first place in theory, but it's going to be...
Let's talk about potential points here with all these two chests that
They're going to be in first
Mandatory
place with either 1 or 0 2 chests, and Mandatory are going to be 1 point behind, but they're going to have 3 or 4 more 2 chests. So
Yeah.
In terms of potential, that'll definitely be higher for Mandatory.
Right?
Ooh.
Oh no.
That's okay. I mean, that's, again, as we said, first pull, first boss area, first boss itself. That is the hard part of this, or the hardest part of a very hard dungeon. So
Yeah.
it's all good. Even on plus 20, plus 21, it's not actually hugely different in volatility. It's you can wipe on the plus 20 almost as easily as on the plus 21.
True enough. Well, reset for Perplexed and a reset for our casters as well, as Dratnos is off to, I would assume, have some lunch. Maybe a giant burrito, maybe
Could
something
happen.
like that. It's
Could be.
possible. That's right. It's also possible Nagura rejoins us as well to team up with Tettles. And I'm curious. As we make the swap here. Petros per hour obviously coming in today really needing to get a lot of work done. They got the 21 done on Alakar Academy. If Bracken Hide Hollow goes well, is that 21 going to be enough to keep them in it? It feels like that's kind of their like linchpin right now to staying alive.
So I think that the biggest issue for them is basically how is Perplex going to do for the last little bit of their day, but at least they have 2 21s done with that AA and that Azure Vault. I don't know. What do you think, Nagura?
I definitely think that Pedros is in a better spot than Perplexed. Because, I mean, Pedros didn't... yes, they didn't 3-chest 15, but they made up for it by 2-chesting the 19 Academy. And they have the 21 done, right? So they did have to reset the 21 a few times, and they did struggle in that key. But I still think that they are ahead of Perplexed in just like sheer amount of time that they have to put into these keys, right? Perplexed has to do a 20 and a 21 Azure Vault, which is going to go... Like, that's more than an hour if they one-shot it, right? If they one-shot both the 20 and the 21, it's still going to take them like an hour and 10 minutes or so to do that. Well, Petros per hour only has to do the Bracken Hide on their side, which obviously is going to be a lot faster. They have to do 15, 3-chested, then do the 18, 2-chested, and then do the 20. I think those three dungeons still going to be quicker than what Perplexed has to do in an Azure Vault. Not even mentioning the fact that Perplexed might have to reset the 20 a few more times, and maybe even the 21 as well afterwards, just because of the volatility of that first pull, or the first few pulls.
Yeah, I think as well, it's a situation where I think that pages per hour have like a more concrete plan for like what they're going to be doing for the rest of the day. I think that this Bracken Hide is probably going to take them like an hour and a half to be able to get through all of their homework Bracken Hides, and then they make a decision as to whether or not they want to go do 21 Bracken Hide or go up that Noku to a 20. Both of those are pretty reasonable, I would say, for them to go and attempt at the end of the day. But then for Perplexed, it's like they have to time this 20 Azure Vault, and then they have to go time a 21 Azure Vault. Like, that's not great, because the 21 Azure Vault is not something that teams walk in one shot unless you're Shinra Tensei.
Yeah, even... Okay, so... We've been talking about the fact that they have to do 21 Azure Vault, but that's not necessarily true, right? Once they've done the 20, they can actually just do something else if they feel like it. Because the 21 in another key still means the same as the 21 in Azure Vault. So if they feel like there's another dungeon where they can get the 21 done easier or quicker even, then they could try and do that. But the 20, I do believe that the Azure Vault is the easiest key to get done on a 21 probably, right? So I think it makes sense for them to do Azure Vault, but yeah, just in case there's like a strategic advantage because of like a time tiebreaker that they're looking at, that they could maybe do another dungeon first. That is still an opportunity for them, but yeah, that's going to be very difficult to calculate, especially if you're not at the very end of the day.
Mandatory in the top left here, finally able to get through Granite. A 734 Granite split is really fast. They come out of the first boss area with a little bit less count than some of the other teams. Some teams have actually been coming out of that first boss area with like 25. But I think that if Mandatory is able to get this 21 Noku dealt with, I think that they're probably safe today.
Yeah,
But-
100%.
Yeah,
I mean, even
they
just
have
looking
been
at their
dominant.
split.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they've been doing really well. Now they did have to reset this dungeon once, right? But whatever,
Yes.
right? They didn't have to do anything else. They didn't have to reset anything else. And yeah, they killed Granif at 7 minutes 34. In comparison, Shinra Tensei, in their 20 no-code offensive, had a 9 minutes 29 Renaissance. So they were 2 minutes faster than Shinra on that 20.
So Shinra does 35% enemy forces in that first boss area though.
Yeah,
so
that
it's
is
like
true,
it's
yeah.
like a large count differential between the
Yeah,
two teams.
Yeah, okay, you're right.
But then
So
mandatory
it's
is like
key
you know
level
they're-
difference.
Yeah, mandatory is doing more mobs. They're doing the neophytes into this pool as well, which is a little bit different than what some of the other teams have been doing.
Yeah, that is true. We do see Shinra on the top right side now. They are dealing with their plus 20 Bracken High to get that out of the way. Once they've done the 20, they are also going to be starting to push keys. They don't have any plus 2s on their board, so they have to just get a plus 1 key down in any of the dungeons, really.
Yeah.
You could say that, I mean, depending on how safe you feel. Shinra is, of course, looking really strong, as we talked about. If you're worried about any kind of tiebreakers, you would want to go for the 21s over the 20. Because they have the 20 halls left to do, which is a pretty somewhat easy key, I guess, for them compared to like some of the 21s they have to do. But the 21s are a higher score, which is just matters for the tiebreaker, right?
I mean, they were posturing yesterday like they wanted to run that 21 no-code. So they could feel super confident and comfortable in that 21 no-code over the 20 halls. But I do think that they're going to have to do... They're probably going to have to be able to do 21 halls before the end of the weekend if they want to, you know, progress into the global finals. I think that 21 halls is going to be a key that all three of the teams that are going to be making it to the global finals are probably going to have on their scorecard.
You think so?
It seemed pretty doable timer-wise.
Timer-wise, yes, but the amount of damage that Cajun did...
Yes, that is
the healers
the big
being
limiting factor.
Yeah. I would just love to see it though. Like I want to see a 21 Cajun, and I want to see how the healers are dealing with that because it already looked pretty insane on a 20. So we'll see if how they deal with that. But yeah, Perros on the bottom left now. They're back from their break. I believe they took their whole break now. Mandatory did as well, right? Mandatory took their 20 minutes, and I think Pedro's as well,
that's
if
good.
I'm not mistaken.
That's so good that mandatory took the 20-minute break.
Yeah, mandatory is like they even took the 20 minutes all at once. Like they took 10 and then came back and then took the other 10. So they're like, you know what? We're just gonna get this out of the way. We're pumped. We don't want to play the rest of this day without any more breaks.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things too, you just kind of get in a groove and you just like don't realize that you forgot to take a break and you're like, oh no, wait a second. This is really bad. Perplex making it through Laymore with a 650 boss split, pretty good. This is a dungeon that has the most timer leniency of all of the dungeons that we're actually going to see this TGP. And so, especially whenever you're having like a deathless run, we kind of expect all of these TGP teams to like have this as like a routine dungeon.
Yeah, and I don't know what happened in their 19. I guess they had a full wipe somewhere.
They had a full wipe to the breaker pole?
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, I remember.
Or no, it was
It
was Taylash and they had their savior, right?
Oh yeah. No, was it? Yeah, it was Perplexed. Yeah, of course. Well, it was the breakers involved.
There were breakers involved. Somebody else wiped to a different breaker.
Yeah, it was like the breaker bolstering.
But
right?
I'm pretty sure Perplex had the breaker of the saviors thing.
Yeah. But Perplex did have, like in their 19, they had a 727 Laymore split, so they improved their time by like 30 seconds on a higher key level. So I'm not sure if they changed their strategy a little bit or
Surely,
just
right?
more efficient. So it probably changed their strategy, yeah. I think so.
Mandatory did a really weird first pull of this dungeon, by the way, whenever they were routing this dungeon. I was kind of interested to see if any other teams were going to be adapting to it. Basically, Mandatory was like snapping lashers into the 3 trees, and it wasn't even like a big snap, and then they lusted it. And I was just like, well, this is so random. I think it's because they just like wanted to get the first boss spawned faster, so they lusted it.
Yeah. finish off Gutshot now 1905 in their 20 Brackenhide. They're looking really strong. They might even be able to two-chest this 20. What do you think? 1905. Mandatory was 1813.
How far under was mandatory?
Well, mandatory was 40 seconds under the two chests.
Okay, so it's possible, right?
Yeah,
It's
it's gonna
not-
be very close.
It's not going to be easy, but it's definitely doable. They're going to have to really be pushing it, and probably also be aware that two chests is on the table, right? It's one of those things that if they know that two chests is on the table, then they're going to be like trying harder, maybe going a little bit aggressive, a bit more decisive with their pull setup than they would otherwise be if they didn't necessarily recognize that the two chests was on the table.
Yeah, they technically should be aware of the fact that two chests is possible if they have been keeping track with what the other teams are doing, because mandatory did two chests the Brackenhead as well, and that is something that is because I do think that most of the teams are not like really looking at what the other teams are doing, right? Because you don't have the time to do that. But they're probably like glancing at what the other teams are doing, and they just took a break as well, so they were able to check out the broadcast and looking at the scoreboard and just seeing the 2 stars on the dungeons. That is something that you can pretty easily check even while you're playing and while you're taking your breaks. So I do think that mandatory is probably that Shinra is aware that mandatory two chests at the no kit. But that still means that they have to keep an eye on their timer, know if they can two chest.
It's easy to be like, also it's easy to also be like, well, that's mandatory. In Shinra Tensei, just talking to those people, it seemed like they were the team that put in the least amount of practice coming into this weekend, whereas all the other teams put in a ton of hours. Shinra Tensei just had a little bit less time to allocate to practice. Not that they didn't practice that much. It was just like, you know, they had less time, and so they might also not know, like, be super in tune with like what their timer is going to be.
Maybe, yeah, that is definitely possible.
I mean, they're deathless right now. They're looking really solid though. So
yeah, they're
even
looking
if
good.
they
Mandatory.
one chested, it's fine.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, two chesting would be certainly a luxury that they don't need to be able, especially not to move on to tomorrow either. I think Shinra is doing really well today. Mandatory did finish off Raging Tempest as well in their 21 no-crit. Looking really good on their side now. They still only have this one death on the board, so really strong.
So timer-wise, whenever you're looking to like time this key, you want like a 2030 Raging Tempest minimum. So the fact that they were out of here by 1838 is quite fast. I think this is really good. Also, something that I saw from earlier was that Mace Team was playing the Oppressing Roar Dispel. So he was playing it because they were letting the Horn Sounder go off. But also, since he has it talented, they can let the mobs in this area enrage, and Mace Team will just end up Oppressing Roar, resetting all that enrage off of them. And it allows Skylark to kite Sanguine a little bit easier.
Yeah, that's actually very nice, because kiting Sanguine in this dungeon in general is very difficult in that first area and in the second area.
This area is cursed. Yes.
Yeah. Not only that, like, tanks in general are really stressed because these mobs do so much damage on top of having that MS effect, right? And there's just so much casters and so much things you have to worry about. And then there's these death speakers that seem to just never move because they have this cast that just takes an hour and a half to complete. So being a tank here is definitely not something I envy because there's just so much things you have to watch out for, on top of Sanguine as well.
I have great news. Sanguine will not be returning in the War Within, so this is the last TGP that we ever have to see Sanguine, so we are back.
Yeah, I'm actually, like, this is something I just recently thought about, because I saw, like, the affix changes that they announced, of course, and I was really thinking about how it's going to affect me as a player and, like, retail, but I didn't think about how it's going to affect TGP, right? It's going to be very interesting that we don't have the affixes, but as we talked about that, we did have a death on Shinra Tensei here, as Riley did go down. What?
Dude, okay, now that you say it, I haven't even thought about this at all.
Yeah, there's not going to be affixes, right?
Huh.
For TGP
So the difficulty
pushing.
week to week is going to be... Huh.
Yeah.
I never thought about this until now.
Yeah.
Anyhow, mandatory, making sure that they use that Dragon's Breath to get the mob out of Sanguine, no longer healing the mob.
Yeah, Shinra losing Riley twice here, losing their mage twice in a row.
What did he die to?
For them. I think it's the casts going off, like the disease.
The Rot Hexer AoE, the Siphon Decay or whatever?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's because we talked about how close their 2-chest timer is in the plus 20. And even if they play perfectly, it would have been very close. The 2-chest is 28 minutes. Okay, so at this point, it's not really going to happen anymore. It's the 3.5 minutes they have at this point.
3.5.
Yeah.
I mean, this okay. By the way, Decatric Wratheye is really long, even on fortified. Just killing those totems off takes so much damage off the boss.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's unfortunate that they're not gonna be able to chest it. But again, like you were calling, I think you said it right when you were like, yeah, that would be a luxury. It's not something that they needed to do to maintain their placement in the tournament. I think that they're probably still safe for today. And at the end of the day, I think that they're like it was a question as to whether or not teams were going to immediately jump into the 22 Brackenhide anyways. Like, does Shinra Tensei even do the 22 Brackenhide today? Probably not. That's probably a tomorrow key.
Yeah, probably not, yeah. I mean, 22 would be super good for a tiebreaker. But again, I don't think Shinra even... If they continue to play as well as they are now, I don't think they even have to consider a tiebreaker. And therefore, the 22 wouldn't even matter for that case either. But yeah, they are now on Wratheye. Let's see if they can finish that one off cleanly with all of those totems that, of course, are the major... like the limiting factor on this boss that is going to be holding you back. So all of the cooldowns are being saved for those totems, and they're cycling through, like staggering the cooldowns to make sure they get all of them done. Perplex on the bottom right side. Again, Perplex, one of the teams that in my opinion is in a very tough spot to not get eliminated today because of, especially that the Asher Vault that they are in right now. They have to do the 20 and then the 21 afterwards to be able to be at the same page as all of the other teams because they didn't 2-chest that 19 like all the other teams did. So they need to get this 20 done right now. They are fighting Asher Blade. Do you think they can skip this phase? Probably not. They have to play one more intermission here. Unless they find some damage somewhere. They are cutting into the corner.
Madge had this boss down to 2% on a 21 earlier, right?
Yeah, that was crazy.
So maybe it was, I mean, it was close. It's probably possible. It's just, you know, you need to get good RNG on the boss's spell queuing going into each intermission to make sure, because the boss can queue 2 additional casts or not going into the intermission, and that saves you a little bit of time. And whenever you're pushing the keys at like this level, you know, those 2 casts can end up mattering a little bit more. Ultimately, though, it's going to be fine for Perplex. Like, Perplex is only going to be 1-chesting this 20 anyways, and so they're, you know, even though they're losing 45 seconds, it's not the end of the world.
And they're definitely still going to be fine on a timer. And again, they only have to 1-chest this, and the timer even doesn't matter at all for them if they do the 21 afterwards. The timer of the key only matters if that is going to be your final key that is going to be in the board at the end of the day. Then the time matters for a tiebreaker, in theory, if the highest score is the same as the other teams as well. But if they go ahead and do the 21 afterwards, then it doesn't matter, right? Of course, it still matters for, like, you just spend less time in the dungeon. If you do it 2 minutes quicker, you save 2 minutes. But that's not really going to be as relevant.
Ooh, Madge here in the bottom left, looking pretty good in the Brackenhide Hollow as well. Going to be able to make it through Treemouth deathless. That's solid for them.
Yeah, actually having a pretty good split as well. Let's take a look. Well, Mandatory had a 1440 split.
Oh my gosh,
Treemouth,
did they really?
So
That is crazy.
They did, yeah. Yeah, that was incredibly fast.
Madge also does some weird trash pull that's after this boss that I don't think I've ever seen any other team do. So it's not this one with Stink Breath. So Stink Breath on live is like pretty popular, but Madge is doing some pull with like hunters and stuff that other teams aren't doing.
So are you just talking about the Master Root pull? The hyena
No,
pull?
I'm talking about this pull that they're about to, like they do a pull like right here. I don't know what it is exactly, or like what exactly is in the pack. The Mass Root stuff, you know, that makes sense. We're just taking those hyenas into the boss.
Interesting. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, see, like I've never pulled these mobs. I don't know exactly what is in this pack. Have you pulled these mobs? Like,
No, I did not.
Yeah, okay. You're just laughing at me. I was just like, all right, well, I don't even know what's here either.
Interesting,
hunter.
yeah.
I mean,
So this
okay,
is
so
like
they're
a
hunters,
complete
right? That's why you don't
separate
pull
pull.
those.
Yeah, and they're doing like a separate pull. They're not even pulling it onto the boss. Shinra,
Exactly.
though, top right corner, they are finishing off Wrath Eye here. 29, 24 for their plus 20 here. So not getting the 2 chests. Doesn't really matter, though. Still getting those points on the board. Looking really, really strong for them.
Where do you go next if you're Shinra?
All right, so Shinra, let's take a look. They're actually first now. Shinra first on the leaderboard.
First
of
to
course,
100.
mandatory.
Dumb.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and 100 score. Yeah.
I'd like to
very
shout out
nice.
NA for this one. Amen.
Oh no, Perplex.
Oh my gosh,
actually,
Perplex is wiping?
A breaker cast went through that was bolstered. They did lose Sesevi and Swag. Wolf did manage to survive. Prokinet cauterize. They do need to finish off this pull. They have battle rest available, but no class
Shine just-
can use a battle rest. They have to use the engineering rest to get them back up. But they're dead on top of this pole. So Shine is trying to hover to jump up.
Okay.
There we go. Shine did manage. Does cast the engineering rest to get them both back up. But oh my god, this was very scary for Plex. They should be able to recover now as long as Divine Field is okay. So breakers are dead.
Okay. That was a sick play. That was a great
Yeah.
play by Shine. Anyways, as I was going to say, first team to 100 points, also first region to the moon. So, great work. Shout out to the United States.
Yeah, huge shout out to Australia. Honestly, that is actually incredible. Like they played so well today, and they still. I mean, they are playing well today. They are taking a break now, a very well deserved break after hitting those 100 points. And yeah, I don't know what they're gonna go do now. Like all of the keys they can do now are high keys. There's no like easy points left for them to do. Well, I would say that maybe the halls, the 20 halls. You could say it's maybe like the ECS they can do. I mean,
Yeah,
they can do
they
the
kind of
21,
play their own game plan is the problem, so we don't really ever know where they're going.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they can also do the 21 Academy, because we see Pedro's do that key as well. It can be
Yeah.
a bit volatile on the first pull, which doesn't really matter as much because we want the volatility to be at the start of the dungeon rather than the end. So that would be a possibility. They, as you said, they attempted the 21 no-code yesterday. So it seems like they think they can do that dungeon too. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. What do you think?
I wouldn't hate taking a crack at the Halls of Infusion 19. I was surprised that they didn't try to do that dungeon on a 20 yesterday, instead trying to go for that no-code. At the same point, like, it wouldn't... Here's the thing, is it wouldn't shock me if they go and do no-code 21 because they tried to do that yesterday. And they were... It looked like they were getting, like, boss splits and timers and stuff like that whenever they were in there. So I think they have a little bit of data as to like what their timer's supposed to be looking like coming off of these bosses to make sure that they're going to be able to time that key. And looking, like, projecting their 20 into a 21, they have the time to be able to do that dungeon. I would go to Halls of Infusion, but I can see a world where they go to other dungeons as well.
Yeah, and I don't think it even matters that much, right? Because they have
They have the
quite a
time
lot of
whatever they go
time
to.
left.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they can easily do 2-3 dungeons. Like, they can get to 103 score, right? If they play the
That would be
hierarchies well.
crazy.
That would be very good. Now, of course, mandatory has a huge potential for score still, as they still have 4 two-chested keys that they can get points from. 2 points from all of those dungeons except Asherval, which is crazy. Mandatory, of course, doing incredibly well as they're in their 21 no-code offensive right now.
They are
fighting
crushing
Terra
this
and
timer.
Maruk. Yeah, they're doing really, really well.
They're going to be like 4 minutes under or something on this timer. This timer is free. They could do the trash in front of Balakar Khan without the boss and still be 2 minutes under or something. Like they are cruising in this dungeon.
Do you think that's actually... Should they do that?
Should
Well,
they do
have
that?
the strategy.
Okay, should they do
wasn't
that? Probably. Will they do that? Probably not. Knowing them, I think they have too much pride.
Well, and it also could be like, I don't know, like fake funnel kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Fake
It's
funnel.
like, well, this is kind of what
That's
we're
what your
used
Shadow
to,
Priest would
so-
tell you, but is it really funnel? Probably not.
We'll see, because I mean, yeah. So they have 9 minutes left Like, that is insane.
You need what,
Because the
5.5
problem
minutes?
is, how do you
5.5
mess up
minutes or
this
something?
key? How do you mess up this
don't.
key? Well,
You
you have
wipe.
a full wipe on the last boss,
Yeah.
right? How do you wipe at the last boss? Well, by pulling the trash onto the boss. Potentially, right? So,
Listen, this is the team that just
I
won
think
the
they're
won the
doing it.
MDI.
They're for sure
Do you think?
pulling it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, they are pulling it.
Oh,
Fine.
they're not doing the mini bosses. They're actually doing
They are.
Thunder. Oh, they are doing mini bosses too. Okay, I
Doing
thought they were
both.
doing just the Thunder Fists. Okay, it's both.
Oh, wait, they're not pulling the boss.
Oh my
I
gosh,
like it.
I'm down.
I like
They-
this so
oh,
much.
Mason didn't even know what to do, and he just ripped his Eons on these two mobs because he's like, I've never done this without the boss before.
Yeah, it's like, what do I do? Do we lost this?
Do I lust this? Don't mention lust. They'll accidentally press it, man.
Oh, this is great. I like it a lot.
I think it's
mean-
a safe play. Again, this last boss is only 5 minutes, maybe 5.5 minutes, even on 21. So
Here's the
you don't
thing,
need all
though.
that time.
There's one thing that, I mean, it's unlikely to matter at all. But of course, again, tiebreakers. The way the tiebreakers work. If another
Okay.
team has the same amount of score as you do, the first tiebreaker is going to be highest keys. But if you have the same key levels as the other team, then timer matters, how fast you clear those dungeons. And if, for whatever reason, tomorrow, there's going to be a tiebreaker for mandatory to, let's say, between first place and second place, and then our team has the same score and the same dungeon levels, and their 21 no good is very slow. Just saying.
Uh-huh. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it can
I-
matter. If it's actually like a lot slower,
okay, they're not
if it's
gonna
like
get
3 minutes slower.
In a global final situation, I would agree because like you definitely are playing for the timer at that point too. But like basically what you're playing for right here is just top 3. There's no seeding advantage
Well, there's
of like
price
getting
pool
the first
difference,
seed.
right?
Okay, you know what? That's actually a really good point. There is a price pool difference in getting first.
But yeah, it's obviously a lot more important to them to get to the global finals because the prize pool for the globals is a lot higher than the group stage. So yeah, the difference between getting first and second is not going to be as major of a factor compared to getting, like, not getting top 3 at all, right? So obviously top
yeah.
3 is the number one thing that they want to get done. But yeah, Perplex on the top right. This is a very important key for Perplex. They're now down to Umbral Skull. They have to finish off this boss and then also get trash done. Wait, Perplex changed their strategy to do this, right? I don't think
Yeah,
they did this yesterday.
Well, that's what I was saying about their Laymore split. Their Laymore split's like so much faster that I think that they had
Yeah.
to change their the first couple of pulls of the dungeon to be slightly different. I
Interesting.
think that they've copied the mandatory route, which
I think so too.
personally
yeah.
I thought the mandatory route was the best route that we saw from Azure Vault, and I assumed that more teams were going to be looking to copy it. So yeah, I think that Perplex is just going to have that large tree pull left at the very beginning of the dungeon.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah, very cool to see that Perplex is changing their route and checking out what the other teams have been doing, thinking, you know what, this route or this strategy is just superior to ours. We're just going to adjust to this. Again, these teams do not have access to dungeons on the tournament realm outside of the tournament hours whenever
Yeah.
the tournament is going on, which means that they cannot practice anything on the tournament realm. So if they change their route, change their strategy, then they have to just theory craft it and like theorize it and then just go in onto the tournament and just execute it. So that is a very ballsy move in my opinion, to just say, you know what, we're just going to play this different route. Now, they're obviously veteran players and they're going to be able to adjust routing even by just like in theory speaking about it, but it depends on what the pool is, right?
Is
If
that
it's a
detonating
pool
crystal?
I've never
Oh
done
my
before.
gosh. Dude, that detonating crystal almost went off. Sorry.
But yeah, if it's a pool that they've never done before that's actually very difficult to execute, then it can be super, super dangerous to change your route like that.
I will say, and this is an advantage for Perplex, the fact that they played this dungeon in Season 1 during the MDI as well and have a decent amount of experience just playing this dungeon as a whole and doing some of the larger pulls that not necessarily all the other teams do have that experience doing, I think helps Perplex this dungeon a lot. Where, like, this first pull that they're going to have to play after this boss is very difficult, but Perplex, again, we're snapping, like, all of that trash plus more into the first boss room in Season 1, so it's not something that they should be unfamiliar with.
Wait a second, sorry, but match on the bottom right side. They have a minute left for a 2 chest.
Boss dies at 5%.
Yeah, so they've... it's gonna be difficult. They definitely still have to...
I don't think they
kill a
get it
bunch
because they have
of
to kill the
totems.
totems. Yeah.
Yeah. But they're actually looking really strong. So I think if they would have been a little bit quicker somewhere else, especially on the tree mouth split, they might have gotten their 2 chests here. Yeah, they have a little
Is
bit
there
over
route 6?
30 seconds left.
Is that
Yeah,
is that
they're
random
round
hunter pull that we were talking about like super sick or what?
I don't know, maybe. But then why is their tree mouth split so slow if they do a pull afterwards? This is so interesting to me.
I think that I have to look at their route exactly. I can only speculate that they don't pull as many rot hexers after gut shot.
Yeah. Yeah, 10 seconds left. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get the 2 chests here for match. But still, very good showing for them on this 20.
Would you describe them as Madge?
I think they're going to be very happy about this one.
Oh, so glad.
I wouldn't say they're a match. They're very glad. Yeah, they're glad.
Okay.
Mandatory top left. Still fighting Valakar Khan. This boss actually taking them so long.
Oh.
They still have 2 minutes left. So they
Dude.
are going to be fine. But yeah, this boss, especially in the last phase, very scary, right? It is not tyrannical, so it's not buff, but still, there's just so much damage. Skylark dropping so low from the boss attack here, from the... Jesus. Yeah, this is a difficult boss that other teams are going to have to worry about as well once they do that 21.
I think that this dungeon is doable in 22, having seen seen this run for mandatory.
For sure.
Can we get a sanguine check on how much sanguine healing they had for this entire dungeon? Is this something that they can replicate, or was this like an outlier in terms of how little sanguine healing they had? I'm kind of wondering. Because if they can replicate this in a 22, and it's just like an average amount of sanguine healing, then that dungeon should be timeable with the 22, especially if they kind of, they were kind of like sitting there waiting on those mini bosses in front of the last boss.
Yeah, I do think it's possible. But Perplex also managed to get the last crystal done as
Very
well
good.
on Umbral Skull here, so they're going to be fine. They still have to go back and do the trash pack, but that's definitely going to be easy for them. So, good for Perplex. This is what they need, right? Perplex, one of the teams that is in danger of getting eliminated today as we're getting closer and closer to the end of the day, and they unfortunately just still suffering from that mistake of not being able to 2-chest the 19 Asher Vault here, having to waste so much time getting through that 20 to just get the 21 key like all the other teams. And now they are doing this last pull, as you said, basically copying the mandatory route.
I like the route. I think the route's good.
Yeah,
I'm down
like
for
it
them to
too.
copy it.
Yeah.
What I will say is no team has ever won a TGP or an MDI copying another team, but I do think that this route is something that, like, if you want to make top 3, you probably just copy it, and you're like, oh, this is good enough to try to help us get top 3. Because whenever we were talking about Perplex, we're actually kind of concerned about them getting eliminated today. It seems like them and Pedros per hour are kind of the teams that we think are on the chopping block for elimination, and a lot of that comes down to the fact that Perplex has to go do a 21 at Azure Vault after doing this 20.
Ooh, okay, 2 exciting things. Shinra is in a 21 Bracken height rather than
I like that,
the
yeah.
halls.
Yeah. Makes
And
sense.
mandatory, I think, is in a 21 halls.
Oh wow, they are. Look at that green dot. It moved to HOI.
Yeah, I would love that.
Okay.
I want to see the
Do they do it on the
halls.
21? Do you do it on the 21?
Yes, they have to.
All right, it's
I mean, they
time.
don't actually have to, but
They have
there's
to.
no way they play it safe, right? They don't have to play it safe. They can play as risky, like, unless they're sure that the 21 is like not doable at all or something.
For the people, honestly.
Oh yeah, we want to see that 21 Cajun. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. Team of the people, mandatory, gonna do the 21 for us. That way we can see Mode pump out 800k HPS on that Kajen. That would be crazy.
And Match down the bottom left, they are in the 21 Academy. Okay, so Match had the opportunity
fine.
to do a 20 no kid, right?
Yeah.
And they ended up going 21 Academy. Interesting. That is a good decision for tiebreakers, if that's something that they're concerned about. Because of course a 21 is just matters a lot more for a tiebreaker than a 20. So if they're
Match was also
equally
pretty fast. Match has been pretty fast, I think, this entire weekend, and I think that they were pretty fast in their other Algothor Academy, right?
Yeah, they're kind of amazing. I mean, at this point, you also have to think about just the dungeon length in general, because we are nearing the end of the day. I mean, there's still 1 hour and a half left, approximately. So there's still a lot of dungeons you can fit in there. But No Code Offensive is a long key, right? So if they did the calculation, they're like, you know what? We can either do or attempt 3 shorter keys, or we do no code like at the end. So I do think that is a good decision to just go with the Academy, which is a 32-minute key. It is the shortest key, I believe, from all of the ones that we have available. So I think that is a good decision. Mandatory, as I said, doing the 21 on the bottom left. All right, I'm excited.
Yeah. They also put the Shadow Priest and that Mage on that bench, the safety bench, making sure that they're not able to get leapt on by the Geomancers, don't have to cancel any of their casts, and they're able to do as much damage as possible, getting this first pack dealt with. This is actually a really hard pull, especially on bursting, and so that's why teams are like front loading all of the difficulty in the dungeon. You know, you're able to press all of your offensive CDs, you're able to press that Lust. And honestly, too, if you wipe to that first pull, you just go again. So that's kind of why Mandatory is front-loading all the difficulty there.
Yeah, definitely makes a lot of sense. Now, apparently Perplex is currently on their 10-minute break. And
they didn't have their break done yet? Oh, gosh.
Yeah, once Perplex is back from that 10 minutes, all of the teams are done with their breaks. So once Perplex is back, we're only going to be seeing gaming from there on out. But yeah, that is not so good for Perplex, considering that, again, they're the ones that are in danger to get eliminated. So not having that break done yet is not great for them.
Well, I mean, look at Pedro's in the top left. Pedro's already finished their break, and now they're in this 18 Brackenhide. I think that for Pedro's, the big thing that we need to be watching out for them to be able to do is 2-chest this 18. If they're able to 2-chest this Brackenhide 18, then go and do the 20, I don't want to say they're safe, but they're looking okay, right? Then they'll have enough time to be able to do one more key on top of that, whether that be 21 Brackenhide, whether that be 20 Noku Defensive, doesn't necessarily matter, but they will have enough time to at least do one key after that Brackenhide 20 is completed. On top of that, whether that be 21 Brackenhide, whether that be 20 Noku Defensive, doesn't necessarily matter, but they will have enough time to at least do one key after that Brackenhide 20 is completed.
We can actually take a look at this, right? So Pedro's
Mandatory
they're
wiping.
in the dungeon right now. Oh, yeah, they're resetting. Yeah, this is a difficult key, especially at the start. That is something, resetting at the start on a 21 is totally doable. That is fine. They're not going to be too worried about that. But yeah, Pedro's, they're 10 minutes into this key. They have an 18 if they're 2-chesting it. Let's take a look at some of the other teams and what their time was for a 2-chest on 18. So it's around 24 minutes. Let's say 25 minutes is what they need. So they need 15 more minutes in this dungeon.
Yeah.
And then they need to do the 20, which is around 28, 29 minutes. So 30 minutes, let's just say, for switching and whatever. So you have 45 minutes that they still have to spend in this no code offensive. Perplex, on the other hand, they're currently under break, which I believe is approximately...
Let's say 8 minutes or something from now.
Yeah, like 6 minutes left. And they have to do the Asher Vault. The Asher Vault... Let's say they need 36 minutes. Yeah, then they're actually pretty equal. That's going to be really close. Like, if Perplex goes in and one-shots the 21 Asher Vault, which, of course, is a lot harder, in my opinion, than what Pedro's job is. Pedro has to plus do the 18 and then just one-chest the 20, which, in my opinion, is a lot easier than going in and one-shotting a 21 Asher Vault, right?
Pedro's per hour also has the 21 Alg Academy.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, they have that one extra point.
Perplex is like in really bad shape right now, I think.
Oh yeah, you're right.
That's why
that means that.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's really bad for Perplex. Not only do they have to do that, they also have to get one extra key done. Yeah, good point.
What place did you have Perplex in your predictions?
I don't want to talk about it. No, put them second.
Yeah, it's not important. We don't need to talk about that prediction. Yep.
They got third last. Dude, they got third last TGP. Dude, the competition level of this TGP is insane. It is.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is crazy.
I mean, we know that Perplex can do really well. Like
They're
obviously
very good. Yeah.
They're just such a good team. It's just that sometimes, depending on the season, I feel like they want it more or they don't want it as much. Like their motivation, I think, that drives this team. Just really kind of depends on the season. Like, you know what? Like these are not like my favorite dungeons or my favorite meta or my favorite comp or whatever. And then even if they have like one of those seasons, they still perform well. They just don't do as well when they're in their as compared to when they're in their top form, right? Because then Perplex can beat anyone.
Dude, wait, hold on. Can we get a POV on mandatory? What is Mode doing? Wait, you can avoid the Geomancers if you're standing on the wall. Really? That is insane. I didn't even know this was a spot. Have you seen this spot before?
I have not. I like it though.
I knew about the bench. I didn't realize that this was a spot.
We do have to mention though that the Geomancer jump is really like they're just avoiding the jump, right? This one.
Yes.
Which, like that's a very min-maxy thing for classes that lose a lot of damage while moving, because it's not like that hard to dodge, right? And you can disrupt it as well.
I mean, it's like a big thing for Shadow Priest DPS to just be able to plant.
Yeah, for Shadow Priest, it's for sure insane. That's why we don't see Hopeful, for example, go up there, because yeah,
Mage doesn't really care. There might also be something weird if he has to like jump to cancel his cast to make sure he's not casting a pyro, like where the Geomancer would then spawn on them. Where instead he's like, whatever, he's just gonna blink around.
Yeah,
that's cool. That's a cool spot. I might be using that on live for that was a good spot. What's the timer that pages per hour needs in the top left?
for a 2 chest.
Yeah. What do you think?
Well, a 2 chest in Brackenhide is 28 minutes, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they have issues with a 2 chest. We've seen most teams actually have a pretty easy 2 chest. Match had a 2440 clear, so they're like 3. No, wait.
But
Yeah, 320 under.
Madge was much faster, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Well,
I guess
Shinra also
okay.
had a 2418, 2403 for Perplex. Yeah, it's a pretty easy 2 chest, the 18 Brackenhide.
What we're kind of talking about is it looks like their tree mouth split's going to be a little bit slow, but it's kind of hard to tell. It feels like everybody in this dungeon has been routing the first area and this middle area a little bit differently, and so they need a variable amount of count, and so it's kind of difficult to tell routes between one another. But like looking at our splits, you know, most teams have been coming out of this area at like 1330, or coming off, finishing up tree mouth at like 1330. But like how much count is pages per hour? Yeah.
The only team that was slower in the 18 was mandatory, actually, with a 15
They had a wipe.
18. But
They had a wipe
mandatory
in their
had 10
18.
deaths. Yeah, they had 10 deaths before Trima. So that is interesting. Yeah, actually good points. They have a very slow split here at Trima. It kind of looks like they do have a lot, but not that much. Like they definitely still have to pull these hyenas onto the boss, which is not a time loss really, because you're just leaving it down. Yeah, they're free. So they still have to play a lot afterwards. Interesting. Huh. I still think they're fine with the 2 chests, but yeah, definitely not the fastest route, it looks like.
Yeah. Which is weird, because this is one of the dungeons that was a time trial dungeon, so you kind of expect all of the teams to be very, very fast in this key.
Yeah.
Because seeding as well for this dungeon was based off of... Okay, so all of the teams that are still left alive in this tournament right now for Cup A had a 42 score during TGP, which means that only timer tiebreakers separated them. So you kind of expect all of these teams to be really optimized timer-wise in this dungeon.
Yeah, definitely. You see Shinra in their 21... on the top right side of the screen as well. They do have a 758 split on the first boss, which is definitely very good. They're still looking very good on their time, but we'll see once they finish off Tree Mouth, how that is looking. And we have Match on the bottom right in that 21 Academy. They had some issues earlier with the first pool, which we've seen multiple teams have issues with that pool because the snapping can be very, hit and miss with the lashers. But now they're through Croth. So, looking like a good run for a Match here.
That's right. And as things start to get a little bit more tense as the day goes on, I'm still wondering about Pedro's. Because, I mean, yeah, sure, they have the 221s, but, if Perplex is able to 21 the AV and then 21 the Alethkar Academy, then is Pedro's in a little bit of trouble? They have to catch up in Brackenhide then? How hard is it to catch up in Brackenhide versus the 221s are obviously hard.
I think the Brackenhide is fine for Pedro's. I think they're okay. Match,
it's not giving
Match
teams
is, where is Royben and Soda died on this poll, Doa. I don't know if you saw it. And then they're trying to...
I did not see it. I was looking at the scoreboard in my other monitor, so I missed it. But maybe Zyronic saw it. Did you see it, Zyronic? Joining the cast once again?
It was definitely a scary moment. Usually this poll, you kind of want to have your DPS way out ahead of those Ravagers from the back so that they don't actually end up getting any of these charges here. Soda, usually what he does is runs into this pack and Psychic screams it, but it must have missed the Battle Axe there, and he just got bonked on the head by it. They had the Battle Res for Soda, but while Battle Resing him, Royben died to some of those lunges from those Foragers. They got a little bit behind. Fortunately enough, they are all back with the group here. Royben, being a druid, can just go into stealth and run back to the group from the start of the key here. Once the pack is all together on top of Lemike, the DPS can just not take any damage from being on this ledge here. None of the charges will actually reach them. And Soda can help heal with the Vampiric Embrace. So they still got this pulled together, and this is their Lust pull. So while they did have to expend a Battle Res and it looked kind of scary, it was good triage from the team to make sure that that didn't turn into something worse than what it was.
Yeah, definitely well recovered there by Match. Perplex on the bottom left, they're back from their break. So now all teams are done with their mandatory breaks, and there's only going to be gaming from here on out until the end of the tournament day. And Perplex also chose to go to the 21 Asher Vault, which... a good decision. I do think that there was an argument to be made for them to go into a different dungeon if they don't feel confident in their Asher Vault, because they did have to reset the 20 a few times earlier. But now that it's fresh in their minds, they might be able to say, you know what, we're confident in this, we get this 21 on the board and then move on. But yeah, even if they time this 21 and one-shot it, they're still going to be 1 point behind in comparison to Pedro's once they finish that 18 and the 20 in Brackenhide.
Well, hold on a moment here. We got to pay attention to Madge in the top left here. Royben went down to one of those early arcane surges as we gathered together this poll in the Veximus area here. Fortunately, just now joined back on top of the team. Lemike did a great job of using all of his sigils in the AoE CC from the group to make sure they didn't take any extra damage once their healer went down. And of course, once the 2-minute cooldowns were popped here, Vampiric Embrace covered any of the extra healing they needed. So again, Madge having issues setting up the poll, but once they're all set and ready to go, they're able to finish it off here. And yeah, these deaths, they can eventually cost you in the grand scheme of things, but for the time being, they're doing okay. Now, of course, we're in a situation where we're on the scariest boss in the dungeon, on this 21 Fortified. Veximus's bombs that go out can just kill people, right? If you do not have a personal cooldown popped, that final tick plus the explosion of the bomb is in one-shot territory. So no battle res on this boss is a very scary position to be in.
Yeah, definitely something we're going to have to look out for a match here. Unfortunately, Perplex did have a full wipe while we were looking at match on this Veximus area, but it was just the start of their key. So not too big of a time loss for them, but again, Perplex in a pretty dire spot, so they have to make sure they're shaping up here and getting that 21 done as fast as possible. Mandatory, though, on the bottom left now, about to finish up Watcher Iridius in their 21 Halls of Infusion here. This is certainly a dungeon that we want to be taking a closer look at, because 21 tyrannical halls is just such a crazy key. And we're going to be seeing some crazy healing coming out of mode on the rest of Druid.
Yeah, and I mean a 10-minute 40 split on Iridius, which is what it's going to be close to here. Almost dead on, actually. That's scary, but I mean, really, the wall of the key is going to be whether or not they can live through Cushion. Like you mentioned, second Bloodlust will be probably on the Swoglets here. Got to get past these Shock Troopers first. Once they get through there, they can move in here. It's important to mention that while we focused in on Madge living through that Veximus trash pull, Perplexed at the same time full wiped in their 21 Azure Vault. Not sure if they're going to have to restart that or if they were able to continue, but we'll get back to seeing what they're doing very shortly here. They might also currently be taking the remainder of their break. Of course, remember now, with 11 minutes left before the final hour of the day, all of the teams need to take the remainder of their break, otherwise they could incur that 5-point penalty that we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah, definitely not something you want to see. Mandatory. That's why Mandatory took their 20 minutes really early on, and they're obviously done with that. I do think all of the teams did, in fact, already take their breaks, so all teams are safe to go. Perplexed is back in that 21 Azure Vault as well, as we did have that wipe on their side and the reset. They did not continue afterwards, so just making sure they're going in with a clean run here, and it's looking really good. This is their second pull. They already did that first one upstairs that seemed clean, and now they're about to finish off that second pull as well. So maybe looking good for Perplex here, but we already see Divine Field kiting because of bolstering, which can be super, super dangerous whenever you're pulling so many mobs together. Yeah, match top left side of the screen, still fighting Veximus, 52% left, and look how much damage everyone is taking from this boss's mana bombs and the AoE cast that also can sometimes have some nasty overlaps too, where you get the mana bomb and the AoE somehow with an overlap, or the fissure rather. So yeah, look how low they're dropping from this fissure. This is just a very crazy boss where you have to, I feel like you also have to be a little bit lucky as well on who gets the mana bombs, right? Because if the same people always get the mana bomb and one player just never gets them, then you're just not utilizing your personal defenses as well.
Yeah, and as we get closer to the end of Veximus here, we need to start to figure out whether or not the timer is going to be okay in this Algathar Academy. This is actually looking like it's going to be quite tight. They're only going to get one more meaningful Bloodlust off, right, in the timer. Where would you even really want to use that, right? You've got Overgrown Ancient coming up next. You've got a massive amount of trash that you have to do after Overgrown Ancient. And then you probably also want to pull some trash in on top of Doragosa as well, because you want to have that Restorer buffing your teammates with those haste shields the entire time. The timer looks like it's going to be super tight for Madge here. Just these issues at the start of pulls forcing them to play a little bit more defensively than they otherwise would want to, and costing them extra time on the massive fortified trash pulls.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking that great. I mean, we do have one comparison because Pedros per hour did do the 21 Academy already, and Pedros did manage to finish off Maximus 20 minutes 50 seconds in. But they also played the dungeon a little bit differently, so we're going to see if that matters. Technically, if they have the same route, then match would be looking good in comparison to that. But, oh no, wait, sorry, that's actually Overgrown Ancient that was at 2050. Oh, I missed up the stats. Yeah. So 2050 was Overgrown Ancient for Pedros. So that means match is, in comparison to that, is very far behind, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they've got to get a move on here. I'm actually worried for their timer. Like, looking at just raw time left in the key, Overgrown Ancient with double 2 minutes send on to 21 Fortified is probably going to take them 3.5-ish minutes, 3.5 to 4 minutes. If I had to put a timer on it, Doragosa probably a similar amount, which really only leaves you 3.5 minutes to 4 minutes to do the remainder of the trash in the key, and that's not even accounting for travel time. So, yeah, they got to go. We got to burn this boss down. And only have one Bloodlust to do that with. There is no further room for mistakes at this point, and you're already this committed into the key. There's no resetting and going again. So, finish it off, do maximum DPS here. Hopefully Roybin can carry through this first set of bleeds, because they do probably want to do the tech that we've been seeing all the teams do, where they do not kill the first Ancient branch off. They're just going to spawn it on Shelley in the top left corner here, landslide it out there, use Cauterizing Flames, Dwarfs, Racials to get rid of as many of the bleeds as they possibly can, have Roybin heal through the rest of them. And then once the second set of bleeds come out is when they start to kill off this Ancient branch, and then they can just instantly remove those bleeds. Unfortunately, the branch was instantly broken out here. They're just going to have it in the group casting that healing touch. They're going to have to make sure they get those kicks for a little bit longer than they otherwise really would have wanted to. First burst forth coming out, no major issue for the team on Fortified. But yeah, they're really just pushing up against the timer here. This is going to be a DPS race to the finish for them.
Yeah, they do have to make sure they're pressing their damage buttons in a perfect order, and also just maybe focusing the boss a little bit more instead of focusing some of the trash, even though that is, of course, riskier depending on the situation here. But yeah, let's take a look at the other teams, because I do think Shinra is actually doing really well in their 21 bracken height. We kind of talked about these other teams because Shinra, of course, is looking very good today, very strong, and they are more safe than the other teams. But I mean, coming back from the break, going into that 21 bracken height and just kind of one-shotting it would be very strong for them as well, if they manage to do so. But yeah, Match still fighting Overgrown Ancient here. Did manage to also get rid of that bleed, as Sarah explained. Just getting that Hungry Lasher, getting that branch, saving it for the next application of the dot. So very well done by Match. As Dr. J actually procs Cauterize here. Looks like it was aggro from the Lashers, as he also has a 4 stack of the poison that gets applied to you if the Lashers attack you.
Also had the ward on him just to make sure he didn't go down here. Second 2-minute cooldowns being sent on the boss. They are doing a great job of focusing this boss down. I thought it was going to take 3.5 minutes. It's probably going to be closer to the 3-minute mark, so maybe they have a little bit more time than I initially imagined. We'll have to keep an eye and come back to them in a little bit here. Meanwhile, we did have Pedro's per hour finishing their 18 Brackenhide Hollow. They did get the 2 chest off. It was about 3 minutes below the 2 chest timer, so they were relatively clean in that key. Probably will head into the 20 next, and importantly, they have jumped over Perplexed on the leaderboard now. They do have the time advantage there. Well, rather not the time advantage, but the dungeon level advantage. They have 2 of those 21s, whereas Perplexed only has 3 20s on the board, so Pedro's feeling pretty strong about their position right now, and once they get into that Brackenhide, get the +2 there, they will be relatively safe. So after, a shaky start yesterday, Pedro's per hour really ramped up the competition today. They've been playing much, much better.
Yeah, definitely doing well now. I do agree. And taking a look at Shinra now on the top right side as they're about to approach the last boss in their 21. Again, really impressed by Shinra's performance, as they just one-shot almost every key today. Like, they're just doing so well. We have been focusing on the other teams just because of the elimination that it was still going to happen today. But yeah, Shinra doing so well. They are about to pull Wrath Eye. They have so much time left as well. 9 minutes, a little bit less than that, which is going to be more than enough to deal with Wrath Eye. They just need to make sure that they are dealing with the totems properly. And again, they are pulling this mob into the boss. As Titles explained earlier, they are playing the trinkets. So they don't want to get out of combat to make sure they can move the trinket dot into the boss, which is actually a really cool strategy. They have cooldowns available, they have bloodlust available as it is being popped right now. So they should be good to go. They also have 2 battle rushes available in case something does go wrong. But usually when something goes wrong on Wrath Eye, the battle rushes are not really saving you anymore. Because if a totem goes off, everyone has to dot. And yeah, the rest is really not helping you that much anymore at that point.
Yeah, so there's certainly something to be said about the dot and damage reduction that you get if that happens. The thing is, the way that cooldowns are planned out on these totems, you're either insanely overkilling them or you're just barely killing them. So, like, if you happen to not kill one of the totems that you're just barely not killing, you probably have big overkill for the next. And by big overkill, I mean you probably have like a Bellarellos plus Glacial Spike and Ray of Frost from a Frost Mage, right? There's a lot of differing cooldowns that they have for some of these. And a real telling aspect of whether or not this key is going to be doable on that 22 is how much time they have left on these Rotting Burst casts on the totems every single time they kill them. And for the first 4 they've killed here, every single one of them has been like at the halfway to 2/3 mark on the Rotting Burst cast. So far, every single one of these totems they could have very easily killed on the 22 there. That was Spindle from their Augavoker there. That burst got pretty close, but again, that was a situation there where if that burst went off, it just would have been instantly cleared by the AoE from the boss, so it wouldn't have been that big of a deal.
Yeah, exactly. So Shinra is doing really well. They're 62% now, and they are done with the trash, of course. Match, though, on the top left side, I did want to take a quick look at Match again because we talked about their time and being a little bit close. But they are about to engage Echo of Duragosa. They have a little bit less than 6 minutes left, which should be fine. It's not a tyrannical key, so the boss doesn't have as much HP. It's still at 21 though, so the boss is going to take a long time. And they have no Bloodlust, since they did just use it on the trash ball here. So we'll see how long it's going to take them to finish off Echo here. They probably also have to focus the boss a little instead of the trash that they're pulling into the boss. They do have the Invokers that they're mind controlling to make sure they get the extra buff as well on the players. And they're probably going to be utilizing the boss's debuffs as well to get that extra damage. So they should be fine. But yeah, definitely don't want to focus the trash here. They do want to focus down the boss to make sure they're not wasting any boss damage.
And you know, similarly to what we've been talking about with some of the other dungeons, like when we were talking about personal cooldown usage on Laymore. Yep, gotta hold that for a little bit there. Death from Madge, and then to a second death as well.
No res.
From Madge there, and there's no res for another 2.5 minutes. Actually, a little more than that. They will be able to res him before the end of the key, but with so much trash left alive in their main engine for doing AoE damage in the group dead, this trash is going to live so much longer for them. Also, the boss is going to be doing more damage to the remaining players because there's less players to target with that missile, with that arcane bomb, which means they're going to get even more void zones on the ground. This just became a lot more difficult for them to do. Actually, I'm not even sure if it's even possible without the Shadow Priest. This is like this is 2 minutes uses, 2-minute uses gone for them. This is brutal.
And, okay, so the Shadow Priest dying here, they lose the mind control on the Invoker, so they don't get the buff anymore. They're basically losing 1.5 damage dealer because they're playing an Aug Evoker, right? So the Aug Evoker is only buffing 1 damage dealer now. And yeah, I think this might be a deplete from Madge at the very end.
We have action everywhere. We have totems in the top right. We have Madge trying to go against the timer in the top left. And in the bottom left, we get our first look at 21 Tyrannical Kajin the Unyielding. Mode at 750k HPS right now. Not to mention, Skylark also chiming in with 200k. Mace Team doing 120k. I guarantee you their Shadow Priest is also at 100k, just keeping them alive. And the health bars are still stooping ever so low. They have the Bloodlust available when they need it, but they're holding on to it. They can still get 2 uses as long as they use it in the next minute and 10 seconds of the dungeon here. Mode is holding that as long as possible for when he really needs it.
Yeah, they're definitely focusing on the healer here for that Bloodlust usage because they just have to. There we go, the Bloodlust is being used. They do also have Breath and PI ready as well, so it is lining up with their cooldowns as well. But Mode definitely going to have an easier time while the Bloodlust is running, so alleviating some of that pressure for Mode here. But yeah, again, looking at Madge on the top left side, Soda's still dead, of course, as that Battle Rush is still on cooldown. They now have 2.5 minutes left. The boss still on 56% HP. This is going to be so difficult for Madge to be able to finish off. And then, of course, they're also missing percentage as well. I'm not sure what kind of mob they're missing. This is going to be very hard for them. Shinra on the top right, about to finish off Wrath Eye here. They did time that 21, getting that score on the board as well. Huge. So very good for Shinra. And yeah, Minotaur in the bottom right, 32%, looking so good. That is just so much healing that has to be done by that group.
They're doing a good job so far, but this is a race against the clock here. Look at the mana bar for Mode. That is at about a quarter mana right now, which is a little bit lower than what the boss percentage is. So if they can find any of that extra healing, maybe the health potions at some point, just to make sure they keep themselves topped, anything that they can do to get that little bit of extra damage out, any moment spent in your Blue Silk and Winding Winnow as well, just to do a little bit of extra damage is so useful here. Mode is starting to run out of tools to keep the team alive in the waning moments of this boss. Barely struggling to hit that 800k mark. Darkness coming out during the hailstorm just to help out a little bit here. Any ticks that's missed is useful. Team has to run out of the darkness due to really unfortunate entangling timing, but instantly getting right back in that safe zone to try to dodge as many ticks of the AoE damage as possible here. They do have 2 minutes coming up again in 20 seconds here, but I don't think it's really efficient to hit those here. I think they just try to have to burn the boss down with what they have left here. Mode still on little mana, but the tree farm is back up again here, helping him put healing out on the team. One more hailstorm. I think they still have at least another 30 seconds of brutal damage coming out here. Stove does have the VE available if he wants to pop it just to help with a little bit of extra healing, but I think they're holding the twos here, Nagura.
Yeah, it looks like they are holding. We do have some defenses available as well that they're holding too. This is crazy. They're actually holding CDs for the next pull. They think they can get through this, even though Mode is completely out of mana at this point. They have to burn down the boss before they go down. But let's take a quick look at Match, because their time is about to run out. They did manage to get the rest on Soda. Look at the top left of the screen. 20 seconds left on that key to get.
It doesn't matter. They don't have
9%
count.
and they don't have count. Yeah, this is it. Match is going to be depleting this key. There's no way they can get the count and finish off the boss here, unfortunately. Huge time loss for Match, actually. This might actually be a big deal for them if Perplexed manages to catch up to the score, which they will if they finish off this 21 Asher Blade and this 21 Asher Vault in general, because then they're going to be up to 100 score as well, evening out their score with Match.
Just brutal time for Madge there, missing one single mob in order to make that dungeon timeable. And actually, they killed the boss 2 seconds later there as well, so they wouldn't have timed it anyways. Have to go back. That's 30 minutes of time lost. Now, of course, they know they can do it with a clean run. Now, that is clear for them. However, it still feels bad to get that time loss. Meanwhile, Mandatory, we see here what they were saving the cooldowns for at the end of that 21 Kajen. Once again, pulling the entire bridge. They wanted to have the cooldowns available for this so that they could pop this trash pack as quickly as possible. Look at the damage intake from on Skylark. That HP bar yo-yoing everywhere. This Proto Drake needs to go down before the next deep breath, or it could be a dangerous moment for the team here. It looks like they're going to be able to finish it off, and most of the danger is gone here as they spawn the mini-boss relatively shortly here.
All right, so taking a look at Perplexed, yeah, I mean, they have the 2 wrestles left. They are looking really strong in a 21, but again, the difficulty in this dungeon lies in the breaker pull later on with the bolstering, and then also the last 2 bosses as well. So we're gonna keep an eye on Perplexed, see if they can finish off this key. But Mandatory, top right side, dealing with that bridge pull. Let's see if, I mean, they have easy time, right? 7 minutes? Yeah. I mean,
it's last boss 21 Tyrannical. I think if I wanted to be safe, I would want to have probably about 5.5 minutes. It's a long boss, right? It's a lot of HP to chew through. There is an intermission that you have to do as well. So you want to play it safe. It looks like they're going to be in time, but it's still going to be relatively close. They do get, let me see, quick math here. No, they're really only going to get 3 more good uses of their 2-minute cooldowns. They don't really want to pop them here on the boss, or on the mini-boss. So they'll get 3 more uses of them. Probably 1 in Phase 1 and then 2 in Phase 2. I think they should just barely have enough time to time this. It's going to be a lot closer than I think we imagined, though. I mean, a 26-minute Kajen kill is pretty scary. That's not much time left to do the rest of the dungeon.
Yeah, definitely not. All right, well, we're going to keep an eye on Mandatory, see if they manage to finish off this dungeon in time. Petros per hour on the bottom right side, still doing that 20 bracken height. They need to get the 2 score on the board. If they get this dungeon done, they're actually at 101, which actually means that they're, I don't want to say safe, but safer than Perplex is and Match at this point after Match depleting that key at the very end there. And Shinra also pretty safe on their side. They're already at 101 score, bottom left side of your screen. They did finish off the 21 bracken height, and now they're in the 21 Academy. So they chose to go to Academy over the 20 halls and over the 21 no kit. Very interesting choice as well by Shinra. So they're still gonna have this 19 key on the board. That they maybe I think the reason why they're not doing the halls, first of all, for tiebreakers, right? It matters more to have the 21. But I think it's also because they feel like they have to do the 21 anyway at some point in halls, that they would rather just do it all at once to have it fresh in your mind, right? Because then you do the 20 and you immediately do the 21 afterwards. And that is probably more difficult to do right now than to just do the no kit and the Academy.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. Meanwhile, in the top, Mandatory, they did engage the boss at roughly that 5.5 minute mark, like I mentioned here. So, It's a DPS race to the finish here, and also, I mean, just goes to show you also how clean they've been in this dungeon. Look at the death.
Yeah.
0 death timers. All 4 of their battle reses available, still brushing up with the timer. I mean, they really are on the cutting edge of what is doable with Bisque gear, minus tertiaries, of course, because we are in the tournament space, but still, this is still an insane execution of the dungeon here. Of course, the boss is going to phase at 60% here, usually does it right after one of his casts here. If they're unlucky, they might get a 3rd Tempest Fury cast here. Skylark does go down right before the Tempest Fury, so they can get the battle res off. He almost dies to the cast as well, but I think they're going to be okay here. The boss is going to phase. That's one of their 4 battle reses expelled. They do lose 5 seconds for it, and that might actually come into play. We do also have to hope that they get relatively solid RNG on this run here. This can be very difficult if you get unfortunate patrol timings on these orbs. Looks like Mason and Mode are going to be good. Let's see, is everyone else there? Usually the mage doesn't have to worry too much about things because they can just blink through. Vengeance Demon Hunter can leap through. It's the Shadow Priest that you're usually worried about. Where is Stove? Looks like he's here. So everyone got here. They got their interrupts off quickly. That means the boss is going to have fewer stacks of the damage buff that he normally has in the last phase. They are also going to get one last Bloodlust off at the last second too, probably with the second set of 2-minute cooldowns here. Oh, actually, no. Looks like Stove sent his again in phase 1, so they're only going to have one set of 2 minutes in this final phase. Probably going to save those for the Bloodlust.
Yeah, very interesting. And looking at the timer, oh, it's going to be just so close for this team. 2.5 minutes left to get 60% off this boss. Maybe even less than 2.5 minutes. Okay, 2.5 minutes. This is going to be crazy. They need so much damage. And yeah, because of the 2 minutes being... Let's take a look. So in 17 seconds... Stove has his PI, so he will get a second PI at the end, but like not the full duration.
He won't get
right?
that much usage out of the Void Form, right?
Yeah.
That's the important thing.
Yeah.
Mastein, is he just going to send the Void Form PI here? I think he has to, and then they can send Double Breath, so that's definitely the play here. Doing it out of Bloodlust definitely feels a little bit weird. They're holding for a little while. Maybe they have to wait for the Globecast to make sure they get the breath off properly.
At this point, they only get one. At
yeah,
this
now
point,
they only
they're
get one
committing to
usage.
one. So they have to just get a good one. They're waiting for last at this point, I think.
I mean, this certainly feels bad for Mastein, though, because he definitely could get 2 breaths off still if he popped it there.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if that would be value. 40% on the boss, minute 45 left on the key. They've been able to do 20% of the boss's HP in the last 40 seconds they've been on the boss. Skylar goes down again to one of those orbs, and that's an AoE wipe for the team. Nobody was in melee to take a melee, and they got AoE one-shot. Brutal time loss there for Mandatory. But you know what? If there's any team that can take that time loss on the chin, it is Mandatory here. They are the outright leaders right now with the keys they've done. And let's be honest, 21 Halls of Infusion Tyrannical is an extremely difficult key. It would have been extremely impressive if they were able to do that on the first try.
Yeah, and you can see just, I mean, how hard it was, right? Like, considering they had 0 deaths up until this point, and still just being very close to the timer. I mean, this key is super difficult. Not to mention Cajun's healing requirements and survivability requirements and top of the other tools that they're doing. So absolutely crazy key that they're attempting there. And again, I mean, Mandatory has some other keys they could do that are a lot easier. Drogo actually going down for Pedro's here in the top right side. To Tree Mouth here. They managed to get the battle res off, but now they're out of battle reses, so Pedros actually has to be a little bit careful here to not make any more major mistakes. Otherwise, they might deplete the 20, which would be pretty bad for them. They need this 20 actually to get the 101 points. Even if they deplete this, they can just go again, and they're still gonna be fine, probably. But yeah, definitely need to get this 20 done before the end of the day for sure. Perplex on the top left side of your screen, now fighting Grey Wing. And again, a really important key for Perplex. Again, 21, they need this key to get to 100 score, and then they're even with match.
Exactly, yeah. And really, like, kind of all eyes are in the top 2 portions of the screen right now. If Pedro are able to get that 20 done, they'll be a key ahead of Perplex, and that's huge for them. They will have the outright tiebreaker against them. They're almost guaranteed to go through to tomorrow. I think they have enough time left here, even with that death, these couple of deaths they've had.
Ooh.
But, of course, no battle res is very scary. Mandatory,
Doing a 20?
they don't want to do the 21. They're taking it safe and doing the 20. They could have done the 21. Huh.
This is very interesting. So, this is very confusing to me because like, it looked like they can do the 21, right? Like, obviously, it was incredibly close and it requires perfect play. But if they think that it's so risky, then why do the 20 halls over another key, right? They could do a 22 in the other dungeons instead. If they feel like, okay, we need to do the 21 tomorrow. Interesting.
Mandatory are essentially zero risk of being eliminated today, right? They could go for the play on the 21 if they wanted to, but they've kind of been playing it a little bit safe today. Like, for instance, in the 21 knockout that we saw, at the end of the dungeon, there was potential to go for a potentially faster route, right? They normally would pull the mini-bosses plus the 2 Thunder Fists that they pull on top of Valakar Khan, but they chose not to. They chose to play it safe. They chose to go for the big I.O. They did the trash on its own, then they pulled the boss afterwards. They had the time to do that, right? That was okay. They got the timed key down. If they do eventually try to go for a 22 knockout, which seems like it's definitely possible, although one of the more difficult keys left for them to do right now, they couldn't do that, right? They'd have to pull the trash on top of the boss and go for it. Doing this 20 as well right now, after seeing just how doable that 21 is, I don't know, it's a little bit of a question mark for me. Maybe they are just choosing to respect everyone else as much as they possibly can.
It's not even playing safe, because playing safe would be like doing a 22 Asher Vault, for example, right? Like, you're literally wasting your point, because they could do a different key if they want to play safe, right? They don't have to do the halls right now. Doing the 20 halls is not a necessity. You can get a point somewhere else without wasting like a 2 chest. So I'm really curious about this decision, actually. Because 22 Asher Vault is probably easier than the 21 halls, right? Interesting. Maybe it was the wrong key. Maybe they made a mistake.
Something else that you might want to consider as well, if you're somebody watching the competition for mandatory, maybe they have tech for a 22 Brackenhide or a 22 Algathar that they just don't want to show off today. They want to save it for tomorrow. So they're doing whatever they can get done today for sure, so they can spend time tomorrow getting that done, in addition to the final dungeon that we'll have, obviously. So, yeah, there's always that question of, is there something in the back pocket for those higher keys?
Yeah, I guess that's a good point, right? Because obviously if they have a good strategy for those keys and they show it tomorrow, then no one else is going to be able to yoink that strat, right? Obviously. If they show it today at the end of the day, there is, of course, opportunity for the other teams to copy that. That's a good point that I personally didn't consider, considering that, we're in the middle of a tournament on the second day. So, but yeah, mandatory being pretty clearly in the lead, they can afford to do that if they felt like it's important enough for tomorrow, if they really want to get that first place finish. Perplexed, though, on the top left side of the screen, they are now an Umbral Skull on that 21 key that is so important for them. They have to... Oh, Shed actually dropping incredibly low from that AoE. They do have to play that trash after Umbral Skull as well. But yeah, the timer looking very, very good for them, as long as they don't have any major mistakes here. They also have close to 4 battle rests available, and they have cooldowns, of course, they're saving for those crystal spawns. So looking very good for Perplexed.
Yeah, they are essentially home free based off of the timer. Just have to make sure they get through these crystals. The cooldowns are ready and in position here. No shenanigans like we saw in some of our previous runs today, where they had to kind of move cooldowns around to make it work. They have the Bloodlust available for the second set of crystals, so everything should be par for the course for them. Divine Field, though, is not up on the wall, so these crystal spawns are going to be relatively spread out. That means the priest is going to have to spend time dotting rather than just full-on doing damage to the hardened crystal, so the HP bars are going to drop a little bit here, but once the damage is active and the VE is active, they should be relatively safe, even committing wards just to make sure that they can heal through this here. One final crystal up on the top right-hand corner there. Are they going to be able to finish it off? Looks like they just barely got it at the last second. So that just goes to show you the tank has to do a lot on this fight. Positioning the boss, living the dragon strikes, making sure that their team is able to finish off those crystals is very, very important here. Getting up on that ledge, providing less of an area for the crystals to spawn, and helps out a ton if he's able to get up there. They do have the battle reses available if something goes wrong, but usually if you're in the point where you have to commit a battle res during the crystals, it's already too late for you, right? So it really comes down to just making sure you have everything available here. Lust is up for the next one. Wolf Disco is going to be able to combust to get a good Ignite set up into it in just a moment here. Probably going to wait a couple more percents on the boss before he sets it up. Whew, that destruction does so much damage unmitigated, but able to stay alive and top themselves off as we get into the second crystal set here.
Yeah, we're gonna get those crystals spawning in just a moment. One more afflicted affix going through. Divine Field also dropping so low from the Dragon Strike here. But yeah, Divine positioning the boss into that corner, making sure those crystals are spawning in a more stacked fashion. Now, 50% did happen. The crystals are spawning. We do see all cooldowns already popped, plus the barrier as well, and some of the defensives to make sure that everyone does stay alive. They did not finish the shield yet. There we go. They did get through that absorb shield, and most of the crystals spawned really closely stacked up, so that was really nicely done. And a pretty easy stat with that Bloodlust up. They have to get through one more crystal stat before they can finish off the boss. And then, as I said, they also have to deal with that trash pack at the very start of the key, which can be a little bit difficult with bolstering, but shouldn't be a problem for Perplexed. And again, the timer looking very good.
One final set of crystals for Perplexed to get this 21 down and put them in the right position to compete to get into tomorrow. This is just, one of a few things they have to get done, right? Remember, if they get this 21 done, that'll be the only 21 they have. They would then have to go to either Halls of Infusion, Algathar Academy, or Brackenhide to get the 21 down. Unfortunately, they only have a 19-1 chest and Knockhood, and getting that 20 there, while it would give them a point on the board, it would disqualify them from the dungeon-level tiebreakers that we have. So, here we go. Final set of crystals. 2 minutes are active. Zephyr, Mass Barrier, Vampiric Embrace soon to follow here in just a moment from Swag on the Shadow Priest there. Good spawns on the crystals, it seems, so they should be able to burn through the shield on that crystal very quickly. It's already dead, and they should be good to go here. Just got to make sure Divine Field lives through the next couple of Dragon Strikes, and they'll be able to get this paw skill down with more than 4 minutes left to deal with that final trash.
Yeah, and looking at the time left in the day, we do have 39 minutes, which means that Perplex, if they finish off this key soon, which they obviously will, then they do technically have the time. If they one-shot one of the other keys on a 21, let's say, for example, an Academy, then they would be able to do this key, get 1 point to be at 100, then technically go do the 21 Academy, get another point, and then they could even get a 3rd point in another dungeon if they manage to start the key before the end of the day, which is all doable in theory. Now, of course, that theory is very difficult to execute because the keys that they're doing now are very high, and it's just incredibly difficult to one-shot all of these 21s. But if any team can do it, it is Perplex, right? Perplex, of course, such a veteran team. They do have this skill and the synergy of the players as well to be able to do such a thing. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Pedros per hour on the top right side, another team that was a little bit in danger to maybe get eliminated today, but they're now on Wrath Eye on their 20 Brackenhide. If they time this key, they're up to 101 points, which actually would put them in a pretty good position to not be eliminated.
Yeah, I think 101 is probably going to be that spot that everyone will end the day on, except for a Mandatory or potentially even a Shinra Tensei, who have played out of their minds today. Shinra Tensei really stepped up the level of their play again today. I feel like all of our teams did, really. Everyone has been playing so lights out today. We've had a couple of mishaps at the end of keys, but when you get into these higher levels of keys, that's just going to happen. They're extremely difficult to get done, even with this BIS level of gear that you have on the tournament realm. Small mistakes tend to just topple over as the key goes on. Cooldown timings don't line up where you expect them to, and it just ends up not working out the way it should. However, for Perplexed, in this 21 Azure Vault, in the moment when they need it, they put together essentially a perfect run. 0 deaths on the board, final trash pack of the dungeon going down for them. And yeah, Perplexed looking like they're setting themselves up to potentially make it through. Of course, they still have a little bit of work left to do.
Yeah, the other team to look at is Match. Match is now back in that 21 Academy that they heartbreakingly depleted at the very last boss earlier. So they are trying to get this extra point here in the 21 Academy. Looking pretty good right now, as they are... they did finish Croth 1051, which is very similar to what their previous 21 run was. And we know that their route is good enough for the 21. The reason why they depleted the key earlier was because they had 2 deaths on their Shadow Priest, did not manage to rest them back up because there was no more battle rest left, and then they just did not manage to finish off the boss in time, and it was still close even. So Match's route definitely good enough. They just need to execute it, which was the major issue that they had earlier. But if Match finishes this key, then they're at 101 and can get another point somewhere else even as well. But yeah, of course, that all depends on if they can time the key or not.
Exactly. Now, we're at that time of the day. I think you covered this a little bit earlier, but I want to cover it just one more time just to make sure people are aware of it, is where strategy really comes into play, right? We're at 35-ish minutes left on the day, which means if you're able to get a perfect run of one of these shorter keys in, you could technically finish that and then start off another one right before the end timer of the day and try to finish that off. I think most teams would elect to do a knock hood as like the final run of the day, right? Because that is the longest key.
Yeah.
Mandatory doesn't really have that option, right? They've already done the 21. Maybe they could do a 22. That would be kind of difficult, but maybe they can go for it. But for teams that are on the edge of the competition right now, teams like Pedro's Per Hour, teams like Madge, teams like Perplexed, every second counts at the end of the competition here. You got to get that key in and then maybe go for another +1 at the last second. Pedro's Per Hour, though, I mean, every second spent on this boss not getting into another key is lowering their chances of getting a potential +2 at the end of the day here.
Yeah, all of this is so important, because yesterday, for example, we've seen some teams finish a key just like barely after the time of the day has run out. Like some teams even like 5 seconds or 10 seconds after, which is like the absolute worst when it comes to like efficiency, right? You do want to start a key at the very end of the day and making sure you really like use that extra time that you're getting. So that is not something you want to see, especially if you're in risk of getting eliminated. But yeah, Shinra Tensei in the top left, they're fighting Overgrown Ancient on their 21 Academy. They did finish their 21 Brackenhide early as well, looking really strong in their Academy run too. We can compare Match and Shinra a little bit, as they're both in that 21 Academy, top left and top right of your screen. This first split for Croth, very similar, Match a little bit quicker, and yeah, Shinra doing really well. They did also root the branch in the corner, using the same strategy as the other teams were doing as well, to make sure they are dispelling that bleed effect in the whole group. And yeah, just looking very clean. 0 deaths on the board, all battle rests available, bloodlust saved as well for potentially the next pool. And yeah, I mean, I'm just incredibly impressed by Shinra today. They're doing so well.
You know, it's really something really interesting about the Overgrown Ancient positioning. Most teams will play the boss in that bottom right corner. Riley does go down here on the boss here. Got melee from a Hungry Lasher, but they'll be able to get the res off. They've got 2 more of those battle reses available, and we can see the camera positioning here from the spectator, showing off exactly why I don't like this section of the dungeon. The camera tends to like brush up against that barrier, which zooms it in on you and is actually really annoying. But Nagura, in the War Within, they've fixed that camera issue. You can actually, your camera won't zoom in when there's something behind it anymore. Really cool feature that they're adding in next expansion.
Yeah, when I saw that, I was so incredibly happy, because that is something that I've been annoyed by for like so many boss fights where, you know, you have to stand at the corner of the room as a ranged DPS, and then there's just something in the back of your room, like Star Augur, for example, had this thing where like a pillar, like all of a sudden your camera is in first person. So I'm very glad they're changing that. But Fu goes down for Shinra there. They have to commit a battle rest. This was during Bloodlust too. So Bloodlust lost for their Shadow Priest, and this is a very dangerous pull. Let's see if they can still execute it. Because yeah, losing the Shadow Priest and losing the cooldowns there can cost them quite a lot on this one.
Indeed. I feel like we have to get as many casters in as possible for this pull. You know, it's a big pull. We need a big group of casters. So, Tettles, Dratnos, jump in. And just to piggyback on what Nagura was saying too, as we see this pull, like, yeah, especially anyone who's tanked for the last, 20 years in WoW is pretty excited about that camera change. I am hyped.
Oh, that camera change is great. Collision mode is sick.
It's going to be very nice.
All right, so another thing to note here as well is that we only have 32 minutes left in the day, right? So what we see in the bottom left here is a little bit, I want to say perplexing, but it's not Perplex that are doing it. It's Pedros per hour that are heading to a no-good
A band.
with nowhere near enough time to get this one done and start another key. I guess the problem is there's not any dungeon they could finish in these 32 minutes, right? Like, if you look across their scorecard, there's nothing they could do in 30 minutes or less at this point.
Can you do
How much
Bracken
does the
21?
tiebreaker matter here?
No, I don't think so, right? Bracken 21, that's going to also be like 33, 34, 35 minutes,
Well,
right?
yeah,
you-
they just did Bracken 20 and 30 flat, so a 21 would presumably be like 33, 34, maybe if they were a little more aggressive
Yeah.
and pulled bigger, but like that's scary to do in a Bracken 21, especially on Fortified.
So they're just kind of in an unfortunate position right now where, you know, they have 30 minutes left in their day and they have a bunch of dungeons that take 35 minutes that they can go do. That doesn't line up nicely, so...
If they time
I
this,
guess-
they're probably safe, though, right?
Yeah...
They're not 100% safe, but they're probably safe.
Well, if
Right,
you bring
so-
up the leaderboard again here, you have to remember the way that our leaderboard, like tiebreak rules work, is obviously high score goes through instantly, right? If there is a tiebreaker, however, the first tiebreakers are first highest key level, then second highest key level, then third highest key level, so on and so forth. And if you have like the exact same key levels across the board, then it goes to time tiebreaker. Pedros are actually already in a pretty solid spot with the 221s. If they then also get the 320s, they'll be in an okay spot. And I think while Perplexed could technically get to that same spot, it's going to be difficult for them to do because Perplexed, we can see on the scoreboard, they're going to Algathar Academy, which maybe they can get done within the timer they have left, but then they would also have to go to Knockwood and get the 20 done to even get to timebreakers versus Pedros. That's all assuming Pedros gets the 20 Knockwood done.
Oh, yeah, we can see
wiped
Perplex in the bottom left.
What is that?
They have yet to get that key started. Well, I think they maybe reset it once, which means 30 minutes left in the day. 21 Algathar is going to take you at least 30 minutes, right, or around 30 minutes. Perplexed are also in a position where they're only going to be able to put 1 point on the board. So Perplexed at this point are playing for 101 at best, which means for Perplexed to survive, their pathway involves either Madge doesn't time another key, or they have to win on tiebreakers against Madge, Pedros, or Shinra, all of which looks pretty nasty given the times on the board right now. So Perplexed are definitely the most in danger, I would say, right now. Although it's very important for Madge in the top right that they clutch this key and they win right now. If they can do that, then they'll get to even start another key, and they will be thriving.
That depute at the very end of Algathar Academy for Madge was heartbreaking. That was so unfortunate for them that they're even in this position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we're actually going to see a lot of teams kind of finish 5 minutes after the end of the day as well. Not making the most use of overtime, but Madge is going to be a team that actually will get some good value because at least they're going to get to start another key after this one. I guess it'll still be.
Mandatory will as well, also, by the way, because they swapped off of the 21 halls, which is still, I hate it, I want to see the 21 halls, but I understand, you got to do what you got to do to get the extra plus ones. They'll be able to get the plus one in this 20 here with plenty of time, by the way, and we already saw that mode had no issue healing in 21, as long as they don't have any weird crystal spawning issues, or if someone doesn't get bowled over by one of those tornadoes. It should be no issue here either for them, with plenty of time left to do the bridge as well in the final boss. And they'll have also, a couple of attempts at the first pull of whatever key they decide to go to next with, quite a bit of time left in the day.
Dude, I literally just typed in our caster chat, get back at the 21, what are you doing at the 20?
Yeah.
The 20 is... It's an interesting decision. It definitely would suggest to me, like, if you're going to do the 20 halls, I hope that it's because you're planning to just kind of leave halls alone for a long time. Because, if you think about it, we only have 5 hours left of our competition starting tomorrow, right? And there's going to be a new dungeon for you to push up. And you have stretch goal 22s and a bunch of dungeons that you can spend time progging. So, putting one of them on the board, turning it from a 2 chest into a 1 chest, and at least just putting that point on the board, then if you can focus on the other dungeons and just maybe never come back to halls, I think makes sense. I think that we're looking at this because we agree that the 21 is definitely possible, but there's a lot of other possible stuff on their scorecard, and there's only 5 hours to actually do all that. And if they get even half of their potential realized, they are going to be, if not first, at least top 3.
It's a play that almost secures their top 3
issues
white
for
for
Perplexed.
Perplexed. So this is fine, actually, because they weren't going to be able to start another key after this anyway, so they can really afford 20 minutes of problems at the start of this Algothar.
It just feels bad, right? It's just demoralizing to wipe the first pull over and over again.
Absolutely.
Well, I think when you set that pull up, and I want to watch back and see what they do next time around, especially if you're front-loading the difficulty of the key by also trying to add the first set of birds from cross-platform in, you almost expect to wipe to that pull a few times because just getting that pull together is insanely difficult to do properly. However, once you get it done, the time save is so immense that as long as you play the rest of the pulls just cleanly, you don't have to play them perfectly, you should have enough time to finish the dungeon. I mean, there are still pretty scary points in the fight, right? Making sure that you can live through most of Veximus with your personal cooldowns, also making sure you're popping orbs properly, or just living the one overlap that you'll get. Outside of that, there's not too much that's difficult about the pulls that you do in this key when you're this used to using your rotation of AoE stops.
All right, so top left, we have Shinra Tensei about to lock in this 21 Algothar Academy. This is going to make them the first team to get to 102 points. That's going to lock them in to tomorrow for sure and put them in a great position for Sunday as well, like for making it to Global Finals, because of course 3 of these teams, the top 3 tomorrow, make it through to Global Finals. So it's not just about surviving today, it's about setting yourself up to succeed tomorrow, and Shinra have done just that. 102 points, certainly safe for today, because we know that Perplexed can get at most 101.
I want to give Shinra
done.
Tensei their flowers today. I feel like that is a team that has played out of their absolute minds today. I think that there was kind of a question as to whether or not they were going to be on the chopping block for being eliminated, as they didn't look like that sick yesterday, but I think that they had almost what is their version of a perfect day today. There was very little, if any, depletes, and they basically timed every single key that they've stepped foot into, and I think that is incredibly promising, looking at them as a potential Global Finals candidate.
They can start another key as well right now too.
Yeah.
So they could head over. They can get like a 20 hauls on the board, something like that. Really strong spot to be in.
Let's take a look at his shine here for Perplex. Let's see if they're going for the bird tech here. If they are, he's going to get a levitate here very shortly, and yeah, he's going for the bird tech. We've seen this actually fail in the past for them. There was a good close-up of him Ornstoning like half a second late and dying to the death zone that happens at the bottom here. He's going to get teleported up to cross-platform here, get a quick tag on all of these birds, and then he's going to look to hover as close to the Guardian Sentry platform as he possibly can, and hope that his mage is in the right spot for him to Ornstone. Looks like the pull has not gone properly, though, so we're going to be town portaling instead.
Oh, word. Wow, that's some high-octane gameplay we witnessed right there for sure. Absolutely part of the strat. Yeah, so probably what happened there was one of the lashers probably failed to snap, and so that that was not a viable pull for them, even if that the Eagles worked, so wasting no time getting out of there. We can see that Shinra Tensei have headed to that Halls of Infusion for that plus 20, as I think it makes sense, right? Like, you just look at their scorecard, that's the lowest key they currently wield, so it makes the most sense to go and upgrade that, but that would put them at 102, or 103 rather. Honestly, not far behind Mandatory. Mandatory are kind of losing one of their potential bonus points by spending time in this 20 instead of a 21. So Shinra are going to be ahead of Mandatory in paper, and only behind by like 1 when you factor in the 2 chests. A very, very, very good result from Shinra Tensei.
Yeah, for elimination candidates right now, it comes down to Perplex versus Madge. Madge looks like they have a really bad time tiebreaker with Perplexed, and 5 of those minutes are actually coming in the Noku defensive 20, which is...
we got time, though. After this key finishes for Madge, they can go and fix Noku.
I mean, if they go do Noku 21, I think that just completely eliminates Perplexed, right?
Well, it would be 20, but yeah.
Or 20. If they go do Noku 20, sorry, I think that completely eliminates Perplexed.
Yeah, or actually, if they get plus 1 in any keystone, it would eliminate Perplexed if they can time this Algothar as well. So, whichever one they feel is easiest. But again, that 19 on their board is the lowest, so it's probably true that is the easiest place for them to secure another point, especially after this Algothar gets finished. So, I suspect that is where we'll see Madge head to after this. And yeah, it's all Perplexed fate is kind of out. It's simultaneously Perplexed needs to win the Algothar they're in, and they need Madge to not win Either the Algothar, that would be great. If you're a perplexed fan, you are hoping for some miraculous disaster for Madge in the top left, and at this point in this fight, I don't think it's even possible. There's no way they could wipe from here. But you could still get bailed out by the next key not working out.
Drados is definitely preying on their downfall right now. There's insane.
It's trying to cast her curse so hard right now. It's terrifying.
There's no mechanic the boss does here that could kill anybody.
Dude, they're redeeming. There's no way they wipe now.
Exactly. Yeah, there it is.
No
Madge
way.
putting it on the board.
Hold on. Take
right.
two. Take
Got
two. Take two
time.
from a shine here. Here we go. Can we get it done this time around for Perplexed?
It wasn't even his fault last time. It was somebody else's fault.
It wasn't, but I want to at least see the Wernstone be used and get the birds to the pole, right? That's how you know you're on for a pole. Now, there's a couple issues, right? Number one, these mobs evading and moving around like crazy can cause people to die to melees. Number two, if a seedling gets put on where he Wernstones, that could also be an issue too, but no one's standing there. Sevi does die to the Eagle melees, but Sevi dying is actually fine. He can release and come back to the group. They can actually just stay alive from the 2-minute plus VE plus Lust combo, so they shouldn't be in an issue here. This is fine.
Well, this pack doesn't do any damage to the group. It's only tank damage, and tanks are really self-sufficient. Right now, like the state of the game, Vintage Demon Hunter, especially on this many targets, they're able to heal themselves infinitely, assuming that they're not going to get one shot by this Guardian Sentry.
Yeah, all the little eagles actually make them so much tankier here as well. Because those little eagles they don't hit at all, but then they hit for very little because they're such small mobs, and then you've got Sigil of Flame on them, so you're just farming souls out of them.
I'm a little confused as to what the cooldown usage is here, because they're not using Lust, they're not using 2 minutes, they're only using Combust here. Well, you know what? No. They popped them while a Shine was away, so our observer didn't actually see them get popped. Okay, that's all that is. So, there's no way Shadow Priest is doing 5 million DPS without cooldowns.
Well, the thing is, too, it's like the only mob that actually matters in this pull is this big Guardian Sentry. This is the mob that's limiting you from being able to pull like the next couple of packs. And so, like, the moment that the Guardian Sentry gets pulled, you just rip Lust and you're full single targeting that mob and trying to get it killed off as fast as possible.
Yeah, although these Vile Lashers also have a bunch of health too, and I think they're going to be the last ones to die here.
You pull them down and you kill them with the next set of birds.
Yeah.
That's true, yeah, so I guess they're not the limiting part of this pull is the point, yeah?
Because I think the birds also died off to just cleave.
Mm-hmm. You don't target a single one of those birds.
Entirely got cleaved down.
Yeah.
Guardian Sentry down. There are Spiteful Shades active, which can interact with the snapping, unfortunately. Let's see. Okay, the Shade's actually coming as a good sign. We've got 2 of the Vile Lashers. Where is the third one? Okay, they're good to go. Snap is complete. The birds are waiting for you up in the air there. You can see Divine Field tossed a little glaive at them, and we're off to the races. Perplexed are on a run here. Just have to make sure they have all their CDs set up properly for the bosses. And, even if they do wipe, they have 20 minutes to get another run going, but I think this is probably going to be the run for them. They need to get this one done to get the +1.
So to be able to time this key, they probably want a 1030 Croth. That's the number that we're looking for.
Yeah.
I'm looking a little bit at the time tiebreakers, and actually Perplexed are not in a bad position here against either Madge or Pedro's, especially Pedro's. Yeah, they're even better against Pedro's. If Pedro's don't time this no-good, Perplexed, I think, will have a time tiebreaker on them. Now, Pedro's, of course, have most of this no-cood to reset it if they realize they're in trouble, so they kind of would need to fail it twice for Perplexed to have a chance against that, but that could happen. It's a scary dungeon. And then Madge as well. Madge has a bit better time tiebreakers than Pedro's, but Perplexed are actually quite good in a lot of these dungeons. It's about equal across the board, a little bit favored even for Perplexed, but Madge have a pretty fast 21 Algothar Academy, so Perplexed probably need like a 30-minute Algothar is my napkin math of the timer they would need to beat Madge's time tiebreak right now.
Yeah, in Pedro's really, it's not. I don't want to say they're not doing themselves any favors here, but because they're doing the knockhood, timing it solves it's like a twofold problem solver for them. Number one, it gives them the +1, so they don't have to worry about the time break. But that's also the key where they have the worst time in, right? Their 19 knockhood was, by far the slowest time. Madge as well has a pretty slow time.
Madge had a really bad one too. Yeah.
So both of these teams not only are trying to get their +1 here, but also they're fixing one of their worst times for the time tiebreaker here as well. Although none of that's really going to matter for tomorrow, right? Because if they get the +1, they're eventually going to have to go into the 21 anyways, I think.
So there is a question as to whether or not 21 is doable for them. Like, how real is that 19 timer? Like, is 20 their cap?
Well, the
I
19s
suspect that the 21 is going to be something that the teams will feel like they should do tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, there's going to be a
Right.
lot that they'll feel like they should do tomorrow, and only 5 hours to do it in. So a lot of it's going to come down to just how well the teams can clutch out, an attempt or two. And remember as well, tomorrow is more about the battle between third and fourth than it is about the battle between first and second too. So you can't be comparing yourself too much to Mandatory, as Mandatory have been looking so strong. Skylark actually is going to cheat death there against that tank slam.
4 minutes
hitting one of
under.
those orbs, but it's all good.
4 minutes
Not to worry.
under, man.
All right, you got to run back to 21 now.
Run the
Yeah,
21
I mean, they
back.
can do whatever they want. They can head
100%.
wherever they want. That's 102 for Mandatory. Actually, not going to put them in first, even though they have good time tie breaks, because they have a slightly worse. The first tiebreaker
Oh, it's
is
the
just
AA,
what are your
right?
key levels, right?
It's the
And Shinra have
321s.
321s, whereas Mandatory only have 2. So that is leaving Mandatory in second technically right now, but of course they have 2 extra 2 chests that they can convert for 2 more points. So Mandatory certainly still looking strong, but this hasn't been a good hour for them, that's for sure, right? Depleting the 21 and then going to the 20 instead. In many ways, it's kind of like they lost this hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's definitely fair. I mean, going back to the +1 just to guarantee yourself in for tomorrow definitely feels bad, but again, with the way they've been playing, I wouldn't necessarily feel too awful about it, right? I think they're very clearly going to top 2 this tournament, which is, at the end of the day, where you want to be to qualify for the Global Finals. It's not like there's seeding for a TGP competition, right? Everyone starts the keys at the same times and gets the affixes at the same time, so whether you qualify first, second, or third is just a matter of, a little bit of prize money. So as long as they get through to the Global Finals, I think that's where you would want to be. Now, the question is for them, what do they do now? I think we all want to see them go back into the 21, but thinking strategy-wise, is there any reason they would potentially not want to go to potentially an Albathar Academy or a Brackenhide? Do you think they might be potentially saving tech for those keys? Even if they do go to those dungeons, are they going to go to 21 or are they going to go to 22?
I think they're going to Alg. That's the dungeon that probably makes the most sense. I mean, I don't believe that they're going to be doing a 22 Alg. Is 22 Alg doable?
I mean, you've got 15 minutes of free resets to try it out. Looks
Okay,
like
well, they're
Albathar
in the
is indeed
Alg.
in play.
Yeah, they're in the
I
Key
think
level is the
the
question,
Alg-
though.
I think the Alg is livable. I don't know if it's timeable. Madge has gotten our fastest 21 Alg at 29:37. That means there's a little less than 2.5 minutes left on the key. Usually we want to see about 10 minutes, a little over 10% of the timer left on the key as the indicator for whether or not a key is timeable on one key level higher, and that is not what that timer suggests. That being said, Mandatory has been quite a bit faster in almost every single key this week, and so it looks like the 22 might be in the realm of possibility for them. I don't know if that's a good use of time for them, though, so I don't know. We'll see what they end up doing.
Yeah, I mean, you either put the 22... If you try and put the 22 on the board, you're saying, look, we can put a dominating key on the board that nobody else can do that'll also, as a 22, that's going to be very strong for any tiebreak situation, so it's kind of worth a bonus point if you look at it that way, as long as... I think there's another 22 that's going to be doable that's probably more doable is the Azure Vault, so we may see other teams competing for that as well. But if you just do the 21, instead what you're doing is you're removing a weakness from your scorecard, right? You're saying, look, no matter what happens tomorrow, we have the 21 Algathar on the board. We're not going to be pressured into, going there last minute to try and put some points up, right? We can get this on the board. We can get to 103 points, and, we can still tomorrow come back in and go for the 22 if we want to, but no matter what happens, we're not going to be under pressure to, at least put something on the board, right? So, I don't know. I feel like they're safe enough, especially because they already did that decision in a Halls of Infusion. I feel like they're safe enough that they should use today's time to try and go big. But I think they're probably, like you said, Zyro, they're probably comfortably in the top of the leaderboard either way. So I'm not sure which one's actually even better. It's hard to disagree with Mandatory's decision making, right? They've been so clean all throughout the day. It does look like they're starting at the 21 level, so perhaps agreeing with you that the timeable question in the 22 is just too uncertain.
Yeah, I mean, the key is just so hard to time. Like, the cross split that you need to be able to time that key is just so tough.
Ooh, mowed down for mandatory, so that's probably...
I think that's just always going to happen here, right? Because the druid is the person that the evoker is wordstoning to, so they're going to be the closest to the birds when they come back. The mage can't really afford to, be the gatherer for that section of pull, because they're already committing their ice block and the ring of frost to when they snap the lashers up to this pull.
Yeah.
And we've already seen you don't need your healer for this part of the dungeon, right? The VE carries you. Once the tank has everything together, he's self-sustainable on this pull. That's just an accepted death.
I wonder if you're supposed to be sitting meld.
Well, then they would just run to your DPS, which is arguably a worse scenario to be in.
Yeah, nasty spot for sure. It does seem like most of the time we are seeing that healer death coming out for many of our teams here, so it may well just be the price of doing business, right? That's just still faster than doing it any other way, and you can see mode returning for them. Meanwhile, we have Shinra Tensei working on this 20 Halls of Infusion. 0 death run so far for them. This is looking solid. Shinra also going to be at 103 if this run works out. Very, very nice work. Every run that we are looking at right now, there's not enough time to start another one afterwards as well, because we only have 11 minutes left in our day, so the possibilities are narrowing here. Basically, the only options that the teams are going to have is if they wipe in the next 10 minutes, they can restart these keys, but there's not enough time left to start another key after. Maybe if Pedro's are super fast. Can you get this done in 10 minutes? I don't think so. I don't think you can do a 32-minute no-coup.
Last two bosses are 10 minutes combined.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close. They're going to be the team that could be done earliest, but I think it's still going to be a little bit too late.
Shinra Tensei, by the way, that split for Watcher Iridius is not spectacular. I still think they're probably going to time the key because it's a 20, but I don't think that their timer is positioned to where they can actually time a 21. Dude, top left, Perplexed actually having a wipe to the Veximus double Ravager pull, having to completely reset their key again. They may not even put up the 101st point.
Yeah, I mean, all good. It's still okay, right? They haven't lost anything as long as they put this key up, but there's not enough time for another wipe at that point, right? They can wipe a little bit at the very start of the dungeon again, trying to get another dungeon going, but like you said, if they don't put this on the board, we're not even in tiebreaker land. It's just over for them. So, vitally important dungeon that we are going to be watching from Perplexed when they get it started again. Yep. Yeah, here's a look at some of those no-coup times. You can see 32 minutes was possible barely by Perplexed at that plus 19 key level. Plus 20 key level, I think Pedro's per hour are definitely in their last dungeon of the day.
Yeah, problem is they kind of needed a sub 32, not a 32-30. So yeah, this is going to be it for them. They need to get this +1 to really make themselves safe. I mean, they're in a good spot right now with Perplexed Perplexed wiping in that Algathar Academy is absolutely brutal for them. They now only have 10 minutes left to get another run going, and that's going to be the last run of the day, like you mentioned. Pedro's per hour, though, looking good in this key. They still should get it timed and get the +1. Something else I want to mention as well that I saw Mandatory do on Hopeful's POV that I'm watching on my other monitor here, just to get a specific mage POV for Mandatory. They are respecting this dungeon like crazy. They are making sure that their snaps go through properly. Something that I've mentioned multiple times about how that snap works on the Guardian Sentry. You really want to make sure, just to make sure the snap goes off perfectly, that you kill off all of the Spiteful Shades when you're snapping those lashers down to cross platform. It can work with the Spiteful Shade being alive, but that's just one extra mob that a snap can go poorly on. And if the Spiteful Shade doesn't snap, that means the lashers also aren't going to snap. They're just going to reset. They very meticulously killed the Guardian Sentry and then finished off the Spiteful Shade after the fact as well, just to make sure that it would go well. And, they're making good progress in their key.
I love that Hopeful is also running the Ward of Faceless Ire. Not very many mages have actually been making that gearing decision, but Hopeful, a lot of the times for Mandatory, has actually been making that gearing decision, which, it adds a level of safety to the rest of the group.
I actually asked both Hopeful and Stove about that. Hopeful was like, I took it off once and my priest whined at me, And then I went and asked Stove because I was curious what his position on it was. So I heard that you make Hopeful wear a ward now, and he's like, oh yeah, he never takes that off anymore.
Dude, it's really good for Vex.
One time.
It's insane for Veximus. I don't know what you want.
They just do it in general in every single key almost at this point, because again, the timers are not really something they're running up against, and you have to think about it. Ward does give intellect as a base, right? You just lose kind of that bonus effect that a lot of the trinkets have. So in lieu of the tertiary sets that you're missing on the tournament realm, having that on-use absorb is extremely useful to want some of the one-shot abilities.
Absolutely, as we do have in the bottom left, Perplexed starting up another attempt at this 21 Algathar Academy. 6 minutes left in the day for them, so they really can only try this snap like 2 times, 3 times, something like that, before they are locked into a dungeon run. It does look like this one has gone pretty well, at least for starters. Somehow they've avoided that healer death that we've been seeing, although Divine has procced that cheat as the tank, but that's okay. That's what it's for. That's what all cheat deaths are for. They're there to get used.
Tactical usages. Of course, you have to remember, Fire Mages, when they cauterize, usually they're doing it for the movement speed.
That's right. That's, I'd say some globals, you know, DHs proccing Last Resort to get into meta form for a 2% DPS increase, so, you know, that's pretty good too, as well. I'm sure that was the rationale there for Divine, as they have finished off that Guardian Sentry. We'll wait for maybe these Spiteful Shades to die. Nope, we're going to have a couple of them come with us. That's all good. That'll probably still work out as they head towards Cross platform. Absolutely is working out. Everything's coming with. All good. Meanwhile, Mandatory in the same area of the same dungeon, also in that plus 21 keystone level. These are the only 2 teams to not have a 21 Algathar on their board, so... both teams deciding that that is the next easiest place for them to collect some points. Mandatory, of course, under a lot less pressure than Perplexed. Mandatory can't go home today. Perplexed, even if they time their 21 Algathar, their fate is not in their own hands. But if they deplete that key, it is just over for them. They will be going home. They are at 100 points and everybody else has more. So Perplexed path to survival today is winning their key and either Madge or Pedro's losing their no-coods that we're looking at up on the top of our screen. So that is what we are on the lookout for. Pedro's nearing the end of that dungeon, but we are approaching the end of the day, so we are approaching the point where new keys can't be started, and that is when these sort of go from practice mode to last chance, one opportunity keystones.
Yeah. So you were talking about eliminations a little bit. I also want to point out Shinra Tensei, bottom right. Their timer for the Gulping Goliath is about 30 seconds under where it needs to be for like a down to the wire finish. So they're probably going to be like a minute under if I had to estimate, which is not great whenever you realize that 21 of Halls of Infusion is timeable. But it's good in the sense of they're likely to time this key if they don't make any mistakes.
Yeah, you know, you put the 20 on the board, and again, the 21 might be a tomorrow problem. Honestly, you might never be a problem you have to deal with. Like, you might be able to just leave this thing on 20 and get through the day, because it's not an issue of like, oh, do you need the 21 to beat Mandatory to come first? It's going to be a question of like, do you need it to avoid coming in fourth tomorrow? And we can see from these Halls of Infusion timers that, you know, Mandatory opted for going into that 20 instead of the 21 that they had access to. I think that's a pretty telling sign that the 21 is... it's a stretch goal keystone, right? It's something that you may not need to do. You may have better uses of your time tomorrow. Mandatory certainly think that they at least wanted to keep that option open, right? Instead of attempting that 21 again. So, yeah, I mean, looking really solid for Shinra. They're going to advance to 103 points if they complete this key. That is a really comfy position for them to be in, especially given that they came into the day kind of in that tie with all the other teams at the bottom of the leaderboard instead of the top.
All right, Dratnus, somebody asked for some caster math on what timer Perplex needs to beat Pedro on time if Pedro fails this key.
All right, let me add some of this up. I'll get back to you.
But they specifically requested caster math too, it could be plus or minus a minute maybe.
I'll keep working on it.
All right, yeah.
Well, Perplex has to finish the key first.
You're my best man on it.
That's right.
What?
Yeah, Perplex doesn't finish the key.
Oh yeah. Okay. Now I understand what you're saying now. If they don't do the not good, okay. You know, a little bit of a head in the clouds moment there for me. My bad.
But Pedro also has to wipe to the last boss, which is
Pedro's not wiping to the last boss. They have the time to play safe for big IO.
Well,
they can just do the 2 mini bosses on their own. They don't have.
Well, they
to
don't do the mini bosses.
Like,
they do that. They do the trash pack into the boss, which has its own layer of difficulty because the boss can actually frontal you if you're on this pillar and the boss is too close.
no, there's no way they're doing that, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
so
look, Crim's is going right now.
Okay.
I'm confused by this.
All
Okay.
right, I've run the numbers. It
All
is
right.
my belief that if Pedros per hour deplete, Perplexed can beat them on a time tiebreaker, no matter what. If they time this 21, they have enough extra time gained, mostly in the Nokud 19, where they are set on that time tiebreaker against Pedros, and they're actually pretty close on Madge as well. Like on Madge, as long as they get, say, a 30-minute Algothar, 30-30 or something, that one I didn't actually do the math on, but that's what it looks like to me, then they should also be okay there. Maybe a 30-minute is what they need to actually have the tiebreaker over Madge. So, I mean, the problem is that that's relying on Madge or Pedros depleting their Nokud 20s, and those keys, both teams are looking pretty solid in them. Pedro's up in the top right. Very little dungeon left for them to wipe in, although we are now cresting that timer where these keys are becoming final very, very soon. So now we are entering the point of no return for restarting a dungeon.
Pedro's, like Zyro was hoping for, actually taking this into piece slow. We saw them ripping this trash back into the boss yesterday whenever their timer was a bit more difficult, but they have. This fight's probably 5.5 minutes or something like that, so playing it a bit slower makes sense.
Yeah, I'm a little confused though, right? Because they had exactly 32 count left for the key, and 32 count is the 2 mini bosses. Are the 2 mini bosses really harder to do than this trash pack?
Well, the pack and the 2 mini bosses are the exact same count.
Yeah.
Count, right? But it's a question of like time efficiency, right?
I think that pack, especially whenever you're playing it into the boss, is more damage for Balakar Khan because you're getting better funnel.
Sure.
I think it's probably that where, if you're playing them solo, maybe they're better, but whenever you're playing them into the boss, I think that 5-pack is slightly more efficient.
I wanted to jump in and say that these runs that we are beholding right now are all the team's final runs for the day. The 5 hours is over. No more additional runs after this. So they got to make what they can out of what they're doing right now.
Yeah, I think at this point, we don't really need to focus on Mandatory and Shinra Tensei too much. These teams are kind of just... They're playing to put a gap in between themselves and the other 3 teams right now. The real thing to focus on right now is Perplexed, Madge, and, of course, Pedro's, right? Those 3 teams are on the chopping block. Pedro's, if they're able to time their key, they're in. If Madge is able to time their key, they're in. If either of those 2 teams fails their key and Perplexed puts, like Dratnos mentioned, a reasonable time on the board, Perplexed will then leapfrog and get in that slot. So lots to play for at the final moments here.
But the tournament's kind of out of Perplexed hands. And that is very scary.
Yeah.
Well, it's both. Perplexed needs to do well, and even then, it's out of their hands, right? Yeah. So the numbers are any timed key for Perplexed would beat a Pedro's deplete, but they would need it to be 30 minutes and 22 seconds to beat Madge if Madge deplete. And again, in both of those cases, those teams can slam the door on Perplexed with a timed keystone, as we're seeing in the bottom left. Pedro's about to enter the Balakar Khan intermission here, so. This is their chance. They have a lot of time on the board. They just have to avoid wiping. It is a dangerous fight. But honestly, compared to some of the pulls they do in this dungeon, it's a fortified keystone. You have no other affixes really going here. You even have Incorporeal that can be harnessed to your own advantage. I think Pedros per hour they're in really good shape here. This is, it's a scary fight, but if they keep playing like they've been playing, they're going to be able to save themselves today and get to that 102-point threshold.
This intermission is actually
really
fine.
Yeah. This is the last time they can die here, really, because once you get through this intermission, they have plenty of melds, invises. They also have wards just in case they somehow mess up the static spirit baits, like you were talking about, Tettles. This static spirit, yesterday you were talking about this, rather, I'd like to say, is it's baitable, right? It goes on the 2 closest people to the boss, other than the tank, and that haven't gotten it on the previous spear. So you can reliably bait it. Of course, it's going to go on Crims here. He does have, I think, just Shadow Melt for it. Yeah, there you go. Cancels the static spear. Good to go. If he gets it again, which they can bait it on him reliably, he can disperse it. They still have Ice Cold, I'm assuming, from Fired Up. His Shadow Meld will be coming off cooldown too. He can Greater Invis one. They've got Drogo's Shadow Meld. So the things that they're looking at here, just to make sure they don't die, of course, The tank damage on Balikar is always scary. That's something they need to focus on. The crackling upheavals can be scary if you start baiting those puddles incorrectly. That there can be some issues there too. But so far so good for them. Second static spear is going to be coming out relatively shortly. It's on Drogo. He can just shadow meld it. So yeah, doing pretty good so far.
So eating the static spear is actually very dangerous because the static spear initial hit requires honestly like double, like either a personal and external or double personal, and then this ground effect like that you were saying, that crackling storm also requires a personal. So it's something that you're going to be pressing 3 personals within a 20-second period, and that's why it becomes really dangerous, and that's why it's super valuable to meld it every single time. And like if it goes on the evoker, they're probably going to be proccing Defy Fate or they're going to die. There's not really much else that they can actually do about it.
It's cool though. We got 4 B reses. Even if we lose an evoker or something, it's fine as long as we avoid some kind of full wipe catastrophe here.
Oh, this is bad. Yeah.
He's gonna disperse. It's gonna run into the wall. They have to run to the right here.
He gets rescued here probably. Oh, he has.
Yeah, they're a little low for the crackling. He has plenty
big
to live this crackling upheaval.
Yeah.
They'll get one final static spear maybe at the last couple percentages of the boss that they can reliably bait it onto fired up if they want to here. Yeah, they're going to be totally fine. This is Pedro's playing to win. Get into the final day at the last minute. They're securing their spot on day 3.
Yeah, this is it indeed. Look at the team. The team icon on that full screen.
Oh yeah, dude,
had the animated Pedro.
Yeah, the Pedro.
Did they animated it?
Yeah, they animated it in Stormwind. Pull it back
Beautiful. There it is. Yeah, look.
Let's go.
Up above the scoreboard. There it is, though. That is 102 points for Pedros per hour. They are through to Sunday. There they go. Impressive work. Meanwhile, Perplexed, while all that was happening, they successfully executed that double Ravager pull that has been extremely lethal before. They are now in the Veximus room. They're working on, we call it the Vengeance DH special here. And looks like they're doing great work in this area. So Perplexed are absolutely doing what they need to do to give themselves a chance here. The math now is that either Perplexed or Madge are going home. If Madge time this Nokud, it's Perplexed going home no matter what. If not, then Perplexed can send Madge home instead with a 30-22 or faster in this Algathar Academy, which has been done. That timer has been beaten by multiple teams, by both Shinra and Pedros in the 21, and Madge as well, actually, in the 21 Algathar. So it is within the realm of possibility, but it's going to require a run that is great, not just good enough.
Sighs, deep breaths before we get into the final sections of the final dungeons of the day here. Perplexed, when it's out of your hands, it's rough to play, but you still have to play your hardest here. Madge, it looks like their timers, if I'm not mistaken here, Tettles, are a little bit faster than what we saw from Pedro, so they should still be good on time. Just have to make sure they don't have any catastrophic sanguine healing in these polls here.
Yeah, I think that this dungeon has kind of been dictated by sanguine in that first area, where I think if this was a non-sanguine dungeon, you would see this dungeon being done on a 22. But because it's a sanguine dungeon, it's unlikely to be done on a 22, and now Madge is actually attempting it even on a 20. And so, yeah, I think that with the amount of practice that they've been putting in, it just comes really naturally for them. It's just, all about making sure that you have good sanguine management in that first area. Like an 18-18 Raging Tempest split is more than enough. I think that, like, in general, like, you can still time the key if you have a 20-30 Raging Tempest split. It's not, like, comfortable, but that's the time that you're kind of looking for that second boss, and they're well under that.
Same time, Shinra Tensei. I mean, what haven't we said about Shinra Tensei today? I mean, like, these guys, they kind of started off yesterday on the first day, not playing very well. We're amongst the teams that were definitely looking a little scared at the end of day 1 yesterday. Might not have made it to day 2, but today they played lights out. They've timed almost every single key they've started. It looks like they're going to be tied with mandatory, maybe even slightly ahead based off tiebreaker, going into day 3 here with 5 minutes left on the final boss in this key on the 20. Barring catastrophe, barring a tank death into the AoE like we saw from the 21 halls on mandatory,
Let's talk please.
They're going to go to that 103 spot and be ultra safe. And
that's going to lock them in first place right out of the day. Yeah. Oh no, actually, it can get thrown to time tiebreakers because Mandatory are working on a 21 right now. So
Mandatory is minutes, dude,
Yeah.
like 5 or 6 minutes faster than Shinra
Mandatory
for
have
time
been
tiebreaker.
incredibly fast, yeah. So
Yeah.
this is still, though, tying the points with them at the top of the board. A very, very good place to be as we see them entering the second main phase of the boss here. One of the great changes that was made to this fight as compared to Season 2 is that it only does one intermission now. It'll do that one intermission at 60%, and then you're just in this main phase until it dies or you die. We've seen both of those outcomes today. Shinra Tensei, look at the way they're moving around the room as well. They're sort of always lining up before these globules spawn, allowing them to bait them all, and meaning that once they move out of that, then there's sort of a safe area for both their tank and their raid to hang out. Everybody's also trying to be pretty careful to avoid being in melee with the boss right after Nerf gets blasted by that tank thing and sent away from the boss for a sec. That's something you gotta be. There have been incidents, there have been people getting meleeed by those, although the
Well, you'd rather
Vengeance
be in-
Hunter able to get back in nice and quick.
You'd rather be in melee with the boss than the boss not have anybody in melee, right?
It depends, yeah. I mean, it's sometimes it'll wait a couple seconds before wiping you, but it'll turn and punch somebody instantly. So
That's true.
It depends on depends on how the boss is feeling on any given day. Right now, I suspect the boss is not feeling particularly great because only 13% health left. Still 3 minutes on the clock for Shinra as well. They are making incredible work.
Zero
of this.
deaths.
Honestly, a zero death run, not far off of being 22 or 21. Yeah, 21 range for them, right? Like if they had a run like this on a 21, it would maybe be a little slow, but it would be very close. So this is maybe one of those keystones that they'll be thinking about as an option for tomorrow because look at the rest of their board. They've done every key that's like that's doable, right? Like that's like easily doable. All their keys are now in that super hard mode range, and this is a dominating performance in the Halls of Infusion as well. Really, really impressive run. That is going to put them, a little bit slower than Mandatory, a tiny bit slower than Maj as well, but not by much. Definitely a great place to be for Shinra Tensei, and particularly the impressive thing about Shinra Tensei isn't so much any one dungeon, it's the consistency that they've shown across every single dungeon today. So again, huge credit to them. That's them done for the day, locking in either first or second at the end of the day, depending on whether Mandatory are able to clutch this 21 Algathar in the bottom right. But in the meantime, we return to the question of which of Perplexed and Maj are going home today. It's all in Maj's hands right now. As long as Maj can time this key, they will secure their spot here. And they're nearly done with the dungeon, right? Just got to finish Tira and Maruk, get the count they need from the end of the dungeon, and then beat Balakar Khan without incident. They have more than enough time on the clock. Although, you don't want to get complacent either, because you might need this timer tomorrow to be the difference between third and fourth. So,
Well, hold on.
definitely
I
don't
would
want
say
to
that too, yeah. I agree.
Notably, they have more count that they have to deal with here than the other teams, right? They have 42 count rather than the 32 count. I think they're one of the teams that does the double mini boss into double thunder fist pulls, which is definitely a little more dangerous. They do have the time to do that pull and then also do the boss afterwards, so they can play safe for Big IO and guarantee their spot for tomorrow. See if that works out for them. Perplexed is doing what they need to do to get this key timed in the top left. Their boss splits are only being beaten by Mandatory on the bottom right there, who actually, they are kind of egoing this dungeon right now. Their boss splits are so fast that they actually opted to just not use their second set of 2 minutes on Overgrown Ancient, just to save them to pull into the massive pull right afterwards. So they're going at a pace that is just unreal, kind of like they've been doing the entire weekend.
Yeah, this is definitely a run from Mandatory that shows the 22 is feasible on timer, right? Like, that is what this run says to me, especially because that 22 would have an extra Bloodlust in it, too, so even going to cost a little bit less time than you'd expect to go up a key level.
Perplex cooked their Croth split compared to, Mandatory Shinra Tensei and all the other teams.
Yeah, it was a 0 death start to the dungeon, right, rather than that typical 1 death that we usually see.
Yeah.
Incredible work from Perplexed. I mean, Perplexed, they are putting up a fight here, but unfortunately, that fight may not matter. Maj are in a position here to make whatever Perplexed are up to irrelevant. If Maj can just hold on and finish this Noku defensive, that's going to be 102 points for them. That is impossible for Perplexed to match at this point. So you can see Lemike going and grabbing those 2 casters, hitting them with a Silent Sigil, getting started on this pull. And they're just going to get working on this. It doesn't look like Balakar Khan is coming in right away here. And they're just going to be dealing with this trash, getting it killed. 10 minutes on the clock, plenty of time. Just play safe. Big IO spawn a little bit of Sanguine, make sure we don't Sanguine heal a boss, right? And avoid any catastrophes.
Man, this is one of those play safe big IO moments, man. It's not super exciting to see, but this is what you got to do when you want to get those ever so important drops of IO.
That's a great decision. Like the way that you deplete here is you try pulling it into the boss, right? Like you look at your timer, you're like, we've got 10 minutes left. Let's not do anything that we'll regret later here, because, you know, we feel pretty safe right now. We know if we time this key, we're safe. But if we don't, we're going home probably. Perplexed are not looking like they are going to deplete that keystone. Meanwhile, Mandatory putting on just, again, like they are asserting themselves as the tournament favorites here in this weekend at least. And, you know, defending MDI champions now. They dethroned Echo in the last MDI. With a performance like this, they look like they're ready to show the world that that wasn't a one-time thing, that they are here to be, you know, the new best team, or to fight for it at least every single tournament.
It's insane that over the course of this entire weekend, they have basically made two mistakes. One of them was wiping in a 21 Halls of Infusion, and the other one was not appropriately calculating their break timer. Those are the only two mistakes that they've made the entire weekend, and they are absolutely destroying the competition because of it. They look excellent.
Yeah, Mandatory just look unstoppable there. Perplexed in the top left, also looking really, really strong too, though. That's going to be a very fast Overgrown Ancient split there. 22-24 for them.
That's fast.
Not even... Yeah, that's basically the same pace that Mandatory are at in this dungeon.
They didn't lust either.
They used their 2 minutes, though. Mandatory did not. So Perplex is not going to have those 2 minutes up for the next, 40 seconds or so at the start of this pull. So this pull is going to take significantly longer, and also those twos are going to come up later on the boss when they decide to pull trash into it. Right? They do lust it, but that's...
Yeah, but do you press lust now, or you got to wait a little bit so that it'll be active when your 2 minutes are rolling, right?
Oh.
It's a little bit icky.
Probably, yeah.
Being in void
it's one of those
for
spots
these
where
pulls...
you're suffering from success, right? Like you're being faster than you're used to, so your CDs aren't up where they're
Calm down,
usually.
DJ Khaled.
Yeah.
It's actually really annoying to do pulls of like 12 plus mobs as a Shadow Priest, because you're spending a lot of your GCDs every 20 seconds dotting instead of pressing your damaging abilities, so you get less shadows, you get less Psychic Link damage, your damage overall is pretty much a lot lower. So popping the twos late here and not getting full usage of the Void form is actually relatively annoying. This is actually going to cost them a lot of time. Now, of course, they still have plenty of time left to finish the key, but, just tiny little, I don't know, things that really make the key go that little faster, that little much faster, that's what's going to cause Mandatory to actually be able to potentially even do this
29 minutes.
Wow, 3 minutes
faster
and change left. I mean, they could definitely do a 22 if they want to go back to it.
8 minutes of tiebreaker version. That's insane. 8. Yeah. That is an insane number.
They're kind of fast.
Oh, swag down for Perplexed there. That's going to be a battle res. And remember that Perplexed here, their win condition is, it's not just timing this key, it's not just Madge depleting their Nokud, it's timing this key in 30 minutes and 22 seconds or faster. So, the timer looks pretty safe for them, but they actually are not, they don't have that much wiggle room when you compare the timer to 30-22 instead of to 32 minutes. Ooh.
Yeah, they didn't last.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll use it for boss. That'll save time, right? Like, it came up in the middle of this pull.
Yeah.
I like it. I think at that point, that makes sense, because you think about how much time Bloodlust saves. In big AoE, it's definitely nice, but it also saves a ton of time on single target, too, right? Like, it'll make your DPS number go up by less. But in terms of how much time it shaves off the dungeon, if you're not going to have it on pull for this pull, I actually think having it with your twos on boss is probably better.
People don't recognize this too often, but Lust is also much better on single target for time saved in the key as opposed to pressing it on AoE. Unless, of course, the AoE pull is made possible due to the Bloodlust.
Yeah, exactly. That's the big value.
Available. Yeah, it looks like they're going to be fine here. They got through the intermission. They have the Bloodlust coming up in 1 minute and 30. They're going to be juggling those Shadow Melds like we were talking about earlier. But for Perplexed Disaster, as they get into the boss room, they do have the 2 battle reses available. Maybe they can lust to top themselves off here, but this is going to cost them the time. And like you mentioned, they need that very quick time here to even have a chance to capitalize on a potential mistake from Madge. Can it even be done?
Still time. It's okay. They can still get this done in the next 5 minutes, right? So I guess 4.5 minutes. They do have Lust rolling here, but yeah, I mean, it's not great. Look, I'm going to level with you guys. That wasn't great. They would have preferred for that to not happen, but they aren't dead just yet. I mean,
Can we split screen them in Madge? We have to see Madge as well.
Madge are able to kill Perplexed here regardless of what happens for Perplexed in this pull. Madge entering the final stages of Balikar Khan. 3 battle reses available as well. I mean, this has been such a valiant effort from Perplexed, but I think Madge here are setting up to just send them home. Dispersion from Zoda, avoiding a potential upheaval incident there. And they don't even have mini bosses they could accidentally body pull to wipe them here, right? They've already killed those.
A shine with no battle res.
It's over.
It's over.
It's over.
It's
all right.
It's a catastrophe
Listen,
here for Perplexed.
it just goes to show you can put the Doctor in your name, but when you're one-on-one against the OG Dr. J, just doesn't measure up.
Would you describe them as dead?
Indeed, it's not looking great for old Perplexed. You'd have to be feeling pretty foolish right now if you had them on your predictions. Couldn't be us, Tuttles, of course.
Yeah, I got a prescription
Dude, I feel
for,
so good right now. Hold on. I wish I
mind if we do.
I actually wish I had Shinra Tensei on mine, but it's okay. I'm but a foolish fool.
Need more battle res.
So there it is. Madge execute Balikar Khan. That's 102 points for them, putting them into third, actually. 3 minutes and 41 seconds faster than Pedro's across those breakers, and that does eliminate Perplexed. Even if they are able to complete this keystone, they're not going to have the score here. Unfortunate turn of events for such a great team after some really impressive runs, but honestly, like, you could kind of tell coming into today that they just had these weaknesses in their scorecard that cost them so much time to fix.
Yeah. The weaknesses in their scorecard were concerning. I think that everybody's day yesterday was fairly close, but then Perplex just didn't have that 2 chest on that 19 Azure Vault, and I actually think that cost them a lot.
Yeah.
Having to spend so much time going from 19 to 20 Azure Vault and then 20 to 21 Azure Vault, that felt like that was not something that they could actually make up for in time-wise. I will say, though, going into tomorrow, I think this is going to be super hype. We're going to have so much time for pushing up the highest level keys of the season. I think that there's a lot of potential cool stuff on the table. 22 no-could, I think, is possible. 21 Halls of Infusion, I think, is also on the table for some of these teams. 21 Brackenhide Hollow seems fairly reasonable. I think that we are in for an exceptionally cool day tomorrow.
Yeah, don't forget the new dungeon being revealed as well. So that one obviously will need to be pushed up a bit, but still.
That's neither here nor there.
That's between Oldemon, Neltharis, and what's the
I'm just saying there's a lot to look forward to.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so that's one cool dungeon, and then Oldemon and Neltharis.
Hey, I like Oldemon.
Oh, I'm
maybe,
sure you...
You know,
sorry.
OG Lost Vikings gamers can relate.
Ooh, I love that fight, yeah.
Yeah.
That one is a delight. This fight's also actually a delight. The voice lines on this encounter echo Dorogosa. You go to the corner.
Dude, okay, dungeons with cool voice lines are my favorite. Okay.
Break yourselves upon my body.
What are these birds doing here?
That's a good one.
Absolutely, yeah. It's not necessarily something that Perplexed are thinking about right now. They're focusing on trying to get this boss killed. Actually, you know what? I think they're still going to kill it fast enough than that line we set as well. It's going to be close at that 30-22 mark. I think they even with a player dead for the last half of this fight, they still would have maybe been able to get this done in time. We're going to be able to see here. Either way, it ends up not mattering because Madge finished that no-coup, but Perplexed have put on an incredible display, and the resilience they've shown as well, keeping these attempts going, staying as close as they were. It's been impressive to watch. I'm sad to see them go. I mean, this is one of those teams that just is so strong season in, season out. For the past 4 or 5 years, we've seen them in MDIs, in TGPs, doing well. But alas, this is their last dungeon of Dragonflight. We'll see them in War Within, I'm sure.
Yeah, you can't win them all, but a team like Perplexed, is obviously going to be back in the future. It's shocking to see them go out in day 2 here in Group A, but still, ending it with a finished dungeon at the very end. They get to close out the broadcast, so I guess there's that. But here we have our 4 teams moving through to the final day of Group A mandatory. Shinra Tensei, Madge, and Pedro's per hour. And 3 of those 4 teams will make it through to the Global Finals. Pedro's per hour. We said they needed to step up today, and I think they did, didn't they?
It was looking bleak. It was looking bleak for a little bit.
They made it, though.
Yeah. at the very beginning of the day, they were just like really slow to start. They've been really slow to start both day 1 and day 2, and I think that that's kind of kept them a little bit behind. But then their second half of both of those days has been good enough for them to be able to squeak by elimination. I think that they need to have a really solid day 3 in order to be able to make that top 3 cutoff.
I mean, being that raccoons are nocturnal creatures, they just get more powerful as the day goes on, is what I'm seeing. That's how I read
That's right,
this
they're
anyway.
ramping.
Yeah, exactly. Ramping up.
Can somebody please leave a trash can outside their doors?
That's right. Filled with delicious sustenance to power them through another day of the Mythic Dungeon International. Yep. There he is.
He's in Stormwind. Oh
Yeah,
my gosh.
wow.
Somebody go find
Check it
him.
out. Isn't there an item where you can like throw trash at people or something like that from some event somewhere along the years? We need to use that quick. There was definitely a banana peel throwing thing at one point, wasn't there?
I know
Throw
there's
a
the
golden
paper
banana on the
airplanes
ground and
you can like fill
hunt it.
people's inventories up with.
Oh yeah,
That's good.
Go
Love
go
doing
gather
that.
up a bag full of Happy Fun Rocks and throw it over to them too. Yep. Can definitely do that. Well, there you go. 6 strats on filling random people's bags with things they don't need. There you go. But you know what our teams need is to get a good rest because tomorrow is the final day of Group A. That's right. 3 of the 4 teams are going through. And as we close out day number 2, as we surprisingly say goodbye to Perplexed, final thoughts. What stood out? It's ironic here in day number 2.
I mean, really echoing more of what we said yesterday, right? The competition is extremely close. Shinra Tensei, a team that looked like they were potentially going to be on the chopping block today, had a great day today and pushed themselves into the top 2. Looking great for tomorrow as well. I mean, it just goes to show you, 5 hours of good play can really set you ahead in this competition. And even though Maj and Pedro's might look like they're in a sad spot for tomorrow, if they can do what Shinra Tensei did today, they could find themselves in a top 2 spot tomorrow.
Totally. Tettles?
I just think that Mandatory is blowing every team out of the water. That's the biggest thing that I want to talk about. That they look insane. So not only do they have the same, like they'll have the same scores all these other teams, but then they'll have 6 minutes worth of tiebreaker and have 2 chests that teams have only been able to 1 chest, and it's like this team looks very scary for global finals contention. That is an incredibly scary team.
So we're seeing the beginning of a new dynasty, right? Right. Echo's got a sweat, right? Mandatory's coming in, preparing
on
for
a second
5
here.
years of dominance at this point.
They've
It's
won one time.
pretty
Let's
easy
let
to
them
call.
win a couple more times before we call it a dynasty. They are looking strong, though.
I don't think I'm getting ahead of myself at all with this. I don't know. 8 minutes ahead of second place, Dratnos. You can't deny the power.
I can't.
8 of
I won't.
Mandatory. That's right.
I'll instead talk about something else, which is that tomorrow is going to have a completely different texture than we've had these first 2 days, right? Tomorrow is going to be only hard keys are left, right? We've only got 21s, 22s. We've only got keys that nobody's done on live servers pretty much left, and our one new dungeon, which, that's going to be revealed. That's probably going to be one of the first orders of business, is getting that pushed up to a level that you're comfortable with, that you're happy with. But that's going to take an hour, 90 minutes, something like that. And then there's going to be 3-4 hours of just teams identifying which of these keystones they think they can squeeze an extra level out of. And we've already seen from Mandatory that they had access to dungeons that they chose not to try on the levels that they even had access to, right? There's a 22 Algothar they could have tried. They just put the 21 on the board. There was the 21 halls they depleted, and they just put the 20 on the board. So, I mean, these key levels, they go from too chestable to almost impossible in like 1 or 2 key levels. That is how insane the ramp is in difficulty at this point, at these kind of nosebleed key levels. So that is what tomorrow is going to be almost all about.
Maris was on stream after time trials kind of talking about just the ramp and keystone level, and he was saying that like pretty much every dungeon is doable on 21 almost regardless of the affixes, but then once you bump it up to 22, those keys go from being doable to like nearly impossible, and it's just like that 1 key level, you get a little bit harder scaling. It's also a situation where your defensive management has to be perfect, and everybody's wearing these wards of Faceless Ire even on their mage, and it's like you have to be able to live all the dangerous one-shots as well inside of those dungeons.
Yeah, I mean, you can't help but think a lot of it's going to come down to tiebreakers tomorrow. Like, a lot of teams are just going to hit that wall, and then it's going to be how efficient can you be pushing some of the highest keys that have ever been pushed,
I don't know if we've ever seen a team actually like redo a key for time. Like it happens sometimes.
But
I've
I've seen it once or twice.
It's just really rare, and I think
is.
I think that there's a chance that we see it tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to see it anytime, I think this is going to be one of the weekends it's most likely. But we'll find out, as we'll be back tomorrow with the final day for Group A here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Great push here in Dragonflight Season 4. Thanks again for watching, everybody. Thanks again to our players for putting on amazing runs. Props to Perplex for making this far. We'll miss you. See ya in War Within. Thanks to the fans out there for watching, and thanks to our production staff for making everything run, for putting raccoons in Stormwind, for making Tuttles in the cowboy hat spin around on the screen in kind of the old school Batman transition. That's always fun. So for more of that, and great dungeon pushing besides, rejoin us again tomorrow. Until then, enjoy yourselves, play some WoW, and we'll see you soon.